Round 7 of the FIDE World Championship match in Astana, Kazakhstan. After 6 games, there are already 4 decisive results between Nepo and Ding. This match quickly became a fan favorite due to the amount of decisive results. The best part is, the match is barely halfway. The ceremonial move was made by Jeroen van den Berg, the director of the Tata Steel chess tournament in Vacancy and the chairman of the appeals committee of this match. Twitter was absolutely popping off today from scenes from today's game and how nail-biting the time trouble phase was. The commentators were pleasantly surprised as Ding played e6 on move 1, the French defense. This opening hasn't been played on the world stage since the 1978 match between Anatoly Karpov and Viktor Korchnoi.
First move is e4. And okay, I'm going to give you another interesting thought by Caruana.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I'm not interested in Fabi's thoughts for quite some time from now on.
I'll tell you, the Fabi's thoughts are relevant to what we just saw, so I will share them with you at some point. But I mean, let's just explain why we're so surprised. We just saw the e-pawn push forward only one move. So Ding has completely switched up openings. He's going to the French defense, an opening that is part of his repertoire but that we haven't seen yet in this match. And Jan went for the Tarrasch variation of the French, and we saw Ding try out this move knight f6 instead of knight c6, which is another popular line. And then he went for a move that was seemed like an older popular move, bishop e7. And Jan had a big choice here. He went for bishop c4. Then there was a change in the pawn structure. After this knight trade, we're already in a new position, and the players are definitely on their own at this point.
The commentators conjure some interesting ideas in the middle game, which led to a series of sacrifices for white on the king side. Although the sacrifices never happened, the position spiced up after Ding played g6 on move 17. After bishop g5, rook d4 and queen h3, Ding is almost 30 minutes behind in time.
You know, I have to say that Ding is in a very tough situation on the clock already.
Yeah.
Because if you're just thinking like, okay, 35 minutes for more than 20 moves, in this type of complicated position, where nothing is clarified at all, I mean, that just seems like a terrible situation to be on.
Ding attempts to relieve the pressure on the king side by offering a trade of bishops. Nepo declines and plays f4 instead.
But you like always get into rook h4, I guess. Okay. f4 played by Jan. Wow.
Okay, so knight h5, f4. Oh yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
He's really going for it.
I mean, it's going to be quite an exciting time trouble.
Yeah, because he wants all these dark squares, he wants the open f-file.
Time trouble looms as players, mainly Ding, scramble to reach time control.
All right, so we have move from Nepo.
Yeah, actually c3 knight takes f4 just
c3 knight f4 was just played. Okay, just in time.
Okay, so he played bishop takes f4, takes, bishop takes c5, rook h4. And rook d8 was played by Ding quickly.
Ding has 5 minutes for the next 8 moves, and he has to come up with a plan somehow. Wow, Ding really looks nervous here. I can only imagine the pressure he's under. Just make a move! Jan is circling around the stage, hunting for his prey. Rook d2. That's a good move. Ding is threatening mate, but he only has 45 seconds left with no increment. Rook e2 by Jan! And Ding blitzes rook d3. Look at the eval bar, a blunder! What if Jan takes the pawn on c5? Rook d1 check. King g2. Queen d3. Ding has lost control. Rook f2. King g7. Rook df4. And now Nepo doubles on the f-file. Queen takes c3, but after queen takes c3, bishop takes c3, Jan has rook takes f7, and Ding resigns. What a heartbreaking game for the Chinese. He played so well but completely lost track in time trouble. He seemed to be too nervous with the clock ticking down. In the press conference, Ding reflects on the dramatic time trouble. What went through his mind?
Yeah, in the previous move, when he played rook c4, suddenly I realized maybe I was slightly worse after that. Then I cannot go rook d3, can take on c5, and then he said rook c8 check. And if I just wait on king g7, he will just play rook f1. If he's stabilized, maybe he's going to be better. So I want to take immediate attention, so I play h4. With the idea take rook d2, but I totally missed rook e2, rook d1, king g2. So after gh, I started to think again, and I couldn't find any way to make the games to continue. But after the game, he told me that I can play bishop d4 after queen c5. Maybe it's a chance to draw. Yeah, after g takes h4, it's very hard to play actually. If I just wait here, then he'll play rook f1, then my position hopeless. So I just couldn't find the right continuation during the game.
The whole game was extremely sharp, extremely tense, and I don't know, I felt like I should be doing quite fine. And after he, suddenly played rook d3, queen c5, rook d1 check, I felt like he completely lost the trace, and here I think my king is super safe because rook on c4 it controls all sorts of checks from g4, e4, and basically white I think is winning at this point, and also like the time trouble became really severe.
The first half of the FIDE World Championship is completed, and the score is currently 4-3 to Jan Nepomniachtchi, with still only 2 draws. There will be yet another rest day tomorrow, which is discussed more in depth by FIDE CEO and tournament director Emil Sutovsky.
Well, the logic behind rest days after game number 6, but also after game number 7, has 2 points. One being for the fact that they typically play 2 games rest day, 2 games rest day, which leads to a situation that a certain player always has white or always has black in the day after the rest day. So it means that the player can prepare particularly for one color. So we didn't know in advance who would that be, but it's disbalanced. I think it was noted quite a few times before. I remember Kasparov was complaining about that during the match with Kramnik in 2000, and it's really becoming an issue. Especially, we didn't expect it to be that much of an issue, but especially if you notice that both players are having problems facing back, so it's a bit more unfair if one player has this advantage or disadvantage. So it would be balanced now. And another second point that we wanted to have a final game and possible tiebreak on Saturday and Sunday.
Today happens to be Daniil Dubov's 27th birthday. The FIDE team surprised him with a cake during one of the commentary breaks.
Are you
happy birthday to you? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Daniil. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much, guys, actually. Yeah. It's like very pleasant, like the weirdest timing I could imagine, but still very pleasant. Really, thank you very much.
The 8th round will begin at 3 p.m. on Thursday the 20th. Can Ding bounce back once more? Join us in witnessing one of the most exciting World Championship matches in the history of chess. Bye for now.
As the world holds its breath, 2 unstoppable minds prepare for immortality. One from the land of the dragon, the other from the land of the bear. Together, they will write history. The patient and precise Ding, carefully calculating every move to gain a strategic advantage. facing the aggressive Nepomniachtchi, who is always looking to take risks and never afraid to make bold moves to pressure his opponents. Their eyes might be fixed on the board, but their minds will be focused on victory. These two titans of the chessboard have fought their way through the ranks, demonstrating skill, strategy, and a fierce competitive spirit. Now they will go head-to-head and fight for the ultimate title, the FIDE World Championship crown. Where champions come and go, chess endures.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the 8th game of the 2023 World Chess Championship between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm joined by Grandmaster Daniil Dubov. We're past the halfway point of the match. The halfway point exceeded everyone's expectations, and I think the right place to start, Daniil, is to go over the dramatic events of the 7th game that gave Jan a 1-point advantage in the match yet again. So here we go. We had this position after 31 moves. Ding was black, and he had more than 9 minutes at this point with what we thought was a very comfortable position where he had many ways to play, could do something, could do nothing, as you said. Black is fine regardless. He spent over a third of his time on the move h4, which it's a reasonable move. It's definitely very concrete. It's a big decision to give away that pawn. Okay, white doesn't have to take it, but white did take it pretty quickly. And then the next shocking part came was that there was not really a follow-up prepared to this, because then he proceeded to get down to 45 seconds for the last 8 moves of the game before the time control, which, you know, watching just looked pretty insane. And you know, after that, it was just, you know, a few more moves, and basically he was losing on the board and on the clock, Daniil.
Right. Yeah, well, it happens. Also, I think it's in general, you know, he's not used to playing without increment, which can be tough. And yeah, it could be that he didn't have any specific prep in that regard. Which is kind of, you think, okay, I'll manage that. Yeah, at the end of the day, I have the same 2 hours or so, but it's a completely different thing, and you can actually get quite nervous in those time troubles. Let's say I remember myself watching this game 6 of the match in Dubai, where, I mean, okay, Magnus won this brilliant game, but actually he barely managed to get to move 41. And I remember like how nervous I was, and here I think, like, even if you look at the video again, I actually did it yesterday, you can actually see that he's so nervous. And I think he had like about 9 seconds to play 3 moves or something at some point. So yeah, clearly, I mean, you don't need to be mental to actually feel this extra tension down to last seconds, which probably happened to Ding.
Yeah, I feel, though, that the time issue has been something that's been obvious to the people viewing the match from the very beginning. So it must have been something that, you know, Ding's team would have wanted to address as well. I mean, as early as game 2 in the game that he lost, I mean, he almost lost on time in that game, too. It didn't seem to matter that much because he was also losing on the board. But, I mean, all throughout the match, people have been pointing out that he's just using his time worse than Nepo. So, I mean, it finally came to bite him in a very painful way in this game 7. Yeah, people called what they were seeing. I heard some words like inexplicable, like he froze, that he just broke inside. I mean, people just could not really believe what they were seeing at this point.
Yeah.
But okay, I'm going to read you a pleasant, I think you're going to find this, yeah, quite pleasant quote from Fabi on his podcast. So he was doing a review of this game and talking about this position. So here he says, Jan actually mentioned a very, very interesting opportunity, which I think nobody would see from the side. You would only see if you're involved in the game and if you're very sharp tactically, as Jan is. he saw the move bishop d4, which he thought was drawing the game. So, you know, why I got a kick out of this, Daniil, is because actually I am sitting next to somebody who saw this opportunity and is not playing the game. And yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's funny because sometimes like these moves, they're not really appreciated by the computer at all,
right.
You know, and that's why, you know, computer engine is not going to help you appreciate the power of this resource the way a human player will.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, thank you and thank Fabi, but yeah, I mean, it helped a lot that I didn't have an engine, so I actually didn't know that white is winning. I mean, if I knew this is +7, then you
would never even look for it.
I mean, you kind of understand that bishop d4 doesn't work, right? You're not even looking for something, yeah, but...
And I think another clue for you, right, was that Jan was actually thinking for quite a while here, right? So at some point, you know, you were just like, okay, what is he thinking about?
Yeah.
Right, and then you decided to like check all the checks in this position.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, this was a brilliant resource, but it doesn't work anyway. Which I think in terms of psychology, actually, it's a help for Ding. It's way more heartbreaking to actually find out after the game that even after all this stuff, like one check bishop d4 would actually save you the game. And now you're not that disappointed that you missed it. I mean, queen e5 is not the most difficult move in the world.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard for white probably to really believe that he's winning, but you play queen e5 nevertheless.
Yeah.
So basically, there was no even practical chance, I would say, with the bishop d4. I'm pretty sure Jan would have found queen e5. I mean, it's just an elimination process that gets you there. And queen e5 is also like the most solid move. Like, you're not sure you're winning, but you want your queen back, you want your rook on e2 to be protected, and then you have this rook c8 check idea, which is actually a mating threat. So yeah, given that, I think it's nice for Ding that actually this was not a real chance.
Yeah, but it's interesting that, you know, of course, like Jan actually thought that this would, you know, give black a draw during the game.
Yeah.
Right, and it's interesting to know. So I mean, he definitely thought of it as a powerful resource, and it's true. I mean, it's just, I mean, with all these checks that black has that you have to calculate, and the king is pretty open. I mean,
right.
From without the computer's help, it definitely looks like a serious opportunity for black.
Right, but also from Jan's side, I guess, well, there was no mistake basically. I mean, as white, you don't need to really evaluate this, as long as you are sure that there's basically no alternative to queen takes c5. You realize it's either you take, and then yes, bishop d4 exists, and it's probably a draw or maybe not, and otherwise black will just pick up this pawn on c3, and you're certainly not better and probably worse. So it's quite an easy choice. You don't even need to be sure that you're winning after bishop d4 check. You actually need to figure out the opposite, that basically there is no alternative to queen takes c5. And then I don't think like Jan saying that this was drawing necessarily means that he would not have found c takes d4, queen e5 and all the rest. I think he would. It's just that he didn't need to calculate it all at that point.
So in this position, Daniil, black has a lot of choices. You probably checked with your cloud engine to see what was the favorite choice of the computer at this point for Ding.
Yeah, I think in general, if you let an engine run for quite a while, the numbers start dropping. Like, it's not that bad for white. It's like minus 0.30 at some big depths. And yeah, there are many moves. The creative one I wanted to mention is actually bishop d8, which I think you called on stream, which was actually brilliant. And to me, it felt insane, and I made some stupid joke about one more bishop d8.
Yeah, and can I tell you something really funny?
Yeah.
I was kind of wondering if you were going to mention this move now, because Fabi also mentioned it, and he said that, you know, if someone plays this move during a game, you start thinking that they're using an engine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it looks insane. That's what I told you. Yeah, I mean, probably it's just that Fabi and me, we see chess pretty much the same way. I mean, you have king g7, you have h4, you have a5, and I mean, this pawn on c3 is weak, and you always have this idea with rook d3 attacking c3, and then you suddenly go bishop d8. And then indeed, as white, like, your first reaction is, I mean, you're basically laughing inside. Then you actually realize it makes sense. And yeah, this is where you kind of get worried and upset.
Yeah, it's interesting. One of the ideas of this move, I mean, because I was kind of doing it with just some primitive, thoughts that maybe I transfer the bishop to this diagonal. We can play h4 at some point, or maybe play h4 and then bishop c7. But yeah, there's also other points, which is that this pawn, sometimes you can't take it because there's bishop b6.
Yeah.
And also that somewhere this pawn is unblocked and you can actually start pushing these pawns. And that's like a big one, right? Because it seemed like Ding in the game, he was always afraid of this rook coming here.
Yeah.
And I guess that's another thing we can talk about, is that what was sort of revealed to us at the press conference is that Ding was actually kind of very, maybe like overly pessimistic about his position at some point. It looked like, he said after rook c4, he started thinking that he could even be a little bit worse if he did nothing.
Yeah.
And it was pretty shocking to hear that, because we were, I think everyone else watching this game thought that black was absolutely fine.
But he is right, though. No, I kind of see his point. Like, black is better.
Yeah, it's time to disagree, Daniil. This is your first disagreement of the day.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But I see his point. Like, black is better, and indeed you can play quiet moves for now. But at the end of the day, it will require quite a lot of calculation for black to even be okay. Like, you can play king g7, but it's not that you can wait forever. It's just that your position is good and you can kind of skip one move in a row. But in general, this rook f1 followed by, let's say queen h6.
Yeah, and then fortunately, do I have this move? I think I do, right?
Yeah, I guess. But in a time trouble, I can easily get why you're worried about this as black.
Yeah.
It probably works, but this is not like exactly what you want, being down to like 2 minutes or something against Jan. Some, I don't know, h3, g4 will happen or something.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing in this position is that black could do literally anything, right? Like, any of these moves are fine. Like, I even checked this move, which looks kind of ugly, and it's still, that's playable. Like, it's almost impossible to make a very bad move for black here.
Yeah, but it's because your position is good. But let's say you go a5, I go rook f1.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that simple. It's just that in the very beginning you're doing well.
Yeah, maybe I go back anyway.
Sure, but then, I don't know, some queen f3 maybe.
You're gonna let me this idea again? I guess this is the cool idea. This is like really the nice point of bishop d8, of getting out of the way.
Yeah,
push
sure.
those pawns. All right,
but it's not obvious.
Yeah, let's talk about a few other things about what we're expecting today. So, Gata Kamsky, he says, I'm not surprised with the fighting spirit of these guys. They've been fighting every game. It's like hit, return, hit, and return, hit. But now Ding has to return the favor again, and I'm not sure it's going to work this time. I mean, I guess, we are waking up to the fact that we've had 4 decisive games in a row, which is just crazy.
Yeah.
And, I mean, how long can this continue? I mean, now Levon Aronian...
I think as long as I keep on commentating on this, right?
Oh, you think so? That's just the key ingredient.
No, but I think like all the games
that you've been commentating have been decisive.
I think so.
Yes, that's true. Ever since you came in game 5, we've had 3 decisive games in a row.
Yeah.
Okay, the players are at the board. So here's what Levon says. I think he was maybe the most clear in his thoughts. He says Nepo is a favorite, a clear favorite. He's still dictating the match, and he thinks that this last game that Ding lost, which was, this very kind of special way to lose from, a position that just looked very safe for him, that he thinks it is going to be too difficult to come back from this kind of game psychologically, and so he, I think, basically thinks that Nepo is going to take this match.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a guess, and it could be right, it could be wrong. Let's say in Ding's shoes, I would in general, I would be way more upset about the games where I played badly and I'm getting outplayed badly and stuff than when I actually play a good game. I mean, okay, I lost, but I finally managed to outplay the guys black, and I have 7 games to go. It's only -1. Why would I be upset? After game 2 in Ding's shoes, I would be way more worried. And this way, I mean, of course, it has to be, I mean, Jan is in the lead. Let's actually head it over to Katie, I guess.
She's going to introduce the person who'll play the first move.
And today, to open the game, we have a special guest. Mr. Viktor Tolgayev, the director of the mining and processing plant Teoline, also the sponsor of the World Chess Championship match. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I would like to call on the stage the chief arbiter to take over from here. Thank you.
Or 3g3, or 3 bishop f4. I mean, given the fact Richie has access, it could be literally anything. But you are right, actually. This is Nimzo.
All right, we're seeing our first Nimzo of the match.
Okay.
Very nice. Which line? I think e3. Is he going to go for e3? I would guess e3. Caruana mentioned that that's like where he would test to see Nepo's lines in Nimzo with this move. And I think that's what he did. Oh, there we go. So maybe they're watching Fabiano's podcasts and getting some opening advice from him.
Right.
Okay.
It's also interesting that Nepo actually tried to play the Nimzo as white, right? I mean, they go this Carlsbad via the Nimzo move order. So it's funny that, I mean, they could both be planning the same thing as white.
Well, I guess let's talk about this move. This is called the Rubinstein variation, right, of the Nimzo Indian. And the pluses of it is that it's very kind of flexible. It's very solid. There's like less forcing lines, I would say, in this compared to the other popular move, Queen C2.
Right. But also E3 is not exactly, I mean, it's not exactly defining the line. For instance, it's called after Rubinstein, as Rubinstein wanted to play the plans with knight g1 actually going to e2, not f3, which is not necessarily the case in modern theory anymore. So let's say now white has bishop d3 followed by knight e2, white has bishop d3 followed by knight f3, white has a3, which I think Ding just played.
Oh, okay, that's a popular treatment.
Yeah. So takes, c5, forward.
Ah, they're going for this line with like bishop d3, e4, f4?
Yeah.
That could be one way.
Which is actually called, I think, Zamish variation, right?
Yes.
I think it's a different thing.
Ah, okay, but now...
Now
okay, it's a little different, this move d6, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I actually know a little bit about this position. Ah, so he plays knight e2, okay. So one of the lines...
This is a little bit unusual. It's definitely...
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the idea is maybe black, maybe black is going for these kinds of moves instead of like c5.
Yeah.
And then maybe you don't want your bishop on d3.
Right.
Because there are some lines where the pawn drives in. But already for me, like this position is something new.
Yeah. But it's actually hysterical that, like, imagine white would have started with knight g to e2, and then a3, bishop takes c3, you go bc, not knight takes.
Yes. Yeah, that's not something you see every day.
This would be like remarkably stupid, I would say. But yes, the point is that probably this move d7, d6 is not necessarily the toughest reaction, sort of. And yeah, in many lines, black plays some c5, b6, bishop a6 instead. and the pawn actually remains on d7 for quite long. Yeah, this is tricky.
By the way, this position was reached in an older game of one of Nepo's seconds, Nikita Vityugov, like 10 years ago. He was on the black side of exactly this position. And actually, there's a lot of old games here, you know, starting from 1949. Lelenthal versus Szabo, and then we have Kotov Najdorf.
Yep.
So let's see. I mean, the move here seems to be e5, although, yeah, even c5 has been seen.
Yeah.
And Vityugov played e5.
Yeah, you normally play d6 with intention of playing e5.
Oh, there's a really famous game here. I gotta just tell you about this one. This one I actually know. Kaidanov Onishuk from the Chicago Open 2002. And the reason I know this game is because there's a very cool exchange sack. Do you know this game?
Yeah, it's like one of the most...
It's a classic, yeah?
Yeah. Like every Russian student knows every single game of the Chicago Open, right?
All right, let me...
No, I don't have a single idea.
Oh, you don't have
I mean, it's... Yeah.
No, I actually believed you when you said that you know it. Well, let me show you the game because it's pretty cool. So knight e2, e5.
Okay.
And now you'll see why it's famous. Knight g3,
okay.
rook e8,
yeah.
bishop d3,
okay.
e4,
okay.
bishop b1,
yep.
b6, f3, bishop a6,
okay.
Bishop takes c4.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Bishop a6, f takes c4, f takes c4.
Okay.
Bishop takes c4, queen f3, knight bd7. Okay, Daniil, I'm going to let you think about what did white do here that would make this a memorable game?
Rook a2?
Yes.
I guess. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Rook a2, and yeah, that's this exchange sacrifice, and Kaidanov went on to win the game.
Okay.
And yeah, so you know, it's the kind of thing you remember when you see it, because like, you know, just putting your rook on prise is not something that happens every day, but you know, the bishop on c4 is very strong, and
yeah, absolutely unbelievable game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice, right? And
yeah, I mean,
able
it
to
is.
castle, like just strategically, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, Reshevsky Petrosian with rook e6 is not even close, right, to the level of Chicago Open.
Well, no,
no, I mean, I'm joking. Like, rook a2 is a cool move, and the idea is cool. Yeah, I mean, it's just counterintuitive to me to call this like.
Well, it's important for this. It's important for this kind of line because, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. c5 was played meanwhile.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah.
And c5 is not it's not the move that Vityugov chose.
Yeah.
Let's actually see.
c5 is strange, I must say. Like, it's normal itself, but you know, combined with d6, it's a little bit strange move order. Then once again, I know quite a lot about this position, but also there has to be like a line between showing the general ideas and you know, publishing your notes, kind of. So c5, okay, knight g3 is good. In terms of ideas, white is going to play bishop d3, castles e4, f4, e5, pretty much whatever black plays. And my impression has been that, let's say, if you're not in details as black, you're actually in trouble. I would put it this way. Like, black has many ways, but most of them will be very concrete. And in most of the lines, white will sacrifice the pawn on c4, which will happen with, I don't know, something like this. And then, I guess, let's say f4, knight a5, e4, and there we go. Black takes on c4, then some e5 happens, and then if we are both brilliant, then it's a draw.
Here's a game, Vaganyan versus Ulf Andersson from this position. So I went knight g3,
yeah, knight c6,
knight c6, and bishop d3 and e5.
Okay.
And okay.
Ding actually plays rook
Ding
a2.
played rook a2 after knight c6.
Okay.
Interesting. So you do see how relevant that Kaidanov game is with this rook a2 idea?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean...
But I thought it's only good when it's under attack, no?
Yeah.
No?
Without the bishop attacking it, it's a little less impressive. But still, okay, this is, first of all, quite unusual. I mean, I'm guessing the idea is to bring the rook to d2.
Right, but let me actually interrupt you once. This is very typical for the chess players. He plays rook a2 and he leaves the board, which means I know like you had a clue about bishop d3, and I know rook a2 is good, and I know how rare moves this is, and I know that engine doesn't want it as white, and I know you're out of the book, so have fun. And Nepo like immediately, I mean, you can
starts
guess.
rubbing his temples.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. He clearly proves this exact theory, right?
It's funny. So you're basically saying, okay, there's a lot of psychology that's going into this move and everything that's going on around it.
No, it's not about psychology. It's just typical that is white. I mean, you blitz out moves. Your opponent blitzes out moves, and then you play something fresh, and you leave the board. You're like, okay, now I got you, so sort of, and the guy starts to think.
And you know, I also realized there could even be some very strange rook lift like that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is such a fascinating move to me, right? Because I mean, yeah, of course, bishop d3 is completely standard.
Yeah.
You want to get castled, and so rook a2 is pretty cool. I have to say, I do like this kind of rook lift idea, but let's see now. I mean, I suppose you can either go e5 or you can go for the b6 plan. So two fundamentally different plans.
Yeah, I think e5 is first of all never too good. Secondly, I think it's normally worse than with white king on g1. Is potentially, let's say you go e5, d5. You go somewhere, I don't know where you want to go actually. I don't know, e7 or e5.
Yeah, e7.
But anyway, in many lines I will not castle. I'll just do something like this, and then potentially even king d2, c2 can be an option. And then white will examine the plans with some kingside attacks, which are not necessarily killing, but it kind of makes sense.
So rook a2 is not actually a novelty, but it's been played only very recently. We got two games. Both of them were played by Grandmaster Aram Hakobian, and one of them was played in the Spice Cup Open, and the second one was played online in the Air Things Masters. So that seems to be his little pet move. Black has done different things, knight a5 and also e5. Yeah.
Okay.
So Parham Maksudlu played e5 here.
Okay.
Should we take a look at that?
Okay.
e5.
Well,
d5.
my intuition is kind of streaming that you don't play e5 here, but okay.
Knight a5.
Okay.
e4.
Okay.
Knight d7. Bishop d3.
Yeah.
Rook e8.
So it's normally in this kind of a position, it's very much about white losing or not losing his pawn on c4. And I think in this exact case, white is not going to lose it, as he'll play queen e2. And then it's either you go b6, bishop a6, or you go knight d7 to b6, but you cannot attack this pawn more than 2 times, which is normally bad news. So he played rook e8, castles, right?
Yeah, rook e8 castles, knight f8.
Yeah.
And then white opened up the game with f4.
f4, yeah, exactly. And then we see the point of this idea of rook a2, as the rook is actually about to come to f2 and help white in the attack. Then my guess would be Parham was much worse and eventually won the game.
Well, I don't know. So e takes, bishop takes, knight g6. I mean, for now, I feel hard to claim maybe that white's better when you still have this problem with e5. But
okay, rook a2,
rook af2, yeah, knight takes, rook takes, and f6.
Yeah, and then some e5 has to work, no?
Well, it didn't work quite yet. So he played he played knight h5. So something happened.
Oh, e5 looks so good, no? But okay, sure.
Knight h5, rook e5, and then he sacked the knight.
And won or lost?
He drew.
Okay,
yeah.
So.
But you saying e5 could have been a cool idea here?
Yeah,
it looks very tempting. H7,
yeah,
right?
my intuition is just screaming go e5, and then you'll find out. But yeah, I guess you go rook takes.
Oh, maybe rook takes, yeah, because you control h5 like that.
Yeah, but then even something like queen c2. Yeah, I mean, it looks very suspicious for black to me.
Let's take a look at what Ding and Nepo are doing. So after rook a2.
So Jan played b6, right? So b6 is actually the most natural move to me. We are both Soviet school, we feel the same way. Like e5, you just don't play out of principle, kind of. And you, normally you grew up knowing that, the thing in this position is normally b6, bishop a6, knight a5. And Ding played e4. Okay.
Yeah, he played that pretty quickly. So after that move, I guess we can say that for now, this bishop is not going to be able to develop. So this is, these kinds of ideas are typical in these positions, but I suppose not so much with a knight already over here, because then there's just h6, right? And you don't have like bishop h4.
I mean, you have h4 though. So let's say you go bishop h6. I start to like this game a lot, actually. I mean, we'll have a lot of, a lot of cool ideas here. There is quite a big room for...
I have to say, I've always kind of found these structures nice, where you like get this damaged pawn structure in the center, but then you get the big center and the bishops. It's always been one of the interesting positions in the Nimzo Indian.
Yeah.
So, okay, Nepo has made a move. It might be bishop a6.
Yeah, I think it was. So how about bishop g5?
Okay.
h6, h4.
So you really want to go after black right from the get-go.
Yeah.
Basically.
But this is kind of the point of the whole line. It's basically that you try to attack the king side.
But what if I go? Okay, obviously I'm not going to be taking your knight because it's a little. Yeah,
you
could. Too dangerous.
You could actually try and then to play something like g6, but yeah, I mean it does look suspicious. Like you certainly don't.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, maybe
don't save your
maybe
knight.
you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the first thing you want to do, right? I mean,
Although it could be very safe. Like you have to like consider that White's king is still in the center too, and their development is not so amazing. Like at some point, I expect White to actually try to get developed in this game.
Yeah, but White wants to checkmate. Like you take, you go e5 maybe, or you go queen g4 followed by knight h5. I think there is a famous quote by I think it was Harry Pillsbury, who said that
something about open files.
No, he said like the idea was more general sort of. So he said that whenever you attack, you need to attack the way that when the attack is over, it is actually not over. And yeah, I mean here as White, like it's not about development or something. I mean it's basically once you play this bishop g5, h6, h4, we go all in.
How about we go f4? I mean, is that just crazy, or it feels a little crazy?
Why not? No, I think it's.
I mean, how strong is this really at an idea like knight a5?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell.
I mean, it's just a little. It is a little strange. Like White has this sort of development on the back rank. I mean.
Yeah.
But okay.
Bishop g5.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Which very much means h6, h4 is a point. I mean, otherwise, like, if you don't have a reply after h6, then it's kind of strange, right?
Yeah. And
I don't see what the reply can be. I mean, you can make an argument for playing bishop g5 to e3 and saying, like, I provoked h6 for no reason, but h6 looks like a useful move to me. Like, it doesn't help White in the attack, like there is no g4, g5 or something.
Yeah, you're saying, so basically the idea can't really be just to go back.
Yeah. No, it's just you go h4.
Yeah,
and you
Jan
say
immediately I think plays h6.
Yeah,
right?
and you say like I'm at lose, but yeah, I won't play like a single move backwards in this game anymore. What's not to like? Yeah.
Okay,
h4?
so h4. Well, do you have some specific threats here, like maybe knight h5?
Yeah, I mean after knight h5 we'll have to calculate h takes. But it's just in general that I'm saying, you know, h takes will always be there. So it's just that my bishop is, I mean, protected this a little bit weird way. I probably want to play f4.
All right, let's go make a very specific move.
Yeah.
Let's just see how strong your attack is.
It's hard to tell. I kind of like f4. I think, given the fact that I'm trying to checkmate, I don't really care about this pawn on c4. Like we're playing different stakes, sort of.
Well, you know, one thing that's kind of obvious about this game is how quickly the battle is starting. I mean, normally the battle doesn't start at least, I don't know, 15 moves in somewhere. Here, it's just obvious that, I mean, it's already like the stakes are very high from the very beginning.
Yeah.
So All right, let me see. You're basically, if I take this pawn, you're going to trade and go e5.
Yeah, probably.
And it's just going to be pretty crazy. But okay.
No,
I mean,
I'm just saying that in general, like, you're way more worried about being checkmated than I am like about losing this pawn. Say I can even play rook f2, like you take f1. Like the problem remains. I think objectively black is doing well. I think objectively you're right, and I have to try something that that has like e4, e5 played at some point. But in like even rook f2, it's not an ideal scenario when you're on +1.
All right, Ding.
h4,
it didn't take him long to come up with that. Yeah, when you say A, you gotta say B, right? So, yeah, I mean, I guess it's logical to say that this is Ding's preparation, right? He hasn't spent that much time and
could be. I think it's also logical to suggest that Jan is actually, I mean, he knows something. I mean, he reacted rather quickly, and I think in general, I mean, let's say I looked at this kind of position quite a lot, and I mean, I looked at it mostly out of curiosity. Actually, I was not going to play it with either side, but I just thought, okay, this is an interesting position. Let's kind of make sure we have a clue about it, just in case. So, I mean, preparing for the World Championship match when you're planning to play the Nimzo, you don't miss
lines with A3.
Sort of. I mean, like at least in a good team, which I think Jan has, in general, it's not that you can miss the whole concept of white playing A3 and then this E4 and going all out. Then, I mean, again, this like exact move order with Rook A2, they might miss.
Right.
But I mean, given Ding's, like confident walking away, I mean, I think Rook A2 is not what the engine wants at first, and it could be that the exact move order was missed. But at the same time, not the whole idea. Like, I'm pretty sure Jan played H6, pretty much knowing that H4 is going to happen, and he saw this idea in different lines. And he, like, I guess he's now out of the book in terms of like exact moves, but at the same time he knows very well what the ideas are. And he's like, okay, let's say we looked at the same position with the bishop on d3 or e2, I mean, instead of f1, and the rook is on e2. He's like, okay, I know all the plans, let me just figure out which difference this rook makes.
All right, so let's start with just, let's just go to the most forcing move for black and see how dangerous is this. And I mean, I do like the move g6. It stops the queen from coming in to h5. And now the knight, I don't know if the knight, well, I guess the knight does kind of want to move away to h7 if you give me time.
Let's take it.
Okay. So you take and I take.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Looks
I mean,
pretty good attacking this pawn.
Yeah, but then again, let's go back to Pillsbury, right? I mean, it's not yet time to kind of...
second wave of the attack somewhere?
It's e5 or queen g4, I guess. Both look reasonable to me. e5, I kind of like less for some reason.
Queen g4, you basically just want to go after my queen.
Well, queen g4, my guess would be that basically if c takes d4 doesn't work, then you're in trouble. And here I have knight h5, and we have to look at it.
And I mean, this would be a very funny move.
Yeah, queen h8, queen g5 looks bad.
Yeah.
So queen e5, I guess.
Let's just show that. Let's just show that. Now you're threatening to get in, and I can't really keep you out since I don't have f6 or any other resources.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it feels like queen e5 is the move.
Queen e5.
I mean, at least to me. And then, I mean, again, it's kind of obvious that white has a billion of ways. And as black, I mean, it's hard to like figure. I mean, there is a 4. There are moves that prepare e4, such as bishop d3.
You mean like even f4, giving up this pawn would check and then go like...
Yeah, exactly. So let's say I go
bishop e2 or something? Or,
yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Why not?
Okay. That's pretty crazy.
No, I mean, it's crazy, but you're threatening checkmate. Okay, bishop e2, it's not, could be just loss for black too. I mean, it's clearly double-edged.
Yep. So let's see how I'm going to defend here. Yeah, can't touch my f-pawn, I guess.
I mean, you can even try.
So if I go here, what do we get? Like, you have to go back?
Yeah.
And then
you can take the rook. But then at very least I have a perpetual with knight f6, knight h5. And I also have moves like queen g5, yeah, or something. Yeah.
Like that, and you're setting up a checkmate actually.
Yeah.
Like that and like that.
Yeah. No, this is exactly kind of a position where the prep helps.
Yeah,
like
I hope someone has analyzed this well before they sacrifice all their pieces.
Yeah, but I would say you're more scared as black. Like as white, basically, if you're out of the book, but you're sure that the guy is out of the book too, then it's okay. I mean, you're just going to play this like another cool game.
What if I go back? Are you getting out of this perpetual, by the way?
I'm not sure.
Because you can't really step into the light squares.
Yeah. So first of all, we kind of suggest that once I go rook e2, you have queen f5, right?
Yeah, that was.
Is this your point?
Like this, right?
Or with bishop on d1, like I could play bishop e2, bishop d1, and
like this, and then
and then rook e2, you have queen f5. So the difference is that now after queen h4, queen takes h5 exists.
The bishop is not protecting anymore.
Yeah. Can I play something fancy instead? Probably. I mean, I have queen g3, but I don't like it this much. Then I don't have a threat anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Vishy the King has a tweet. The Zamish is perfect for this kind of match situation. Ding laying down the gauntlet, but Nepo showing that he's happy to be provoked. Yeah, so Vishy likes Ding's choice of opening. I think we agree with that, right, Daniil?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's great. I think it's going to be a super exciting game.
Yeah.
Still lots of unexplored territory here.
But I must say, I mean, let's say if I would be in Jan's team, like I'm strongly against allowing this in this match situation. And after like e3, it's not that you get this by force as white. Yeah, takes and g6 played.
Like everything that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
All right.
It's actually very interesting that he's so fast. So it's either he recalled the line, or he basically went crazy.
Well, you said I think he likes to bluff sometimes, right? In the openings, playing very quickly when he doesn't actually know.
Yeah,
stuff.
But then you could be just straight checkmated. I mean, it's. I mean, you can bluff this way, but not all the bluffs work.
All right. Well, he went g6. So let's try to figure out what is White's line of attack going to be. So we're taking the knight.
I guess.
Taking the knight, bringing out the queen.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because fundamentally, Black's position looks very sound, right? It's not like I feel like, oh, Black has made some mistakes, now he's going to get punished. I mean, I feel like Black has played very logically. So the only really dangerous point is that there's this big open file against the king. But other than that, Black has quite decent pieces and actually better development than White. So there is this kind of saying in chess that you can't really attack from an undeveloped position, right?
Yeah.
So let's see how White's going to proceed here. So we were looking at queen g4. That was our try so far.
Yeah. You know what? It's actually funny, but the way I see, like the opening psychology at this level, and I think I know something about it, is I mean, my impression is like I would normally bet that if Ding doesn't play move quickly, well, it's either like they were insane with their prep, checking basically nothing, or it's very bad for Black. Like as White, I would normally have my prep in such a line arranged the way that basically I check all the good moves for Black, and I know that if I'm out of the book, then it means I'm much better or even winning. So if let's say h takes, g6 is not in my notes, then I mean I know I'm much better, and I start thinking.
But on the other hand, if you were analyzing this position, this would be just a basic thing that you would check. I mean, because it's like, it just throws itself into your eyes, right? Like black takes, so it's like, it's hard not to check that line because it actually is intuitive to a human player as well.
I agree. I agree, but at the same time, I mean, it could be that you just saw some lines like G takes, Queen takes, and then engine was saying like, this is good and this is good.
Yeah.
And let's say, I mean, you have your notes ending with some like Queen G4 or E5, and then, I mean, you just have this arrow, and like go ahead, you're much better, you'll figure it out over the board.
I mean, what could he do other than taking the knight? I was just thinking about a kind of a crazy move. I mean, it can't possibly work, but I don't know, F4?
F4, yeah, could be.
I mean, like maybe like supporting this pawn in case black wants to go knight H7, so the pawn is actually protected.
Yeah.
But does that work? I mean, like even, okay, let's say I just do that move. Let's just see how powerful this attack is.
It could be quite powerful, so let's say Queen G4.
Yeah, and I'm trying to like
King G7,
do this,
yeah.
With the idea that if you go here, I go here, and even though my rook is trapped, okay, you're not really getting
But it's
through.
very, I mean, it's very, it is a very questionable kind of thing in general.
All right, Ding just left the board.
What? Okay, cool.
So did he make a move?
No, he's just, okay, I'm going to...
He's just going to the rushed area?
Yeah, I'll just go check my notes and I'll come back. You know, you're actually dead lost. Just let me look at it briefly.
Now he's back again.
Okay.
So that was a little strange.
Okay.
But okay. Oh, he got some water.
No, I must say this is like incredibly, I mean, I don't know which word to use, like funny or weird match in terms of players' behavior. This is actually cool to watch. I mean, unlike Magnus, who would normally spend like most of the time over the board, these guys can even leave when they have to.
When it's their turn to move.
Yeah. It's just very impressive, yeah.
Okay, but F4, yeah, F4 feels like maybe it's going to be too slow.
Yeah, right? It's a bit annoying that like the whole world but us knows if it's good for white or not. And we'll figure it out, you know.
But you think
ourselves.
it's annoying? I feel like this is the process of discovery in chess.
Yeah,
I love it. I love being in the unknown.
Yeah, that is also true, yeah.
Yeah.
So, like my first question about F4, like I would think about it different way. So let's say knight H7 exists. And let's say we have some reasons to be optimistic here, at least optically, we think this might work. I don't know why exactly yet, to be honest. But my thinking would be, is actually F4 a reasonable move in case of something like King G7 instead? So what are you actually gaining compared to
taking the knight?
Yeah, exactly.
I see. Right, because basically now you're going to have to take the knight.
Yeah.
And then, did you get a lot from this move?
Yeah, Queen G4 is there.
So
but
you actually gain something, but then there's rook H8, unfortunately.
Yeah, but then there is
E5
or knight H5 check. But the fun part is that it's funny how deep people normally learn the patterns. You actually had King takes F6, which you didn't even consider, but it's probably a better move, yeah?
Yeah, this reminds me of this of the line in their previous game, yeah, where their king could have run away.
Yeah.
Is this a better move?
Well,
is it? I mean, is it? I mean, because like white's not down any material here, and you got this weird king. I don't know. I'm not prepared to believe in King F6.
Yeah, but in the previous line, it could be that white is just winning, no? I mean, we left it somehow like as we were lazy. But after rook H8, indeed, you had like all the E5s and knight H5s.
Yes. Well, knight H5, I'm going to have to, I guess, sack and take on D4, and it's pretty crazy.
Sure.
Should we just take a quick look at this and just figure out what this is?
Takes D4, right?
Because your attack seems to be kind of over for the moment.
I mean, again, I go G3, maybe.
Yes.
Who knows? But I kind of agree that, yeah, your king will probably survive this, like even King F8 here, in terms of ideas, shouldn't be too bad. I agree. Okay.
So maybe e5 is the way to do it?
Yeah, e5 is interesting. I'm just not sure what's wrong with taking twice.
You're going to just sack the knight.
This was my worry, yeah. If we have an idea here, then the rest I think we will manage. So we kind of have to takes.
And maybe king f2.
Yeah. But it doesn't look too good for white to me, although it could be good, I don't know. Hard to tell. I don't like the fact that we are not like on the attacking side anymore. Some bishop b7, it kind of looks quite healthy for black, but he only has 2 pawns for the moment.
Yeah, it's kind of complicated. It reminds me of this line in the Slav, you know, like where this king gets to d2, I think, and...
Yeah, f2 normally.
Or is it, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but yeah, sure. I mean, it is unclear. My guess would be that after bishop b7 and then, let's say, it shouldn't be too bad for black.
Yeah.
And it could be, like, actually very good for him.
Yeah, it seems quite reasonable. I mean, you got good chances to win this pawn, and your king is pretty safe. Yeah, white's king is a bit loose.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say like this seems like a disaster yet for white, but
no.
But it doesn't seem bad for black. So let's go back a little bit. And
but then my question remains.
To Ding, how about,
yeah,
like,
so
what is he thinking? He's kind of given up the piece and he hasn't made a move yet.
No, I'm saying my question about f4. So let's say, what are you gaining? I mean, compared to g takes f6.
Right. So we went king here.
I mean, what you're gaining is that it's like a different position, right? But like if you take on f6, here it's just different.
Okay, well let's try taking again. You take with the queen.
Yeah, let's actually think here a little.
Do you think that it's maybe you don't think it's like some positional move like rook d2, do you?
No, I think we do it Pillsbury way. What about knight h5?
Well,
actually?
He took the knight.
But what about knight h5? Wait a second.
Oh wow, that's very straightforward, Daniil.
It is.
You're not very subtle about your intentions.
Pardon me. Yeah, maybe you're. I mean, you take and you
maybe move the rook
somewhere.
Or something?
Yeah.
Let's try that. Okay, so you want to checkmate.
Yeah.
Queen
no,
can't
it's kind of after rook 8. Let's say I need this second rook, right? Some move like rook a2, e3 could be killing here, but I'm not quite in time. And rook h3 is not powerful enough.
So you're basically like able to walk away from this.
Although, I mean, probably.
It's a little hard to believe in this, like we're attacking with just 2 pieces, right?
Okay, I mean, he's defending with 1, on the other hand. It's like the bishop
is a defender too.
The bishop is on a6, the knight is on c6, and Yeah, queen takes f6 played.
All right.
Let's actually have one more look at our options here. What is there? So first of all, we can play something quiet, right? We can play something like rook d2.
Yeah.
Which is very uncool.
Yeah.
It could make sense.
Too bad that I suggested that, but yeah, I mean, it has some point to it. You just kind of hold the center.
Sure.
Right. And then.
Well, it's also true that basically king g7 will run into queen g4 followed by knight h5. Which is not necessarily winning, as we know this exchange sacrifice exists. Still, it's something. Yeah, e5 was.
Yeah, we didn't really check this move yet.
Yeah, e5 was something I kind of liked.
Okay.
Intuitively, I don't know why. I guess. Well, what I want to play is knight e4. I don't know if it works or not.
I was like looking at this kind of positional stuff, but I don't think this.
This
is the time for it. But yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. Knight
e4.
No,
it could be. No, it could be. It could very well be actually.
Knight e4. So where's this queen going?
I'm not sure.
Maybe f4.
Yeah.
Seems like a nice solid square.
But then, I mean, it's nice and solid, but it could be captured there at some point. I don't know,
No, I already hung a queen on f4 in the last game. I think it's too much.
Yeah, but
you already scared me when you said you could capture this queen. I was like, who's attacking it? But I think.
Well, bishop d3 and g3 is coming, right? I mean, it's it's very straightforward thing.
There we go. Yeah.
It just
and
works.
g3, and you want like, but thankfully I have this, right?
Okay, g3.
Now you're going to be going F4, huh?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, but then you have to pray. I mean, I go F4, I get my rooks connected, rook A,
yes,
H2.
Yes.
Like, if there is justice in this world, you're checkmated.
Yeah. No, I see here you're actually building some harmony.
Yeah.
I totally get it. So E5, okay. I mean, it's a very interesting idea to basically release this knight. Oops, let's go back. Here.
Let's also, yeah, okay, knight E4. I actually like your D5 too. I just thought if queen F4 doesn't work, then maybe I'll play D5 next move.
You mean like D5
yeah,
right
just
here?
Yeah, why not?
Right here.
Just ED, CD, you just want to play it positionally.
Ah, okay.
You have this H file.
Yes.
It makes sense.
Interesting. Okay, well, guys, the opening is going in a really fascinating way. Ding basically made a pseudo piece sacrifice. Of course, now he got the piece back. He's got the open file against Nepo's king, and so we've got a lot of excitement in store. We're going to take a very, very short break while you guys can listen to Levon Aronian's opinions about Ding's chances in this match. We'll see you in a few minutes.
I think it's definitely one of the most exciting matches of recent times. I can only compare it with the match of Topalov-Kramnik that had a bloodshed throughout. Here I can tell that one difference with the match between Topalov and Kramnik, that after all they were making some incredible ideas in the openings. So there were lots of innovations. In this match, we see much less opening innovations, but much more nerves. So the players are losing positions that are not really losable on certain levels. So the resilience is rather low, and defensive mechanisms, I think they're somehow missing from the play of both participants, but it's quite understandable because the lack of classical chess generally in chess, and since the majority of tournaments are normally played in rapid and other fast formats, it slowly removes this patience from the players. So players became really impatient. So as I was expecting, and I think I spoke about this, Nepomniachtchi is a favorite, clear favorite. And so far I think he's, despite the fact that he lost a large number of games, he's still dictating the match. So he is leading now by a point. And I do think that the last game was a big type of a game. You know, when you lose slightly worse positions is one thing, but when you lose a position that you are not really in a risk of losing because everything is protected and you can just move your king back and forth, and you can only be better. And to lose from that position is of course makes a huge difference for Ding psychologically. It's going to be very tough to come back from that. I mean, you really have to be an Iron Man, which of course he is. I mean, looking at the ways he came back, but at the same time, this is somehow too big of a mistake that will really play a big part in his mind. I think it will play tricks with him. I really don't believe that he's going to come back from this. That's my feeling. I mean, and I think the second part of the match will be kind of a shadow of the first part of the match. So I think Jan will manage to become world champion.
Hey guys, we're back in this very sharp Nimzo Indian defense that Ding has played. And let's talk about Aronian's opinion that it's going to be very hard for Ding to come back after the 7th round loss. I'm going to give you my take on it, Daniil. I'm just going to say that seeing this opening, I feel like it was the right choice by Ding because I feel already so much tension just watching the way this game is developing that I feel like he definitely is making his intentions known with his choice of opening. And therefore, if he is going to have a chance, he has made the right choice. Aronian actually did say that if Ding wins this game, he is going to show himself to be an Iron Man. And yeah, so we'll see if Ding is going to get a new nickname after this game.
Yeah, we'll see. So it's quite a deep joke, right? It's like that in triathlon you... So basically to become an Ironman, I think you have this
you got to run like a marathon.
Yeah, and then you have to
swim
and
like,
ride the bike, right?
Yeah, that's it.
So
would you be interested in doing something like that, Daniil?
Not necessarily. I don't know. No, I mean I can never get this whole point of setting the random goal, like instead of doing it just for fun. I mean, if you want to do sports, do sports.
Yeah.
I mean, why to prepare yourself for some like random things that you don't really need? I mean, I don't know.
I think it's probably a question of seeing how much you can push yourself mentally,
Yeah, but just why? I mean, I just don't get this, like, what's the point? Let's say, I mean, I can be doing sports like my whole life because I like it. But then when you say this, it feels like I actually hate it, but I will do this to, to show off for one day. I mean, after finishing this marathon or whatever, which is not, I mean, groundbreaking to me. Okay, you managed. I mean, you spent three years of your life. Congratulations. If you didn't enjoy the process, then why? If you did, then why to care about the marathon this much?
Yeah. By the way, an Ironman exactly, we have it as a 2.4-mile swim, 112-mile bike ride, and a marathon run completed in that order. So interesting. The marathon is saved for the very end.
Yeah, shouldn't be too difficult. Let me sleep for a couple of hours and I'll try.
Yeah. Well, I think it's, I think who has tried to compete in an Ironman is actually Alexander Onishuk. Yeah. Right? It would be interesting to ask him about his experience on that, but okay, he's not here right now.
Right.
So let's get back to this game. Queen f6, Ding is still thinking.
Yeah.
Interesting that even though he has chosen this opening, has gone in for this temporary piece sacrifice, he's actually below Jan on the clock.
Yeah.
Are you a little surprised by how this is going, or do you think it could still be that like maybe this is actually not the computer's top line for Black, and that's why Ding is kind of out of his prep, figuring things out?
Well, my take on this as a professional would be, let's say, I mean, if we had this conversation at dinner, for instance, not on air, I'd certainly say that basically someone's prep was very bad. It's like either like Black is much worse / lost out of the opening, or like Ding missed the most obvious reply that is good, which is also insane to me. And from Ding's thinking, I suggest it's one of the two. I actually have a feeling it has to be good for White, to be honest. I'm not sure. I don't know.
So basically, you think something weird is going on here with the preparation of one of the players?
Yeah. Okay. No, but imagine, I mean, exactly as you said. So he basically blitzed out bishop g5.
Yep.
And he blitzed out h6, h4. And then, like, how do you miss takes g6 if it's also one of the engine's lines?
Yeah.
I mean, I can get it if you see that it's like +3, you don't care, kind of.
Right.
But I mean, if it's like 0, 0, 0, 0, 20, or 0, 30, I mean, I don't see you really missing this, to be honest.
So let's go and explore this e5 move in a little more depth.
Yeah, I actually thought about it. Like, as you know, people, we avoid using an engine. So I thought about it during the break without an engine. I start to like White here, but maybe it's because I'm trying to
make it work for White?
Yeah.
Okay, so which move did you want to try here?
Knight e4, I guess. This is also my first reaction. I think being down to 3 seconds, that's what I play. e5, knight e4. I think I prefer it over queen g4.
By the way, I guess if you go, so the question here is where this queen goes. Actually, she's got an interesting square on g7.
Yeah.
It's not completely stupid.
Yeah.
Because there are ideas since I control here, the queen is fairly safe, and maybe I can even use the f-pawn to defend.
Yeah, but then I thought there are two options. Like, first of all, I can, I can go d5, which, it's hard to tell if I need it. Like, you'll play something like rook d8, I guess.
Yeah. And just for clarity's sake, like, tell me, taking here, like, why is it absolutely terrible?
No, I just go c takes d5. It's probably not terrible. I just think just...
Oh, you're just taking with the king and kind of like...
Yeah.
So white's down a pawn.
Yeah, but
you got a lot of play.
Yeah, he'll go d6.
Yes.
Also, whenever I go queen f3, it's like a big problem. Let's say instead of d5, like as I said, d5 could be useful, but like it probably helps to examine the most straightforward.
Queen f3.
Yeah.
Threatening mate.
Yeah. So, like f6 looks so ugly. It could be that it works.
We just got to talk a little bit about the tweets from the top players, Daniil.
Yeah.
So Fabiano says, can't express how happy I am to see this variation played today. It seems like all the top players are in agreement about this.
Yeah.
And Levon says, me too, my boy Aram told me about it a year ago. It's very exciting.
Yeah, it is actually. I looked at it too. I told you in the very beginning, right? I told you this is going to be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So queen f3, you're threatening this. We got to stop you, so it means my f-pawn has to move, right?
This would be my guess.
Yes. So the question is, should it go up 1 or 2 squares?
Well, let's help white a little. Let's just say...
f5.
Yeah, f6 looks ugly and, has to be bad. And here, it's probably good for black, I don't know, but this allows exactly knight g5. And then... yeah, I guess e4. Then I play something like queen g3, maybe.
All right, Ding is ready for his move, and let's see.
I think it was e5.
It's e5. Okay, very cool.
Yeah.
He's going for this exciting line.
Yeah. This actually reminds me of, there's this kind of poker broadcast when you're literally in one of the player's shoes. So they would only show you his cards, and you're like in his shoes, and basically someone is bluffing him or something, but you don't know which cards are there, and you can like experience the playing this table against all these guys with like exactly the same amount of knowledge as one of the players had. Same here, right? We are not using an engine. I think we have pretty much same clue as Ding. We kind of suspect it is suspicious for black, but we are not 100% sure maybe. And we can actually try to win this game as white, kind of, right? We are not going to check it with an engine. E5 we do like to, I guess.
And by the way, guys, if you do want to try this position out as white, there is going to be a Lichess thematic arena. It's going to start in 38 minutes with a position from today's game.
Right.
So keep that in mind if you want to get some practice yourself. All right, Jan seemed a little bit surprised by e5.
Okay.
I don't know how good I am at reading his facial expressions actually.
Yeah.
But it didn't feel like, I don't know, it can't be that much of a shock. It's definitely not that surprising of a move, but it felt like he was a little bit surprised by it.
Yeah, but also my feeling about Jan, whom I played a lot, has always been that these facial expressions are normally a good sign for you. Like, it's either you just blunder badly, but if he does not move quickly, it's actually like nerves. He actually doesn't like what he's looking at.
Yes.
And then this happens.
Yeah, he made another facial expression, which was like,
Yeah. But this I think is a general pattern for him. That basically, like, it's either he was just given a gift, which is not the case here. Like, it's clearly not that obvious, or he doesn't like it. And like, honestly, there is not much to like as black. I mean, especially if you're out of book. I mean,
the other thing is like we're going into a very calculation-based kind of position, right?
Yeah.
And with a clear initiative for white, so that seems to be up Ding's alley, right?
Probably. I mean, can I criticize someone once? I think I haven't been criticizing people for like 5 minutes straight by that point.
As long as it's not me.
Yeah, can I do that? Yeah, sure. To be honest, I mean, I don't like ever see myself in the team that allows this
line
from Jan's point of view. It's not that E3 forces that.
Yes.
Not even close.
Right.
And you know.
I see what you mean.
No, this is like a completely. I mean, it could be that Jan will win this game, and I mean, it will be even tougher for Ding after that and stuff. But given the situation, like in the match, this is just a gift for Ding.
Yeah.
And I would say like a completely undeserved gift. Like as you could see on Twitter, like half the world knew about this line.
Right.
And like we all know that it makes sense for white. It's actually, you know, dangerous for black and stuff. And we all know it's not forced at all.
So basically,
in the beginning.
Let's just talk for 1 second. You're talking about kind of like the idea of A3 and then this like knight E2 without bishop D3. That's kind of like the new twist on this line.
Well, the twist is that basically it used to be. It's not about knight E2 that much. It's just that in general, this kind of position where white just gambles the king side was considered to be very good for black. And then when you look at it with a modern engine, you actually realize that in most of the lines white is not worse. The new engines, I mean, came up with some brilliant attacking ideas for white. And then, I mean, black is of course not worse either, but it requires a lot of knowledge. And I would say that it's either you learn some straight draw by heart as black, or you don't allow this.
Yeah.
And for the World Championship match, I would actually recommend the second thing.
Yeah, that is just a little too dangerous of a position, and for someone who's like +1 in the match, it's not necessary to gamble in positions like this.
Yeah, at all, I would say.
Okay, but you know, from the point of view of maximal interest for the match, this is a very good outcome. And
yeah, it is true. I have a feeling they are both actually playing for the crowd to some extent. I mean, which should not be the case in the World Championship match. I mean, Magnus was called boring, I mean, because of not losing games. But I mean, sorry, people, like normally people try to win the match, not entertain us. And yeah, here, I mean, it's kind of nice for us spectators to see such a twist. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like it as a fan, and I don't
like it as a player.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's, you know, very strange.
Yeah, and actually, you know, I guess it's really the first game that like Ding is putting, I guess, tactical pressure on Nepo from the beginning, because the games that he's won, well, okay, they still developed kind of slower than this, right? I mean, there hasn't been a game where like so early on there's this level of like tension.
Yeah, the start would normally be slow, I agree. I mean, this London eventually became very sharp.
Yes, but only much later.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So here, Nepo's under pressure immediately. He's still a little bit up on the clock. Do you think he has any other move than taking this pawn, which is clearly like the most principled option?
I'm not sure. I mean, Queen F4 looks reasonable if it doesn't look immediately, but like my guess would be that it does.
All right, let's look at it. It seems interesting. Yeah, you're like.
Yeah. Okay. So we go knight h5 and.
Okay.
I mean.
Yeah, it seemed interesting until we saw that.
No, I mean you have to take, and then you have to examine queen c1 check.
Queen e4. There's always a nice
rook
little
e2,
block.
right? So you probably take.
So it's funny how this rook is actually useful in some of these lines.
Yeah, at the same time, after g takes, queen takes h5, there is queen c1 check that would not be there with rook on e1.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, this is actually winning, probably.
Winning? I can't just run.
Yeah, but bishop takes c4, and at very least there is queen d1 check. But then we have bishop e2. Wait, maybe, yeah.
Wow.
And queen takes c3. I mean,
yeah,
it feels.
That seems like a problem. Yeah. I mean,
why? King g4. Okay, f4. But you'll never win
that can't be. This can't
No,
be.
I mean, but you'll never win a brilliant game if you give up like this. I mean, okay. Let's
oh,
keep
I know.
trying.
I guess, yeah. Well,
Okay, so F4.
but I'm feeling like this can't be that brilliant.
Yeah, me too.
Just intuitively, it feels like we've given up
Yeah,
the whole castle.
I agree.
Right, and then this poor king. Yeah, he's forced, I don't know,
Yeah,
to the H
okay.
file. I don't know. I mean,
No.
yeah, we're not going there, right?
Well, I mean, F6 is there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you lose that pawn.
Yeah. Okay, so Queen F4. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I have some ideas.
Okay.
I mean, what do you think about Rook E2? And, you know, coming in this way.
I actually think it's a very good idea.
It's interesting, right? Just because we're talking about the role of this rook.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a funny way to play it. And you can't even take on C4 here. It's kind of a hilarious little
Yeah,
move.
I guess I'll take on D4.
Yeah.
And then if you checkmate me there, then I'm done, I guess.
Okay, but here's the thing. I don't even have to checkmate you. I can just bring in my pieces. I love that rook lift.
Okay, Queen
I
G5.
feel very satisfied with that.
Okay.
All right, so now I gotta think. Do I just take this pawn back, which I'm tempted to do? Like, I feel like maybe I should just, I know you're gonna take on E5, but what other ideas do I
Then you'll
have?
probably go Rook H4. So you don't play Rook H4 here, as there is Queen takes E5. So you need the square to be blocked, actually, right? So Rook G4 is a threat. I have to.
So if you
I have to take. Yeah, and then you have like both Rook H4 and G4 as
I mean, this isn't like a huge threat, is it?
Well, you're threatening.
I guess I'm threatening the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the 2 checks of the rook.
Yeah, let's show that actually.
Yeah, I threaten check, check, you move out, and then there is like a fork. So there is some threat here.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, but then it's probably just lost.
But I mean, but hold on, we just gotta show though, like the brilliance of this Rook A2 move, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in what other game would you ever see this? I've never seen that.
Well, you will not see it in this game either.
You don't think so?
Relax a little, yeah.
Okay. Well, at least we saw it in the analysis.
That is true.
I think that's
no.
something.
That's what like everybody is saying on Twitter, right? And that's what I said. Like, this line is so exciting. Like, given the amounts of theory nowadays, and not even theory, but like how boring the theory normally is. I mean, this line is just, you know, a gift.
Here we go, Daniil. I'm going to try to defend Black's position a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
Covering that square.
Okay, so let me play Rook H8 check. Then let me just first play Rook H8 to H7 check, where I think you go back, and then I'll think about it.
Just show us like what terrible things happen to me if I go here.
No,
is it just Queen? I mean, no, it's not Queen F3.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because there's always Queen C1.
No, I thought it could be Rook 1 to H6 followed by Knight H5.
Yeah, there's some ideas you have of like that.
Yeah.
So am I finally ready to kind of give up for Black? I'm getting there.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Yeah.
You know, there is this famous quote by Krush, right?
No, which one?
Yeah, I mean, I think he played some simul or some open tournament where he had to play some weak player, and at some point, I mean, he's like winning, and the guy is thinking, and Korchnoi asked him, "Do you actually speak English?" And the guy said yes, and Korchnoi went, "Why don't you resign then? What is your problem, right?" Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I just wanted to make sure this move was really hard to stop. It does seem to be very difficult, so I can see why you were trying to go back with your king. Okay.
Yeah. But then you're only one pawn up, right? So it's not even, like, even if I go d5, it has to be, maybe not has to be, yeah. I was about to say it has to be.
Still attacking without this bishop, which is a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
And
I probably go d takes e5 here, actually.
All right, and so basically,
This is
What's
not,
your idea?
This is not mate then, yeah? This is unlucky.
Oh wow. Oh, it's not mate.
Yeah, which is quite weird. And once again, completely undeserved.
Yeah, absolutely. I just completely blundered that, and I'm quite lucky that I'm.
Yeah, but this actually works very well for black. He's probably even better. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back. Let's. So you actually could go to f7 straight away, right?
Like here. And then basically run like that. No, but here, no, it doesn't work because the rook.
And what happens in the end, though?
What do you mean?
Yeah, let's say I just allow you this.
Take my rook?
Yeah, I go king g7.
Oh.
Okay. I go e takes d4.
You have a lot of pawns, 6 versus 4, but it's like it's a rook. Though.
No, I will basically resign if the rook will survive, but will it?
Okay, you're saying my rook might not survive. Oh, okay.
It has to survive, though. Yeah.
I mean, I assume it will, but okay, I know, I see what you mean. You're also saying my queen is a little tied down to c1.
Yeah.
My bishop's not developed. My knight is pretty terrible. Okay, I see.
Yeah, but something like queen d2 should actually bring it home. Although, I mean, okay, queen e7. Yeah, now it's trapped for you. Like if you don't checkmate brilliantly.
All right, there's stuff going on the board.
Okay, d takes e5 was played, of course, and he started with d5, not knight e4.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we saw this idea. Ding didn't take too long on that.
Yeah.
Makes sense, certainly, from the positional point of view. We actually looked at something like that, right, where they take. If you take on f1, I simply capture back with my king.
Yeah. No, it's just that his point is that basically knight e4,
Leaving for later.
Yeah, and with knight on g3, you also have this idea with knight h5 or queen g4 followed by knight h5. So he's keeping options.
Got it. So
I think this probably gives black some additional options too. But then again, maybe he just failed to make, let's say, knight e4, queen f4 work.
All right, so what is black going to do now? Is it going to be some kind of like rook d8, or is that too dangerous?
Well, I mean, it's a little too late to say it's too dangerous. I mean, it's too dangerous because you didn't prepare for the
the game properly.
Yeah. Now, I mean, okay, it's dangerous anyway. It's just either very bad or it works.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm so sad that we have to take a break right now, but you're just going to have to wait a few more minutes until we come back. While Jan is thinking over his reply to this d5 move, we'll see you on the other side of the break.
Right.
You know, like in this Kung Fu Panda cartoon, like there is no secret ingredient in my soup, so I tried not to put in any secret ingredients. So that's probably the only trick. When I was a small kid, I think I was studying Kalechin's games, first of all, the first ever Russian world champion. Okay, I haven't played for half a year, and I think just not playing too much, is a good way to get hungry. I think previously, when computers were not so strong, it was really important, you have so many guys who can work simultaneously. But now I think if you have more or less nice engine, you get the result, you hit the space bar and you get the result. The amount of work one player can do is tremendously bigger than before. And I have my own experience, quite a bitter one, but it's still an experience, so maybe that's a little bit something which probably favors me. I can only praise him, he's very, he's very consistent, he's capable of playing almost as good as an engine, and I think pretty much as well as Magnus, he doesn't have obvious weak points in his play. He's absolutely brilliant chess player. So it goes just without saying. And yeah, probably if I'll be lucky to find some weaker spots in in his armor, then would be fine. If not, then okay, I'll fight as it is.
You moved to Kazakhstan about 12 years ago. You built your business here. Your children were born here. What made your choice Kazakhstan as your home? And what do you like the most about this country?
I'm feeling Kazakhstan as my home for sure, and I think Kazakhstan is has a really lot of opportunities. And that's been a key reason to move here. It's still a lot of business options. Still a lot of things which not been done yet. Much less competitive market, full of very nice people, a lot of sun, very great mountains, very extremely different nature. So and the key is people. So I have a huge amount of friends here, and the people is very friendly, very open, very sunny.
Thank you. And how was chess introduced in your life?
I started relatively late when my kids started to learn chess. And when my kids started to play much better than me, that also been a motivation to me to start to learn chess as well. And I started to take some lessons together with them, and very soon chess completely gets all my free time, almost all my free time. That's my favorite game. I like to spend every free moments to think about some next move, to maybe to solve some exercises. That's extremely interesting game, and that's also helps me to better understand myself. When what makes me more productive, when I make a lot of mistakes, how my mood affects my decision-making process, and many different things.
So your kids brought you into the chess world, I suppose.
Yes, I started to do that at school, and I've been inspired by them.
Amazing. You have made the first move at the World Championship match. Can you tell us what's the atmosphere there? Not many people can get so close to the players and at the table. So if you can describe what was that like?
That's a very big honor for sure. And I spent not so much time together with pretendants, but I'm deeply respect both of them, and this couple of days is built, is even helped me to respect and appreciate them even more. So they, both of them, is extremely talented persons with who do the magic which is not available for me.
Hey guys, we're back, and this game has been so exciting right from the get-go. I can barely tear myself away from it. Nepo just played knight e7, Daniil, and well, I was thinking, yeah, during the break, I mean, what kind of moves there are. We were like kind of thinking maybe this, but there are some situations where if this queen moves away, this knight is still going to be hanging. So he decided to just move it away to e7. Does this move surprise you at all, or does it seem logical?
Well, it does. No, I would say Black has left the comfort zone long ago. So clearly, I mean, you have to protect your knight, you have to do something. And it looks dangerous anyway. So it's like many moves look logical. But intuitively, I kind of don't like knight e7. But it's probably because I don't like his position in general.
Yeah, well, okay, let's see how Ding is going to develop his initiative. I mean, so you're saying there could be d6, but also knight e4 is like a major move, right? Would you think it's maybe time to bring in
It could be
that knight? Should we take a look?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's in general a very good time for white to, you know, invest some time. As here, I mean, it could be the time just wrong. I'm known for, you know, sacrificing pieces for no reason sometimes. But here exactly, I mean, I'm getting this really strong vibe that it's actually bad for black. Like it used to be dangerous, now after knight e7, I have a feeling, okay, now it's probably just bad.
Well,
And
in this kind of position, would you ever think about just that simple trade and being like damaging black's pawn structure, or is that not really the concept here?
I don't know. It could be. I would say the ideal scenario is, of course,
making queen f3 work, or what?
No, just in terms of ideas, the ideal scenario is, of course, to have your pawn on d6, and then you will have this like complete domination on the dark squares, and then you can even consider g4, g5. It's just that white has so many ideas. Let's say here, like it's not the first move that comes to mind, but actually g4 even makes sense. Like I'm pretty sure we don't play it, but it does make sense. You just want to play g5 and finish the game, right?
Or you want to play f3?
And also finish the game, actually. So, I mean, it has to be f5 at some point that that can work for black, but then, okay, it's like super dangerous.
Black's got to start like fighting back, but...
Yeah, but knight g5, I mean, it could, yeah, sure. I mean, e4, yeah, and so on.
Open up the queen.
Let's say even if I take on a6 here, queen takes c3, queen d2, and I trade, the resulting ending looks very nice for white. Also, there is knight c7 in the end. You probably have to play something,
This is hanging, yeah.
And then let's say if you go rook c8, I mean, first of all, d6, d7 is probably queening, but the stylish way to finish this is like f3 at some point.
Yes, get the rook in,
absolutely. Yeah, maybe you start with g5, then you go f3, and then you say, you know...
Wow, so you're feeling like this is a quite dangerous position for black.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, we haven't checked it. And is white my my like estimation would really depend on my prep. Like if I knew, let's say, that after g6 white was much better, I mean, I would think
But let's say you had no prep, Daniil. Let's say you were just thrown into this position and asked to, you know, make an evaluation of it. How would you feel about it?
No, I told you. I mean, my feeling is that white is doing very well. Like, I would think white is better, and I wouldn't be surprised if white is winning.
Okay, by the way, we have an interesting tweet from Vishy. He says he's wondering why Nepo didn't take on d4 first before playing hd5 and g6. So he could have thrown in this capture.
Yeah.
That way that pawn would be quite a bit looser, right?
Yeah.
And basically Vishy is saying you could go for the exact same position like this.
Yeah.
And in this position, okay, yeah, white's, I mean, this trade probably works in black's favor.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, to have the center more open.
Sure. At the same time, if I need to advocate Jan, I'm probably quoting actually Jan, who came, I think there was a press conference where he came with this brilliant insight saying chess is not checkers. So actually after c takes d4, like if you are out of book, okay, it could be knight h5, it could be even f4. I mean, I can see what you could be worried about. Let's say I go f4, I don't know, who knows. You are basically stalemated at the king side, like you don't want to take on g5.
So what if I continue playing checkers?
Yeah, you can, but then I go, I don't know, bishop d3.
So you just kind of gave up 2 center pawns, but...
Yeah, but it's normally checkmate that wins the game.
Yeah.
Then again, I mean, I share your thoughts in general. This was probably good for black. I'm just trying to explain what could look dangerous to him.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't feel like these 2 pawns were like that important. You actually got this bishop developed, and you built up more pressure with this f4 move. So yeah, I mean, certainly without the help of a computer, this looks like still a very dangerous position.
No, it looks like a mess. I mean, after f4, I must say, probably for most of the chess players, I mean, we all have this feeling that like f4 is a bit too much, right? But still, this is World Championship match. I mean, you don't want to, you know, check, kind of.
Yeah, okay, so that's a good point. That what could have happened if black would have thrown in that trade.
But Vishy is perfectly right, though. I think it's better to be in the spot being 2 pawns up as black compared to the game. So like there is no argument there.
All right, let's go back and like, I mean, we think this is the main attacking line for white.
Yeah, but I think queen g7 was a little bit cooperative.
Too passive? Well,
like my impression,
got these 2 moves.
My impression is that basically like if you promise to play queen g7, I guess I play knight e4 immediately.
Okay.
So I want to be sure that queen f4 doesn't work. And actually, why?
Queen f4, like we always looked at this and it felt like, well, you had this idea of g3, trapping the queen. And what do we do about that?
I guess we take on d5 and we pray. Let's say I go e takes d5.
Because you want to go to here. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm panicking clearly, but yeah.
Yeah, this is your idea.
If I'm lost, I'm lost.
Ah, okay. So this is a pleasant thing to look at for white, obviously, but how do we make this work?
For white?
Yeah,
I don't know. But we have so many moves. Queen d2 is one of them.
That looks quite scary.
But is it actually scary? It's not scary, no? You just resign, maybe. I mean, why to be worried as black? No, it's just over.
Yeah, but you know, I guess like
some G5
losing a game in 20 moves as black in a world championship match, it's not like my preferred scenario, so I am a little bit scared and disturbed when I see that.
Yeah, but you had to be scared after like h6, h4. Now, okay, you lost. I mean, it's, you know.
Yeah.
It's already there. I mean,
hoping to defend, but basically you're saying we can't really stop this, it's just too powerful.
I guess we tried G5 and, you know.
Yeah, okay.
As
okay, yeah, maybe.
As one of the best chess players said once, like, I don't know in what universe this is not winning for white, but maybe it's not. I mean, it could be
maybe
that.
Maybe it could be.
Yeah, e4 or something.
It could be this universe.
But it's hard to believe. I don't know. Even knight takes c4, d takes queen h6. Then you have f6, I guess, is the only move.
Can we bring in this rook over?
Yes, that's what I thought too. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe rook e2. It doesn't look that clear.
Should be 7.
Yeah. I don't know, rook h4.
Something miraculous. Black is holding on, maybe a little bit.
Yeah,
but still not easy. I mean.
Yeah, but we're getting lazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's something.
All right.
This is actually my problem as a chess player too. That I mean, when I'm so sure about something, I will not calculate. Sometimes it doesn't help. I mean, you just think, okay, queen f4, bishop d3. I look at this position. Okay, I have queen d2. It has to be dead lost. Then the guy actually plays it, and you realize, you know, there are not too many moves, and actually.
Okay, so there's also queen f5.
Yeah, which is inviting
So
all the
kind
things.
Of knight d6,
all the
but knight d6 seems kind of random.
I mean, okay, random, but your best move is queen f6, yeah? Then, I mean, at least I'll repeat.
Yeah, or maybe I can play queen g5.
Yeah, but then again, after knight e4,
you repeat. Okay.
Yeah.
But bishop d3 must be like the move we want to look at first, right?
Yeah.
And then you take. And then maybe what can you throw in here?
Queen d2 again?
It's always this one.
Isn't it the same position somehow?
Is it exactly the same?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but I think.
Queen. Oh wait, we looked at queen f4.
We had it with the pawn on g3.
Yeah.
Okay. It's probably better for black with the pawn on g2, right? At least you will not have some rook a to h2.
Okay, so queen f5, bishop d3.
Yeah.
Takes.
Let's say
also queen d2. There's queen f4.
Yeah. This is actually a very good point.
Yeah, because the pawn on g3 was very helpful.
Yeah. Okay. So this does look like a problem. So let's think after queen f5 again. I mean, problem is a bit too strong maybe, but at least this is why he's not playing knight e4 instantly. So bishop d3. I just want to say, we're having great fun looking at this. I just want to say that if he will play d5, d6, it's not that we didn't see it. It looks very promising too, it's just that we're so excited about knight e4 for the moment.
Yeah.
d6 looks promising too, actually.
Right. So
Okay.
Just kind of close up the center and take away these ed5 ideas.
Yeah, like d6, in my opinion, it's sort of a safe approach.
Yeah.
Like d6 is certainly
pretty good move, right?
Yeah.
And you can even follow up with like rook d2.
Yeah, exactly. So by saying knight e4, by playing knight e4, you're basically saying I'm going for a kill.
Right.
And d6 cannot be, bad.
Like a slower kill.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a moment, at least look at this move. It might have a lot of power to it.
Yeah. Let's do that. So what
do you want to throw in this type of move? Or you want to go like...
I'm not sure. First of all, the problem with something like rook d8 is that actually this allows way more than you think. For instance, this allows queen g4, this allows queen a4. Basically, rook takes d6 will always run into knight e4. So let's say queen a4.
Yeah, trying to win bishop.
Yeah, I mean, you have to counterattack somehow. Like queen f4 or something, I don't know, queen g5 maybe.
But it doesn't really work, does it? I mean, I'm going to be going rook d2 and just guarding everything.
Yeah, but then you are not attacking e7. Then I have a moment
then you have like bishop b7.
Which, I mean, it keeps going, right? Queen takes e7. It's not that I resign there.
Yes.
But yeah.
And then there's also knight e2 ideas.
Yeah.
Potentially, and f4.
Yeah, this is why I thought you go queen g5, actually, not...
Yeah, no, I don't know. d6, I have a feeling like he doesn't really want to respond without. Let's just move the knight.
Okay.
So the question is where?
Yep.
Where do you want to go?
I mean, in terms of logic, I don't get what you're doing on c6.
But the thing is, if you go to e4, I'm also afraid that you're going to get hit with g4 at some point.
Yeah, but what to do? You'll have to counterattack. After knight c6, my guess would be that you are just like statically lost. So let's say you go knight c6, and let's say I go knight e4, which I probably don't even like need, but it looks good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this just seems like, well, with the inclusion of this, it's just a much better version of the knight e4 move.
Yeah. I mean, and then after some queen g7 or whatever it was in the previous line, I can even start stabilizing somehow. I think it will be very good for white, even if I go, let's say, g4, f5, knight g5, or I go rook d2. This is just, in general, a very big improvement to have this pawn on d6.
But here, this is still this type of stuff, right? Oh, we looked at this.
Yeah, but then we have this ending again,
yeah.
At very least.
Queen here.
Yeah, queen d2.
And then your pawn is even further along.
Yeah. I mean, you need some miracle here, like knight d4 or something. But from far away, I don't buy it somehow.
It's a miraculous looking move. It actually could save you.
Yeah.
because you got this weak square as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this position is probably not that like special for white, right?
Yeah, unless it's just bad for black. I'm not sure actually. I don't know. Like my original feeling would be it's not much. Then now that I looked at it, I kind of start to worry is black there. But yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's go back a little bit. And
But this is exactly where I could look like an idiot as white normally. Like when it's me playing, I could spend like 20 minutes for literally nothing, and then I'm okay, whatever. Let's play d6. I cannot calculate at all. Knight c6, I'll somehow manage. But here it looks.
Do you think there's any point to like throwing in this move?
Could be.
Maybe
No, it could be.
instead of G4,
it could be just winning by force, right? F5, G5. I think E4
Just
is.
because we kind of like, I don't know, something like that.
Or Queen G3.
And you want to go.
Yeah, I want to maybe provoke
H7.
F4 and then I go to H3. Yeah, and otherwise, I don't know. It looks so bad. And it also looks bad because this pawn on d6 exists. So in many lines, even the ending will be. So let's say you go rook a to e8 here. Some rook h7. I don't know. Queen e5 happens. Here, I suspect strongly that quite often it will be the case that even if I
wins the game.
yeah, like I trade, I go rook d2. I mean, in some of the lines, it could be just killing. I don't know if here exactly. I mean, again, you have some miracle with knight f7, which is super annoying.
Yeah, and I'm still attacking without this bishop.
Yeah, but it's like pure luck. I mean, okay, if you sit there and calculate well, this will not work.
And then what happens on this?
Yeah, rook d8, I guess. And I don't see how.
You cannot take your pawn. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I can't even like do it like this because then you're taking on d7.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to, yeah, but it didn't work.
Yeah. All right. Well, okay. Some miracle. I think we have to make our line a little bit cleaner. Let's try.
But I don't want to. I mean, let's just gamble and say knight c6 is a bad move.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's trust.
Okay. So you want to try this one? But I think this one could actually be like a really bad move.
Okay, then let's kill knight c6 first, all right?
Okay, but like look at this. I mean, knight e4.
Yeah, queen.
Well, that tempo though is huge.
Yeah, but then I'll go bishop b7 in all the lines. So let's say I go queen g7.
I see. So you have bishop b7 coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that spoils my fun a little bit.
Might not help actually. You have bishop g2.
Yeah, develop. At least I get the bishop finally out.
Or you actually have your fancy idea with g takes, bishop takes e4, f3, right? And then you manage to bring the rook. Like, I don't know if it's winning the game. Yeah,
it would be very cool if I could do that, although I'm not really that convinced. Yeah, I'm not that convinced. Unfortunately, you can always sack your queen.
Yeah.
And my bishop is kind of like awful here. So that one probably is a little too much, but okay, bishop g2, let's take a look. I want to know if your knight like survives this adventure.
No, I mean, I suspect I'll have to, I mean, there is no way back. I mean, I'll play something like rook d8. Like, clearly, I mean, knight h6, I just resign, right? I mean, it's just not a move at all. Yeah. No, I mean, I play something like rook d8. Then if you don't kill me immediately, let's say rook a to d8.
Yeah, because you want to, like, take on here or maybe take here right away.
On the other hand, even rook d2, right? If nothing works, even rook d2. What is it that I want? I don't know.
Yeah, your knight is going to be forced from this position.
Yeah, knight h6.
So basically, knight h6, g5, I think that's...
Yeah, bishop takes e4, g takes, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the answer. You have to throw in this first. And then you got to hope for this. But this...
Yeah, I don't want to hope for this. But
yeah, this is starting to feel...
I probably have to.
Okay, well, you're wanting your f5 move.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be just lost.
Well, since all these positions look almost lost for black, I guess we got to just keep looking at all of them.
Yeah, but my point is that, like, I don't want our viewers to be, like, puzzled. like it's just us. I think in general those positions are lost. It's just that we fail to push ourselves and calculate a couple of lines, as we are just lazy and we feel like it's too bad to kind of.
Well, the position is still kind of complicated. Hold on, let's go here. So
rook d3 or whatever, I don't know.
Rook d3, f5.
Yeah, just g takes, I guess.
G takes.
Yeah, you have to take with the knight, maybe.
Yeah, here there's a very sad check that I'm allowing. It's probably too dangerous.
Yeah.
And this way there's another check, which I probably don't want to allow.
Well, it's technically not check, but.
Oh, sorry. Well, yeah, it's a not check, but.
But it's
almost.
a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so knight takes f5, yeah.
Yeah. And then I just need to somehow win by.
You have a very strong knight, though. It's kind of helping you. Are you sure that it's that easy here?
I mean, I should be just combining threats, like queen g4, maybe, for instance.
Yeah.
Like
basically, going slow. Yeah, like there's no hurry here.
Yeah, but it's not that I sacrificed a bunch.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. It just has to be,
Yeah.
in terms of general ideas, it's like. Even let's say d7 instead in some of the lines. Just go d7, just protect it there.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I can't. I can't even really look at ideas like this. Yeah. Oh, it's just too many pawns hanging.
Yeah. Queen takes e6.
Yeah, queen e6, and okay, that's kind of it. Okay, so that's why I'm not like a fan of this knight f5 move. I feel like this knight could get in trouble there.
So you want to go to c6? Okay.
Yeah, because of lack of choice.
Yeah, no, I see your point. It's just super counterintuitive to me, but maybe I mean this is just what you have to play based on calculation, right?
So knight e4, right? And then we had to think about where to move this queen, so we were trying g7.
Well, knight e4 is not exactly the only move, though.
Okay.
It's just that we like it a lot, and I don't actually see a reason not to play it.
Yeah.
But even rook d2, yeah, exactly.
But yeah, let's go for the more direct options. Yeah, like we'll leave the subtleties for later.
Yeah. Okay. So what was wrong here? So how did you survive this? Okay, let me try this as white.
Did we go queen g7?
You kind of killed my knight f5 now,
Yes. All right. I guess we're looking at this, I think.
Okay. So now let's think a little. So what are my options and what is your next move? So you're like trying to.
This is my main idea. I
think. So you're trying to play f5, which will weaken your king even more, but at least you'll have some counterplay. As otherwise you don't have ideas at all. So what could I do here?
g4. G4 is kind of funny. I think you can look into it, Daniil.
But I think it was our line, no? If it wasn't
Oh, I think it was. But I have a different point to it, like which is that we can take.
Right?
Yeah. That's what we haven't looked at.
Okay. This is basically resigns immediately.
Well, yeah, because I'm trying to use the fact that like there's this check.
Yeah, and then there is knight f6.
That seems problematic.
Yeah, queen f7, knight f6 is also cute.
And that's winning the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. See?
Yeah.
Got a little improvement in there.
Yeah.
Then we win.
Quite a bit.
So what are you going to do? You can't do anything else on the check, by the way, because if you go there, well, I mean, at the very least, I have like knight g5, right?
Yeah.
At the very least, yeah. I mean, here it's a little tricky, but knight g5.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we're good. And so that means, and also on this move, I was thinking we're going to take advantage of that file, Daniil.
Yeah.
Did you think about maybe this?
Yeah, this or f4. But in general, it just looks like so bad.
Yeah, there's something I really like about bringing that rook a2 into the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, if rook f5, then you're stuck with this kind of bad pawn structure. My knight gets to stay on this square indefinitely. And okay, maybe it's not the end of the world for black. That's kind of the question. You have to try rook f5.
Yeah, after bishop h3, it could be the end of the world, though.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't have any fancy exchange sacks, Daniil. I think I will be sacrificing. Look at that.
It could be.
I'm definitely giving you that rook.
Yeah. But it's not about the rook, it's just that I'll try to...
But yeah, I don't think you want to let my bishop come in like that. I think that bishop's going to cover too much here.
Probably. I mean, I just wanted to somehow checkmate. I didn't want the rook. Okay, so let's say I don't play bishop h3 indeed. But it's just so lost.
I know, I see
okay,
what you mean.
f3.
How about we just try to make this
f3. No, f3.
work? F3.
f3 is so cool.
Okay.
Let's just finish this, right? We'll just go rook g2 or h2, then we'll play bishop d3. Looks very good.
And you know what I like about this is like how these two pieces are doing nothing.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I didn't want knight c6. I don't think you want it either, actually, optically, right? It's just that we have to examine it. But this was my feeling too. With the knight on f5, at least the knight is doing something at the king side where black has problems. And you're trying to...
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to say that, like, here we can sort of end, let's say, our analysis of this position just because white's only down a pawn. It's like almost nothing. And then for all the advantages that white has, the strong d pawn, the amazing knight, the open file, the rank that you're going to use. I mean, you can say maybe this bishop is not the best. The king actually seems pretty secure. But the bishop is kind of doing his job. He's protecting c4, which is really important. And he's not the worst bishop in the world.
No.
Right, and the queen is also kind of like supporting the pawn and the other pawn.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm willing to say that like this is clear that white is doing well.
But then what's actually wrong with d6? So let's look at it again.
Yeah.
There has to be something.
It's very sensible.
My bet would still be knight f5, but first let's make sure that some rook d doesn't work.
Yeah, so we also
like
can try it from this move order.
Yeah, we basically said it doesn't.
Right, because of the queen a4 ideas, but also many other ideas.
But queen a4 we didn't quite examine, right? We just said
we did. We looked at it a little bit. But
yeah,
the only thing is that we looked at it after this move.
Yeah.
Queen f4, rook d2. Okay, we didn't look at it too much.
Well, rook a to d8 is kind of strange, right, compared to this line.
Do we have any thoughts, Daniil, on Ding's time management? He's under an hour now after move 16.
Yes, we do.
What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are that his time management is reasonable. As I mean, in this kind of position, it really makes sense to invest time.
Yeah.
Like if you play like 5 best moves in a row, it's very likely that you will be completely winning.
Yeah.
So this is like in general the way Ding plays chess. Sometimes it works, like in game 6, for instance. Sometimes it doesn't, like in game 7. But here exactly, I think this is like the most appropriate moment for using such a strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like such critical moves over the next few moves that like the whole game could be decided in the next few moves. So yeah, I think it's totally fine. He still has plenty of time.
Yeah, like if you ever spend like more than 10 to 15 minutes, then this is definitely where you do it.
All right, so d6, rook f d8. Let's see how we're going to try to refute this.
Well, what I don't get, I'm getting a little lazy. So clearly to go for a kill, we need some queen g4 or queen somewhere, or I don't know, but let me just play rook d2. I just had enough of this nonsense.
Okay, you just don't want to calculate anything.
Yeah.
You want to make this knight move and basically say, hey, this is a useful move for me in every situation.
Yeah. We basically have the same lines with the rook on g2 that is clearly useful.
And it's hard to see that this, hard to say that this is not going to be useful for white.
Yeah.
And basically, you need to just move your knight. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm liking d6 more and more.
Yeah, but there has to be something. I mean, these people they can make mistakes, but they're not so bad. Can it be that he's planning some piece sacrifice, actually? Okay. Like, I don't know, bishop b7? Probably no, yeah? Like, as a scenario, I kind of start to think that as black, I'm actually happy with being worse but not checkmated. For sure.
Oh, wow,
but
like you're just looking at the idea of just giving up this knight.
Yeah.
having a couple of pawns for it. But it's really hard to believe in that, right?
Yeah, but the problem is that I'm also getting checkmated there. It's like I gave up a piece, but things will continue, coming.
Yeah. But
like if I'm in time to play king g7, rook h8 in this position, I probably take it, or f5 or something, right? But here exactly some queen d2. Okay, I'm still under attack.
Yeah.
Maybe queen c1 is a bit more
Well,
smart.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like, okay, so I guess here you're gonna like try to trade with me or something.
Yeah.
And survive. Yeah. Well.
No, also d takes e7 wasn't forced at all. Like it could be that some knight h5 was just killing. I mean.
You're basically saying my bishop's not that great. I still feel like, there's no way he's giving up this knight.
No, it has to be. It has to be just straight loss, like knight h5 or something. I mean, it's just.
Like even here.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know how exactly, but it has to be something like that. Yeah. Maybe I take on e7 first, after g takes. As it's probably yeah. This is just bad. So you probably go rook e8 instead, and then queen takes h5, rook takes e7. Yes, and some second wave might come. Although here
d2 maybe.
Yeah. Although here I must say, I mean, given what we had, it's probably an achievement for black.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, I gotta just say that I don't think. Yeah, he went for d6. Good.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna get some answers to our questions, and he made this move, I think, with a feeling of like confidence. That's my impression.
Yeah. He was like, okay, I finally got it all. Like,
yes, he got it all calculated, right?
Yeah.
There was a flourish with the way he played this pawn move.
Yeah.
But
it must be it must be tough life when you calculate this till the very end. I'm like a completely different person. I mean, I just like the way d6 looks.
Yeah.
I basically check if knight e4 is winning immediately. I get my no, and then I'm like, okay, then I go d6 probably, and then we'll see.
Yeah, and also probably Jan would have played this move a bit faster too. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, more well, okay, it's just like so more intuitive versus more calculating style. But still, I don't think he spent an exorbitant amount of time, and if he needs that to feel really confident about these next few moves, I think it's fine.
No, also in his case, it makes sense. Like the problem for Jan and me, we're probably more intuitive players, but I mean, it has to be said that basically we are not even close to being capable of calculating the way Ding does.
Wow, an immediate answer from Jan. I think he went knight f5.
Yeah, I mean, I told you, knight f5 is the only move that, like, at least optically it makes sense. I mean, you bring the knight to the, like, scene.
So, okay, I mean, I guess Ding was thinking for so long that Jan just had prepared this answer.
No, but also, like, if you see what's wrong with rook d8, then I guess knight c6 you just never play based on general logic, and then you don't have too many moves. And also, you don't need to be like so insane to even consider giving up the knight, and it doesn't work most probably. So yeah, knight f5 is not. Jan looks like he's actually feeling comfortable. So,
yeah, the body language says he's comfortable, but the board says something else.
Yeah.
So, okay, he's going to go knight e4 quickly, right? Yeah, knight e4, totally forced. You want to keep that knight on the board, of course. And so Jan, queen d8. Okay. Queen d8. That's a move that we didn't consider. We were only looking at queen g7. Oh, this kind of pressures that pawn.
Yeah, I thought about this, but I mean, I just didn't believe it.
Okay, but that's an interesting point, though, because now in these lines with g4, and when you add this thing in, then it's going to matter that this pawn is hanging. So that's an important tempo that you're getting. But maybe rook d2? Then you have time for bishop e7.
You have many things, actually.
All right, let's see what else white can do here.
Well, you could play, first of all, you could play something like queen, like somewhere that gives you access to h3. Queen f3, maybe. Then bishop b7, I guess, runs into queen h3 badly. And
that does look pretty dangerous. Okay.
And knight takes d6 runs into
knight f6.
At very least, yeah. Queen h3 is still good, actually, too.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're basically down to king g7, would be my guess, right? Then again, I have moves. I have g4. Well, moves
g4 bishop b7.
Moves is a bit too strong. Yeah, I basically have g4, and I really want it to work.
Yeah. Okay. Let's try to make it work.
Yeah. So bishop b7, or
I can see some situations where you like sack the knight and somehow do that. But okay, yeah, bishop b7 was the idea.
Mm-hmm. And then you'll be running to f6, right? In lines like this, yeah, exactly. So g takes, e takes, queen, let's say e3 or h3, whatever. You probably go bishop takes e4. And then
yeah, it's amazing.
I mean, then
running out.
Then I found like immediately a completely pointless nice line.
Go ahead.
So let's say I go f3 here, and let's say for some reason you go.
I see it.
Bishop c6,
and
then for some reason I play queen takes f5, and then for some reason you take on f5.
Oh, that's very sweet. Yeah.
And then I go rook g2, and for some reason you don't play queen g5. And you do this, and then I finally checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We cooperated.
Yeah.
With your line. Yeah, that's cool. A few things that black can improve along the way, but okay. So queen d8, what other options does white have here? So queen f3 is definitely a pretty big one, and yeah, it's quite clear that he just wants to take that bishop back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think this makes sense. King g7, g4 here.
Maybe we actually managed to
mess up.
Yeah.
Okay. Bishop b7 is just an annoying.
Yeah, but why not to start with g4 then, right? I mean, g4 is much more straightforward move actually.
And then bishop b7.
Yeah, calculating it will help us anyway. Yeah, now again, it's a little unfortunate that we have so many moves.
Yeah, queen d8 was a very strong retreat by Jan, I have to say.
But it probably just loses somehow. But it's true that white has to be smart. I don't know.
Because somehow black is really piling up on the key points in white's position that white doesn't want to give away.
Yeah. No, but I see Ding's point. It's just that, like, if you in general know how to attack in chess and you can calculate a little, you're so excited about this position. There are so many lines. Let's actually try g4, bishop b7, g takes f5.
E takes.
You want e takes? I actually thought you want bishop takes e4.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, but here I go f3, right? It's a little bit different.
So how dangerous is this?
Well, it's very dangerous. It just works or not, yeah.
Is it? Okay. Yeah. You've given me a lot of pawns.
Yeah.
Can I just take everything?
Sure.
Or should I be moderate in my appetites and just go queen g5?
I'm not sure.
And get a little
Queen g5 looks like bad news for white. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I am kind of concerned about the strong move that Nepo found because it really dampens white's attack with this bishop b7 idea.
Yeah.
And we need this knight on the board, right? There's such a beautiful knight. It's like a shame to keep losing him in all these lines.
Yeah.
But the problem is, like, now you don't even have like really time for things like this and like that, do you?
Well, you could try playing something like bishop d3 here, just saying, okay, I'm fine. But then king g7.
Yeah.
No, but let's go back. So g4, we somehow gave up too early, I think.
Okay.
So g4, bishop b7. Let's take on f5. If you promise me to go e takes, I think I'll do that.
Okay.
Okay, and here I will think. As here exactly, I don't yet have a feeling that we messed it up.
Because, you know, you could still try to get a queen to h6 maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, we have many moves. Let's just think a little. First of all, yes. Why? Yeah, exactly. Why don't you resign after Queen D2? Yeah, I mean, quoting course now. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And so it's nice that the knight is still here, that you don't have any Queen F6s, and I mean, it does feel like you're going to mate me after that, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, but you somehow tricked me as I just...
Wait, hold on. You're going to throw in, like, what are you going to do, actually? I'm taking?
Okay.
Because you don't have Queen H6 yet.
Yeah, I have F3, right?
You got to throw that in.
Yeah.
And you're just giving me all your pawns.
And then I go Queen H6.
Still going there. You're giving me the rook, and then you're
and this
finally making this work.
Yeah, this is why we played rook h2. This is actually a nice line.
It is quite nice.
Yeah.
There's
but it
no
has
escape
to.
From mate.
But it has to work. I mean, I had this. You somehow tricked me actually, because like I spent all the time thinking about this g takes, being sure that bishop takes e4 is an absolute must, to be honest.
Okay.
And then after e takes, I was like my whole,
your whole universe, like.
Yeah, broke somehow. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure. It all,
Yes. Well, we're going to look at this move too. But basically, let's just make sure. So basically, EF definitely just loses to Queen D2. Yeah. I don't have enough time to like both get the knight and save myself.
But we actually got a very interesting information to share with our viewers. So it seems to be the case that actually there is some account on Lichess, some beginner's account, who kind of used both 4h3 from game, what was it, 3 or something, and this bishop g5, h4 from today.
Oh, wow.
What are those for such things being, coincidental?
Oh,
it's never.
There's no chance.
It's never a coincidence. Yeah, I agree.
Wow. So playing training games on Lichess on anonymous accounts.
Yeah.
That can actually be tracked.
Yeah.
That would be a terrible mistake.
So I think I don't know which games I will be starting.
Yeah, you're going to be going. I hope they go and like delete this account quickly.
Which I'm not even sure which you can do. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's nice to practice anonymously, but it's amazing. So Lichess has this function that you click on the opening database, and they can just show you Lichess games that were played on the site in these positions. And if an account had, both of these moves a month ago, then I guess I think it's fair to say whose account that is.
Yeah.
And that would be pretty crazy to put your whole World Championship match preparation somewhere on Lichess.
No, it's okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's just exactly what you were doing in
But it could also be that you're smart.
Yeah.
And you would mix like your, let's say, 6 decent ideas with like 70 games played in some completely random lines, and then you let people, guess.
Yeah.
As for instance, I remember there was a thing. I think when Magnus played Fabi. So actually, somehow Fabi's prep was somehow leaked. I think there was some video where, there was some video like about his prep and stuff, and actually they had the names of the lines in ChessBase, and we saw that, and then sure, but it's a decent line. I mean, it was some line on Petrov, and then Fabi I think played it nevertheless, and we didn't have like any groundbreaking discoveries there anyway. So at the end of the day, I mean, it didn't affect both teams too much, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's funny to.
But this could be very consequential depending on what else is in those accounts.
Yeah, we'll have to study.
It's like it's a tricky thing these days, right? To play training games and not have them leak out.
Yeah, I mean, I think I know the ways of doing this, but yeah, this has always been a problem, and like I would normally use some like completely forgotten platforms.
Yes.
That are not like brilliant, maybe.
Yes.
But at least no one will be looking there.
And going on some anonymous accounts where the game shouldn't even be like saved.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, I'm pretty careful about these things because I'm a little paranoid by nature. Like, I mean, I don't like the idea that like something can be found out. Like I want to make sure it's definitely not going to be found out.
Okay.
You know?
This makes sense.
Yeah. Just for my peace of mind.
Yeah, and we're being told that one account has 72 games and another one 125. Okay.
Yeah.
This is quite a lot.
So I guess someone's going to be studying a lot of material. I mean.
But it's interesting that now it seems that we have a clarification. Well, almost. For sure, that like it's not that it's basically Richie coming up with this weird stuff the night before the game.
Right, they've been practicing this.
Yeah. One might think that this 4H3 it's just, you know, great buddy Richie sitting there like with some drink, and he's like, actually, why not H3? Why don't you play this? And Ding is like, yes, why not? I could play H3, yeah.
No, but if you've put like your whole bag of ideas onto Lichess that someone can just download right now and be like, oh, it's probably him. I mean, at the same time, you know, at the end of the day, like even if you leak your whole prep, then it's basically something normal with black that will not be too bad anyway. Like, I mean, I don't need the leak to guess that basically, if let's say you go d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3 against Ding, he'll play c5, c takes d5, c takes d4. I mean, I don't need this leak. But it's the white ideas.
Same as Jan.
It's the white ideas. He's been kind of trying to surprise with the white pieces. Right?
Yeah. But then again, if this leak actually prevents you from playing 4h3, it could be not that bad, right? I mean, it's, you know.
I mean, you can always say that you've given your opponent's team such a volume of things to work on, like maybe really increase their workload. And then they also have to figure out, like, is this like some kind of a trick? Is this like a deception? So, yeah, but it would definitely throw like a whole new twist into this match.
But I think in general, it used to be important back in the days when there was a massive difference between like looking at some position for, let's say, 3 hours and 3 days and 3 weeks. Which is not even close to being the case anymore. And then, I mean, okay, you leaked something, okay, it's, you know, it's basically like once you, for some reason, put 4h3 on your laptop, you will have like the brilliant analysis 20 minutes later or something. So now we have like our producer checking all the games on Lichess and sharing the lines with us.
Okay, that's a big line of the Petrov defense.
Yeah, okay, sure. But then again, this it's funny that like our guy marked a novelty, but you know, I'm pretty sure Jan had this novelty covered even for the previous World Championship match. Okay. Anyway, we probably need a break to study all those games within 5 minutes we'll have. It is actually cool.
Yeah, and we are going to come back and see what Ding has in mind against Queen d8. So the current position on the board is this, and we're thinking about which move here. Like,
well, we saw g4, bishop b7, g takes, and then we kind of killed e takes, and after bishop takes e4.
Okay, we actually have an answer from Ding. So
he played queen d3, I guess.
Yeah, we're not going to go on our break just yet.
Okay.
Let's take a look. Queen d3. Okay, you mentioned this move actually as one of the ways to get access to the h3 square.
Yeah.
Okay, and that definitely seems to stop like bishop b7, or is there still like some I don't know, queen h4 idea?
No, I think basically, long story short, queen d3 is just as good as queen f3, but knight h4 is not a tempo. So after queen f3, our problem was king g7.
Oh, okay.
And then after g4, we didn't like, I think, both bishop b7 and knight h4.
So what are we going to do on king g7?
g4, I guess, is his point, and now it's at least a better version.
And what is he? So what are you doing on bishop b7?
I don't know, but you're doing something brilliant, I guess. Like, yeah, we're not going to figure this out in 2 minutes. Yeah, king g7 played. We'll just get an answer, I guess, and then we can go.
Okay, we're getting a lot of fast moves from them.
King g7, g4.
G4, it's all on the board. Okay.
So bishop b7, it has to be like, whenever you go g5, e6 takes e5, I always have this feeling that like I'm winning somehow.
Okay, so here.
But I don't know how exactly. It always feels to me that like I have this one moment for actually doing something smart. And like if I'm wise enough, I should be in time.
Yeah, well, we got to try to find that moment.
G3? Could it be the case?
What are you trying to do with that move?
Well, I'm attacking e5.
That pawn.
Yeah.
You have some rook h7 ideas planned.
Yeah.
If I try to block with my queen.
But at the same time, after bishop takes e4.
Yeah, so then I have f6, right?
Yeah, so I have to start with f3. And you probably have f4. Also, given the number of pawns, even bishop takes f3, takes, queen takes d6, doesn't look dead at all.
Yeah, you have 4 pawns here, and...
Yeah, your pair probably just better.
Yes, that's a lot of pawns. Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting how quickly they're both playing this part. I mean, I guess they've put in a lot of thinking already. Ding is down to under 40 minutes. So again, he's getting pressured on the clock.
Yeah, but we're about to see something, I guess, right? Like if something is wrong with bishop b7, then it's a very big problem.
Yeah.
And then he'll probably play rook h8.
Right.
But what's wrong with what is it?
Yeah, this
so
is
bishop
this
b7. Well, you could make an argument for playing something slow here, but I fail to believe that. Like
rook d2
or like f3. But you know, actually, it could be that you go rook d2 and you say rook h8 basically loses a piece.
And
this is actually
if
cool.
They take, you know, then it kind of helps you get closer to the e5 pawn.
Yeah, this is actually cool. You're saying you, like, it's funny that you don't really have a useful move here.
Yeah, he played bishop b7.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a big question now to Ding, right? So he's got to like look at pawn takes. To look at some slower
No, but I'm pretty
moves.
sure he had something planned here.
Yeah, because Wallach's moves are quite intuitive.
Yeah.
All right, rook d2.
Okay, you have knight h4, you have knight d4, actually.
No, knight d4 is an interesting idea. Basically, giving away the knight just to kind of block the queen and the rook.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's take a look at that. So I take, you take with the e-pawn?
I'm not sure. I guess c takes runs into queen g3, which I somehow, like, intuitively, I dislike it strongly.
Like for black, you dislike it,
Yeah. So I guess I go ed.
Yeah, I agree. This looks really dangerous. Okay, so ed.
But this I actually also dislike.
So you can still do the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know, you can go f4. Let's say, like, it's clear that white is better. Like, even if you take on e4, I take back, it's clear that it's white who's trying.
Yeah, you've only got a couple of pawns for the piece here. It's not like a ton.
Yeah, also...
Although you could take and try to get that one, but...
Yeah, but still, this pawn center will actually be an umbrella kind of for the white king. Like, white king won't be in danger.
Yeah, so you're basically saying...
Like, takes, queen takes d6.
I see Ding is ready to play a move. We're going to get our answer pretty quickly.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, also his, like, body language is saying he kind of likes it for white, right?
Yes. He's definitely in hunting mode.
Yeah.
We've seen him look like this before.
Yeah.
When he sees some good stuff. All right. So, do you think it's rook d2? I have a pretty good feeling about this move.
Yeah, me too.
I like bringing in new pieces into the attack.
Yeah.
So rook d2.
But it feels like we are like way behind these guys in calculation. So
well, he's going for some rook, but I think it's something on the other side of the board. Yeah, he played rook h3. Okay.
What?
Whoa. Something we did not look at all, but okay. So he's getting out of the pin. Got it. Oh, okay. Trying to understand. He wants to go to h1 maybe with the queen in some lines. Like, what do you see here, Daniil, after bishop e4, queen e4? Knight d6, there's queen e5. maybe.
Yeah, and moreover, after f6, you have queen h2.
Ah, okay, and still have.
And moreover, after
no
rook h8, you take and you take on d6. Yes.
Wow. I mean, that's a really important point, because otherwise White wouldn't be doing like that great here. But I guess so important that you don't have rook h8.
Yeah.
That you cannot fight me for the h file because of this hanging knight, and then suddenly White is just winning. Okay, he played this move pretty quickly. I mean,
but
he had it planned.
He clearly wanted it from far away. But still, I have many questions.
Okay, so finally he's threatening to kind of take the knight.
Yeah. First of all, how bad is it for Black to take on e4 and then play queen takes d6?
And
yeah, maybe, I don't know, do you go g takes or you go rook d2? Looks good for White actually anyway.
Yeah, you can do, okay, sure, throw in the tempo.
Yeah.
Or maybe, I don't know, you can probably throw it in later because, can we?
Yeah, something like queen d5. Queen f6, yeah, I don't know.
All right, well, I think Jan has something to think about now. We might see him finally slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a break, guys, for just a few minutes. I know it's exciting, and we are in a hurry to come back.
Yep.
So we'll see you on the other end, other side.
Dana, you are the captain of the world team. Can you please tell us the emotions of these 3 days that the girls and the team went through?
Yeah, the event has been amazing. I mean, there was such a fighting spirit, such a team spirit, so much of respect towards the teammates and the opponents as well. And it was so exciting. The final result was 73 to 55, so quite a big difference, which actually doesn't resemble the dynamics of the match, because yesterday it was, very tense. Out of 4 matches, the world actually lost 3 of those, so depleting the advantage to only 2 points, and then the last one, okay, I could be a little bit calm, yeah, but all the time, if there were two butterflies at the opening ceremony, then these full 3 days there was a full stomach and of the butterflies in me, yeah. So the dynamics was very interesting. I think the format was great because 2 days it was rapid, so it was a little bit calm. You could already predict what kind of results there would be on the board. You could follow as a captain as well. But today it was totally crazy when we switched to the blitz games. So I couldn't really follow, what is happening. It's just, wow, and the round has finished, and then I was counting on my fingers. Did we win or did we lose? Yeah. But the girls also, they were very responsible. Yes, they were trying hard, so they're really rooting for the others and caring, which is special because normally they don't play in one team. They are the opponents, the competitors. They have used to seeing the current teammates as their big challengers. Yeah, so it was really great to see how they were glued together with a great team spirit.
Hey guys, we're back, and during our break we consulted the Oracle, who let us know that Black actually has a number of moves here, Daniil, that keep the balance. Which one of them do you think is the most intuitive for Black?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, also some of the lines I managed to check, and somehow, like in some of them, the numbers would actually go up. So it's not that simple. Let's say bishop takes c4, so one of the lines is bishop takes c4. This, I guess, is what you want to play as Black, as this is the most straightforward thing in the world. And then f6, queen h2, knight f7 exists.
Oh wow, you're still holding your king together.
Yeah, but this much we saw. But then actually, after some random bishop g2 followed by rook g2, I think the numbers went up a little. And yeah, I don't know why exactly.
Strange, because you're threatening rook h8, right?
Yeah,
but do you want to throw in rook h7 at some point, so that it's not
maybe.
possible? But
my guess would be that in terms of ideas, the thing is that white is actually going to triple. So you go here, and then you go rook d3, h3.
Okay, that's a nice idea.
Yeah, and then again, from far away is Black. Okay, you don't know. It probably works. It could be just lost too. This is not something obvious at all.
Okay, how would we even defend this position for Black?
Well, first of all, maybe rook b8 was a bit random. I don't know. I was just trying to show the idea.
Yeah, but it was quite natural that you tried to save this rook, I think. I mean, I don't think it makes such a big difference where the rook goes. I don't know, but okay, this one looks like a pretty dangerous...
with rook on c8, you have queen c7, though, right?
Here...
Could be important.
Ah, okay, I see your point. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. And then... Then white plays f4 and, it keeps going somehow. Yeah, it's quite a strange game, I must say. But also, it feels like at least, I mean...
I guess we're going to go, but f4, I guess, loses you a tempo, right? So now I can try to challenge you for the d file?
Yeah, but then I'll probably play rook e2. I don't know. It's incredibly sharp. No, I agree. It feels like the the tendency is good for Black. But yeah.
You have to see this knight f7 move. You have to I wouldn't say that it's the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the easiest thing in the world. Like once you sort of see queen h2 to just be like, oh, I'm going to play the calm knight f7. And even though I've given them rook h7, I'm completely fine, right? This is the point at which you start having some doubts maybe about your position as Black.
Sure.
Yeah.
But what's really impressive is that it seems, at least with the weak engine, well, not weak, not the best in the world, not weak either. It seems that for the moment we've been actually watching a perfect game of chess, which is so there were no evil jumps.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to ask them about this in the press conference. And I mean, if we follow prior press conferences, Nepo will be like, I was trying to remember my preparation. And Ding will be like, I was out of book, pretty soon, and then figuring out everything on my own.
Or it could be exactly the opposite. But yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I think Jan probably does have some idea about all of this, right? Because he has played a lot more quickly.
Yeah, but then again, he's always quicker. And it shouldn't be the case that as a guy plays quickly, actually, for 100% of times, and then he's not losing badly after the opening, and you're saying he probably knew it all. Otherwise he would be lost by move 20. Not necessarily. I mean, there is a reason he's playing this match, right? So, and he has been that quick for his whole life, and I mean, still it,
So another move here, Daniil, is rook h8, right?
Yeah, this is legal.
This is a bit of a strange move, right? Yeah. So this is the one that the computer says is equal, but is actually giving up a piece, right?
Yeah, I
So-
checked it too. This would be quite normal to me. Like as black, I would think about it for sure.
So basically, like this is what the computer wants, just this position.
Yeah, and then you take on h8. Queen takes. I think knight g5 was his engine move. Probably it's not forced at all. And then black has moves. I kind of like the fact that you can just play king f6.
I mean, do you feel like this is a natural thing for him to go to? Because it always feels like a little bit risky to maybe sacrifice a piece. But do you think?
I mean, again, you're not free rolling anyway.
Yeah.
So, you know, everything is a little bit risky.
So you've got 2 pawns for it.
Yeah,
2 pawns
but
for a
I will
piece.
probably, I mean, this king f6 or queen h6, it's like a little bit annoying.
And also, one of my pawns is a pretty good pass pawn. I mean, I don't know. I guess I would feel if I were black again, like this is, you know, kind of a risky line to go for.
Yeah.
Unless you have the computer's evaluation here, right?
No, but they're all risky, right? I mean, it's.
Yes.
Let's try to put ourselves in Jan's shoes, you know?
Well, what about the third move that we saw here, which was actually knight h4? Is that?
Yeah, this exists. Then I guess there was some brilliant problem.
Is there any g5 actually?
Yeah, it was
I
probably.
mean, you would think that like that's again like what a human would look at, right? I think because we're basically wanting the knight. The nice news is that if you take, I'm actually attacking the knight again. I guess that's the nice news, yeah, and also the pawn.
Yeah, also some queen g3s was there too, right?
So I guess on this move you need to guard the knight. And
By going back.
yeah, you either go back or you go rook h8, right?
Yeah,
We want to try
but rook h8, I mean, again, it allows all the queen g3 thing.
And at some point, we're no longer pinned.
Yeah.
So we could actually go knight f6 somewhere.
Yes, but we have queen g3.
Here you're just doing a double attack.
Yeah. And then bishop takes e4, queen takes e5, f6. It's probably what you have to play. But yeah, queen takes e4. I mean, from far away, it also looks scary.
Jan is still thinking. He's drinking a lot of his water.
Yeah.
From far away, this looks scary, you said, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I think
a little bit, yeah.
I think it's quite often the case is black, actually, that you get to some positions that you know is 0-0-0, and you're like, okay, like if it happens, I'll think. And normally it shouldn't happen. And then for some reason it happens, and you get there, and you look at it, and you know it's fine, but it doesn't really help.
Yeah.
And you basically, I mean, you go think for like 50 minutes, and you're also cursing yourself for not trying to learn 2 more moves. But yeah, I mean, obviously at home you can stop at some point, right? You think, okay, rook h3 is a clear sign of
danger.
I was about to say the opposite, actually. Like as black, you feel like rook h3 is a clear sign of white attack sort of slowing down. I would think. And then you're like, okay, after rook h3, you know there are 3 or 4 moves, and you know.
But they're all like tricky moves. That's the thing.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I don't think like anything that we've seen looks like absolutely convincing or like no questions for a human.
For sure not.
Right, and that's the Jan's challenge right now is how to pick amongst all these like 0-0s, but then to be really sure that that there's no further danger.
Yeah, this is basically the main problem of like chess last few years. It's just, you know.
The thing is, like, all these options are so different, right? Like, they're so fundamentally different about where black can take this position. Like, so there's a piece sacrifice he can do, rook h8, that's one way. Then there's like very kind of forcing couple of moves where he makes that trade, tries to take that pawn, gives up that one, completely different. And this is yet a completely different move. So that's the thing, like, the game is actually going to change dramatically on the next move.
Yeah, most probably. I mean, unless he plays knight h4 and then things stabilize somehow. White plays some, I don't know, rook d2 or
So we
d7.
were looking at this, and then you said maybe the knight goes back. So to stop queen g3. And then a knight f6, you have rook h8.
Yeah. Which is still unclear. Like, even there, you just play rook d2.
Yeah, because my knight here is great.
Yeah.
I definitely don't. I want to leave your bishop without doing anything on this diagonal.
Yeah.
And then we just improve, right? This is another one of those positions that it feels like White's got the initiative still.
Well, now it's really double-edged, right? I don't know. It's hard for me to tell like who has initiative, to be honest.
This pawn is quite nice. This
Yeah, but
is
you go e4 as black. I mean, you get to play some aggressive moves too.
Because of this pawn.
Yeah. But White will probably give it up, and yeah, exactly, and you know.
So if I take...
I guess I take back. I take g5.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that for White though, but...
Probably not.
Because I'm still struggling to get this bishop into the game.
Yeah. At the same time, you can play d7 actually, and it's not clear.
So basically you're saying also that I just don't have a whole lot of ways to avoid that, since my queen barely has any choices here.
Yes, but I mean, again, you could have started with d7 instead. And you can
we take a look at this move?
Yeah, exactly. You can also consider this. Well, my plan was just queen takes, to be honest, and then I wanted to activate the queen.
Then at least this isn't hanging.
Yeah, but after queen h4 it is, right?
So we're equal on pawns now, for the moment.
Yeah.
But you want that to go back to you winning g5.
Yeah, also now I have rook d8 coming, right? Somehow suddenly it feels like all the black pieces are good. So
okay, I see your point here. So knight h4 is an interesting one.
But g5, I mean, again, we're basically blitzing.
Yeah.
g5 is not forced. Like, to play this, you need to calculate rook d2 as well. You need to calculate actually queen g3. Let's say queen g3 is a very straightforward move, and you know.
Do you think there are some circumstances where, I don't know, black would like to play this move?
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting.
Like after queen g3, right? It could be that white plays queen g3 and you go g5. But then some.
Also, can we also just look at this very solid move?
Yes.
I guess I was planning to just kind of ask you, like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably take on e4.
Yes.
And then I don't really have an opinion. It's very hard for me to judge. My guess would be that with the pawn on d6, I will never be worse, most probably. Well, never.
My feeling is that this knight is so good. I don't know. I feel like, okay, actually, I wouldn't maybe be so thrilled as white here. You know.
It's still concrete, though. Right now, g4, g5 as a threat. Like, you probably play g5 yourself.
Yep, that's the point.
Yeah. Then I mean, again, I have ideas. I even have moves like f4, for instance, reminding you of this old plan with bringing the rook to you. Yeah.
That's a funny one. You basically, what you want me to take, and then you go.
I'm not even sure what. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm not even sure how exactly. But yeah, like, you are not super surprised if this works for white.
All right, let's defend a little bit. Let's throw some water on this fire.
Yeah. It's probably a good line. But then let's say again I take on g5. Like, it's so disbalanced. Queen takes g5. I don't know, rook g2.
All right, we're about to see Jan make this big decision. He actually did play knight h4.
Okay.
All right.
Reasonable.
So there we go. We got this move on the board, and we're getting a quick answer from Ding.
And it is g5. Yeah, which I think was one of the engine moves.
Yeah, Ding is speeding up, right? Because he has 36 minutes. He's still got 19 moves left to make, or actually maybe 18 moves after his choice of g5.
Yeah.
So he actually still has to really watch out for the clock, because now it's pretty obvious it's not going to be like a quick victory for him, and this game is going to be it's going to be quite long.
Yeah. But it's also quite likely that you know, he has it all calculated to some point. Like knight h4, you don't miss. He basically spent 30 minutes for this queen d3, rook h3 thing, And then, yeah, I mean, clearly you don't miss knight h4.
All right, so g5, the knight's hanging, and knight f5 is our main move.
Yeah, I mean, at least this is one of the questions.
Yeah, too bad we don't have any fancy.
Yeah, actually, I was about to say, can't we actually try it? I don't know how exactly, but in terms of ideas,
how can we make it work?
Well, I want us to play knight f6, and then I want us, well, not rook h7 maybe, but in general, like I want us to play knight f6, and then I want us to play something like f4 at some point.
Ah, okay. So we went rook h8.
Yeah,
stop the mate.
I don't know yet how to make it work.
What did we do before? We did rook d2 in this position, okay,
yeah.
because this pawn was hanging.
We could actually go d7, right?
Okay, I have to say there's something I really like about that. I love this entrenchment of the pawn being protected by the knight, who's protected by the pawn, and we finally got some stable squares, so that is a nice point.
Yeah. e4 is still there.
Yeah, e4 is still there, but then at least our queen can like somehow move.
Yeah. And there is also...
Yeah, I mean, Ding is really counting on this knight in this position, isn't he?
Yeah, which is perfectly understandable, right? It's such a brilliant piece. Yeah, and maybe you're right. Maybe after d4 we actually just go backwards.
Yeah, like even to d2.
Or even d1 to have rook d2. And then having knight h check in many lines will be important. Let's say after queen c7 you take on h8. And then if rook takes, you have knight e8 check. And then you actually go d takes e8 knight check.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You found a way to under-promote.
Yeah.
Is it going to let me do it? Yeah. Okay, very cool. Okay, no, I like this idea of d7. So Nepo is thinking right now, does he have many choices? I mean, the knight's got to be protected.
Well, as a matter of principle, there is bishop takes e4. Which is a completely different story in general.
But so you basically want to go you want to take the knight before he settles on f6, and then you want to try to go for this stuff.
Yeah, which is not necessarily bad, I must say. Moreover, I mean, given the choice we had as black, I kind of like it.
Yes. No, I can see the value of getting rid of that knight before he gets to f6.
Yeah.
Positionally makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, hold on.
It's still, I mean, queen h2 and stuff, you know.
Yeah, and this is very forcing, right? Because, I mean, you're taking...
Yeah.
And the knight has to be protected. So he's got to go here. There's no other way to do it.
Is there an alternative here?
Yes, that's a question.
f4? But it's a bit too good to be true, no?
No, maybe. Why not?
Could be, huh?
Yeah, rook h2 ideas, and then you have queen e5 check. Maybe.
So e takes f4, rook h2 is actually mate. Is it? I think it is.
Hold on, let me just see if we can do anything more stylish.
Okay. No, I'm not too convinced. I'm like happy with winning somehow. But sure, feel free.
No, we can't. I was just like seeing if there's a way we can include the queen sack, but there's no reason. Okay.
Yeah, but how do we win even? So rook h2, queen takes g5 is a must. So queen e5 check. f6 is a must. We go rook h7 and queen takes e6. So yeah, we actually got there. Okay.
Hold on, maybe we can go through it a little slower. So f4.
Yeah.
Pawn takes and rook h2.
Well, pawn takes, of course, you know, is not forced. Even here there is rook g8. But the wipe starts to be...
like that.
Yeah, but it looks very bad.
Yeah.
Maybe queen e5 and then rook h8.
Rook h8, yeah. That. I mean, that's a creative way to try to defend, but
yeah, but then
I don't think so, right?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, all the pieces back. Nice defense, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's let's see again. So f4. So basically, I mean, what are we threatening with this? We basically want to, like, if you go rook h8, we're going to take, then try to take with the queen on e5.
Yeah.
Or with the pawn. I guess there's...
Well, our point is that we kind of prevent f7, f6 in all the lines with queen takes c5.
That's the idea.
Yeah. Which is not necessarily the end of the world.
What do you think about, oh, you know what's interesting? Like, it's like I was looking at queen d6.
Okay.
And you know what's interesting? Like, we could see a tripling on the h file.
Yeah, at some point.
I don't know if this. Yeah, unfortunately, queen a8 doesn't work.
Yeah. Oh, first of all, we can include f takes c5 at some point. Shouldn't hurt.
So you have to move your queen somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, and then you try your tripling, maybe, no? Ah, maybe queen c7 is good, yeah? So maybe you had to triple immediately then. It's so messy. I don't know. But this line kind of looked reasonable for a change. Like normally we come up with some cooperative lines. Here we don't have a threat with the check actually. So like logically there are most like rook a to d8 maybe. Or actually rook h to d8 by the way.
Because you're saying all my rooks are kind of useless.
Yeah.
As you run away from me.
But then you have rook d3, right? You can shuffle back to yeah. This is it's such a funny position. Where I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest, but.
All right, so let's go back a little bit.
But it could be quite important, right? So bishop takes c4 is the move you actually want to play as black.
You do.
You want to eliminate this knight. So knight f5 is the only move.
And then f4, it's a creative try.
Yeah,
because
then
basically, because the problem is, if you just go for the straightforward queen takes, you really risk losing your attack.
Well, you have queen h2.
Queen h2,
but then,
and on rook h8?
Yeah, first of all, there is rook h8. Secondly, I'm actually not sure that, the rest was bad. By saying the rest, I mean queen takes d6, first of all. I mean, it looks scary, but if it works, it just works very well. And then, you go check, rook h8, maybe king f7, queen h7, knight g7, and this is where I kind of give up. Maybe it was a bit early, maybe some rook d2, and the game is still very much on, but I don't know.
I mean, you have queen e5 always.
Yeah.
Queen c3 check.
Yeah, I mean, at least from far away it looks like.
Yeah, so like something about allowing f6 I really don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, you can't take the pawn.
So f4 is actually very reasonable on these terms. And then e takes f4 we kind of managed to beat, which is not a surprise, as it's probably just a very bad move. And then
yeah, but okay, so we were looking at queen d6. That one we didn't quite get to the end of.
Yeah. So let's think here. We can first of all include rook d2. Let's just think a little. Like we have options, which I don't know if we really need. So maybe now that the queen is pushed back, now there will be no rook d8, right? So we go rook d to h2, and then things work for us. After rook h8, queen h1, for instance. And now with rook on d6, you would have some rook d8 or something.
Yeah, so it was nice to include the pushing back of the queen.
At the same time, you can take on h3, and I mean, like if we're not mating,
there's rook g8 even, right? Like.
Yeah, but even rook d8. I mean, just in general, I don't see the net somehow.
Yeah, this knight is incredibly powerful compared to this bishop.
Yeah.
So this is a little scary because we did so much work to make this attack work, and white might be worse. I mean,
yeah,
you
also,
can easily lose this position.
Yeah. Also, if you're worse, you will be quite often lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like either. I mean, very often it will be like either you checkmate or you resign. Yeah.
Oh man, no. This knight makes such an impression. I mean, that's why these outposts in the center are so dangerous to give to your opponent, because here the king is just escaping.
Yeah.
And there is no attack left at all, and this bishop is helpless. Absolutely. Okay.
But we love f4 so much, so let's.
Yeah. Okay. We still have a chance to make this work. The thing is, though, that's why we were looking at other moves here for white other than g5, right? Is because we did realize that like this kind of gives the knight that square back.
Yeah.
And bishop e4 is very precise. It's a very precise kind of idea. It definitely tries to make the case like, hey, my knight is better than your bishop, so I don't think you're going to mate me here.
Yeah.
And Jan.
And f4, yeah, f4 looks so good.
Okay, Jan only has 4 more minutes than Ding, so he's definitely spending his time here. Okay, so f4.
Yeah.
And queen d6, yeah, let's go back again.
Yeah.
And see, because I mean, taking that pawn is actually pretty important for black, right?
Yeah. Maybe we just need to think here. So your queen takes 8 didn't quite work.
We actually have 2 pawns. Let's just say that for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we can take e5 back any moment.
Yeah, it'll still be 1.
Yeah. But the problem is that we are strategically busted as white.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even about the number of pawns. It's that basically, we've gambled it all, kind of, and.
Yeah, this is what we call like burning our bridges.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, because we're basically forced to attack without this bishop. Like we have to make it work with like the 3 major pieces. He took the knight.
Which is not too bad. Okay. Okay, knight f5, I guess.
All right, there's
no queen takes d6, I guess.
There's nothing that we can do for Ding. Okay, Ding took back.
Knight f5.
And
we are about to see something.
All right, let's try to find it. What could we be missing here?
Well, first of all, it could be that we are not missing much, and black is just okay. Then if we switch for looking for equality for white, then it's a completely different, task.
Okay.
Then maybe we
knight back.
Then we probably go rook d2 simply, and we do it completely different way. Like f4 is in a way a very ambitious thing. You're trying to win.
Yeah. What do you think about rook? I mean, rook d2 though, they can maybe just take.
Yeah, but then queen takes c5,
f6,
f6, and something like queen h2 there, and then your queen is cut off.
Okay, but this is a very important moment for Ding, though. Right?
But let's actually give it a shot. So rook d2. I actually start to like it even as a winning attempt.
Okay.
So queen takes g5, queen takes c5, f6, queen h2. So now my point is that after rook h8, I can actually take twice. Yeah, rook d2 was just played.
Okay, wow, he played that pretty quickly. I think that's good. I don't know, because we've been going kind of deep into this. We tried to make it work, but it was starting to look like it wasn't working. So I think it's a good sign that he just played something else quickly.
Yeah.
Right, okay, rook d2. Getting the rook into the game, guarding that very important guy on d6, that could be a decisive pawn. In fact, in that line that you just showed us, that pawn was decisive. Let's show the beautiful queen sacrifice that leads to white promoting that pawn.
Yeah, it's like a queen sacrifice for winning the game immediately.
Yeah, it's funny how this king is out in the open and there's like no checks to him whatsoever.
Yeah.
And you just cannot reach this pawn with either the queen or the knight. So yeah, okay, rook d2. I like it.
So what is actually the move? So after f6, we have queen b7. And my intuition is screaming we're winning.
Yeah, because you see rook h7.
No, because I have good intuition. But now that you mentioned rook h7, I mean, now, I know why. So queen b7, rook f7, rook h7 is just winning, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to be black here. Usually this ends up badly when you see it in tactics books.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay, so rook d2. What else can you do? The pawn's supported. We basically want to take this pawn next, right?
Yeah.
And basically do this idea.
So rook h8. gives us like much better version of what we tried to get with f4, right?
Yeah.
We basically stop all the f6s. Like we probably take on h8 first, as we wanted to do it in the previous line.
And the thing is, okay, what are you going to take with here? I mean, this is like already giving you.
Yeah, also maybe
such a nice version.
Yeah, maybe you start with d7 here, but it's like a completely different story, yeah.
Yeah, rook d8 and.
Yeah, and then you take, you go queen c7. Like white is at very least safe.
Can I survive?
Well, it feels to me like you don't have moves, right? I mean, I can just play, I don't know, king d1, c1. Like, yeah, and then?
Then I wait. See how you're gonna.
Yeah, but if you wait, I'll just bring the king to b7 or something. I mean,
Okay, I'll take your pawn as I wait, if that makes you feel better. But okay, I know you can protect it. Yeah.
No, I think it has to be, like as a scenario, it has to be nice for white.
Okay, so rook d2, rook h8.
Yeah, takes.
And so basically, you're not interested in taking because still of f6.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of have a feeling that f7, f6 is normally a very good thing for black to do. I mean, it helps him to like activate the queen.
Yeah, so we don't really want any part of these lines.
Yeah, also his king will normally escape the mating net, right? So, yeah.
That's why we're taking.
No, but it's literally, so we had the same position with the pawn on f4 and rook on a2. And it's clear that rook d2 is way more useful.
Yeah.
And we were happy with that even in the previous line.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, but let's see if we can go a little further here.
No, but why?
Because you're sure this is just good for white?
No, I mean, after queen c7, you just stop normally.
Okay, so
I mean, you can also take a7. There is not much going on, right? I can just take a7. I can go back. I mean, I can take b6 on the way.
Okay, queen a7. Well, I don't know. I feel like we could look at a few more moves here.
Sure.
Wow, rook d2. Okay, that move got Vishy's seal of approval. That's nice. That's a vote of confidence for Ding's position.
Yeah.
But yeah, it felt to us also like this was a pretty good option compared to what we've been looking at.
Yeah.
And queen h4, okay, if I try to get your pawn?
Yeah, but you're trying to trick me some dirty way. Okay, queen takes b6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I guess your pawns are going to be more valuable than mine, and maybe your a pawn could win the game.
Yeah, I can also take c5. Yeah, I mean, it's just that basically you'll never have real counterplay, as like most of your forces will be.
Yeah. You know what rook d2 reminds me a little of?
No.
Well, think back about this match.
I mean, there were so many games already.
Well, think of a good rook move that Ding made.
Oh, I remember bad ones.
Think of a good one.
Rook h3, rook b3? No, rook a5.
Rook a5, yeah, because that was like a key move, and this could be a key move in this game.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
But actually, there are some real like parallels with the game. I think it was the first game actually of the first World Championship match between Tal and Botvinnik, which I think started with the French defense, and then it was very similar. Like it was this Vinaver, where White King actually was in the center, like for the whole game. He probably played King d1 at some point, and then he activated his rooks exactly via h file and a file, and he brought them to like e4 and d3 or something. I remember myself as a kid being so impressed with this game. Like I didn't really know that you're not that you're allowed to not castle. My coach would normally kill me for that, and I was like suddenly as a guy just plays King d1 at some point, and then you can actually activate your rooks without castling and without connecting them on the first rank, which I thought is like an absolute necessity.
Yeah, I mean, if Ding can win this game, he is going to win this game without ever having castled. Yeah, with just the king on e1 most likely, never having moved.
Yeah. Well, his king might, like, when he will improve to the maximum, I can see this.
Hey, do you know something has happened, which is that Nepo is actually lower on the clock than Ding, which is the first time in this game. And this seems like a very critical moment for him where we have not yet been able to actually find the way for him to go.
Yeah. Okay.
So we've looked at 3 moves here, or 2 moves. We've looked at rook h8, and we've looked at queen g5.
Yeah.
2 moves. Yeah, obviously
well, after
you can't, yeah.
I mean, after queen takes g5, given what we had, we don't need to resign, maybe. So queen takes e5, f6, queen h2.
Yeah, let's just show people,
Yeah.
because not everyone sees that tactic.
Yeah.
So that's a very key point as to why black cannot defend with the queen.
Right.
And that's why we're always going for this f6 move.
Yeah. And then queen h2. So, okay, rook h8 loses indeed.
Yeah, and he just played rook h8.
Yeah, immediately. Okay.
Okay. He went for rook h8, promote variation. I really want Ding to get the Ironman title in this marathon.
Okay.
You know, and I think that would be a great nickname for him, and we can maybe get another Thug Life video.
Yeah.
Right? Because I think it's an accomplishment in life to get like a Thug Life video made.
Yeah.
With you as the star.
No, I think it was Grishuk who kind of, you know, it all started with Sasha. So.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, like, I think for just for relaxation, sometimes I watch those videos of him. That's still, those are still the, it's the
Sasha
originals.
So cool. Speaking of Sasha, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, I had a birthday party on 18th, which, I mean.
Did you eat your birthday cake? Where is it? Tell us the
like,
truth.
I'll not reveal everything, but I will say we did it very Russian way, and I mean, some of the things I do remember. And one of the things is that Sasha, it's funny, he shared it with me that he thinks.
Is he here?
Yeah.
So he was at your party.
Yeah. So he will play this rapid tournament that I think actually.
He's being organized here. Okay.
That I think started a couple of hours ago, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, but he said game, what was it, 6 that Ding won?
Yeah.
Is in his opinion the worst game of the match.
Yes.
And then he asked me, and I said I think this is actually the best game of the match.
Yeah.
And it's funny that like this poll increased.
Well, the worst game of the match is definitely game 2. I mean, just in terms of like how the game went and its interest. I mean, it must be game 2.
Sure, you can text Sasha and he'll
share
add,
my opinion.
Yeah, he'll add you.
Yeah.
But I mean, the poll increased, and then like I will not reveal the names, but I think it's quite safe to say that I'm probably the worst player of the poll, and it's like 2-2 or 3-3 between the best game and the worst game, which is actually very surprising to me, I must say, and it's also surprising for Sasha, but you know, a different way. So it's actually interesting that even strong players can have, you know,
completely different aesthetic perspectives.
Yeah, like exactly the opposite, right? It's just And also, while I was praising Ding's play, starting from rook b3 and like all the rest, I was saying, okay, before is better, but after rook b3 he was so good. And Sasha said basically, how on earth can you not play b4 and win this easily, and so you know, and so on. And yeah, this was quite funny.
You mean like Ding should have played the move b4?
Yeah. Instead of rook b3, I mean, which led to a brilliant game. b4 was quite a casual way to, you know, win it, and it was like objectively a better move too. So yeah.
All right, so we got
to each his own, right?
Yeah, Nepo choosing rook h8.
But what is the plan after like I'm about to start quoting Korchnoi. Yeah, if you play rook h8, why don't you resign then? So rook takes h8.
Yeah.
First of all, let me just say the reason Ding is thinking is that probably d7 is also a decent option. But let's just in many lines, this rook on a8 will be hanging after queen takes g5.
Yeah, you're just like trying to promote that pawn. It's interesting.
Yeah, but also why not just to take on h8 and then
take
I think we wanted d7. Yeah, we thought d7 is more precise. Now rook takes a8 is a threat. So it's not even that I refuse to take on a5. I'm just saying I'll do it later. So takes.
Yep. So we looked at this position.
So actually, the only reason you do this as black is that, let's say, some queen takes c3 works here with the king on h7, not g8. But the bad news is that here I have queen h2 check, which is a nice little resource.
You just get them to go back.
Yeah, and then it's either you block the diagonal for your queen, or
you get this rook attacked with check or something. So, so we're basically in this position.
Yeah.
Then you can't really move that many pieces. It must be said, it's funny how this knight is like both quite good, but at the moment you can't really move him anywhere.
But it's not because of the knight, it's because of this pawn on d7. Like if you'd be looking for the best square for the knight, you'd probably end up saying f5. It's just that this pawn is,
Can I go queen h1?
Yeah. Let's have a look. First of all, just to make sure you're not too excited, I will say I have queen e5 check followed by rook d3.
Yeah, but I am kind of excited because I spotted a perpetual check idea.
But is it a perpetual shows this actually? Queen takes d8?
Queen d8.
Yeah, queen e4, rook e2. Queen b1.
You're escaping from me? How are you escaping?
No, maybe I'm not.
You're going to d3, but then you can't get. Oh, I don't think.
Yeah, you go back to b1.
Escape from this, right?
Yeah. You go back to b1. I think you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Finally, use this knight to help me out with my idea, and I think you can't really. You can't really give up this bishop, can you?
Yeah, at very least you have queen d1.
Yeah.
And then rook d2 is a perpetual. So this is why you basically don't accept.
You know where I got this idea? It's actually from their game that we were just discussing, where where Nepo had this idea of the queen d8 move and like some sort of perpetuals, like over there. So it's like, okay, that was a hidden defensive try. So I kind of remember that.
Yeah, but then queen e5 check happens. And,
Can you just get your rook to h3?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
I would like the game to end like that. Yeah, that's looking tough for black.
Well, it could be that we're missing some defensive resources. Maybe I am over optimistic as white. Maybe with this pawn on d7, you need to get your f6 at some point. But I mean, I can't fight the impression that it looks so bad. Could be.
Can we show some cool lines where we win?
Okay. Knight h5.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh wait.
Who are we?
White. The white pieces win. And that didn't work too well. I also missed queen e4.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, let's just go back to b7.
Yeah, it actually worked, right? It's actually. It's insane that it works.
Yeah, like I'm somehow holding on.
But then again, if you're holding on, you're probably better even as black, which is quite surprising. Then it could be his point, but
All right, we went a little far. Okay,
yeah.
Actually, so Ding is thinking over this moment, and
so let's have a look at his alternatives, right?
So shall we look at d7?
Yeah. So it's basically taken on h8, taken on e5, and d7.
Yeah, let's look at d7.
Okay, let's look at d7. So first we need to figure out what's wrong with queen takes g5. And I have a feeling I know what's wrong.
Something is wrong with it.
So queen takes e5. No, what's wrong is actually cute. So what's wrong is f6, d8, queen. And then, and also f takes e5 runs into, at very least queen takes g5, which is a nice thing. So and queen takes d2.
Rook d7 mate would also be fine.
It's not yet mate, it's knight e7, but yeah, I agree. Yeah. So.
Yeah, d7 is an interesting option for him. You know, because earlier in the game we kind of realized that d6 was interesting. Now it could be like further pushing the pawn.
Yeah.
Before making the trade. And so, like, what is the main difference between taking on h8 and then, like, is it that you're just trying to win a move, or what?
I guess so.
What are we trying to accomplish here? Because there's also queen c7.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an extra option.
No, I think it's that we are trying to prevent rook d8 in one go, which is...
But what if they go here? Isn't the queen pretty good here?
Yeah.
And we haven't yet taken this pawn?
Yeah. No, he probably wants to calculate it till the very end. This is just...
His style?
Yeah, the way he is, but yeah. Or it's queen takes c5 that he likes, not d7.
Have a
I mean, that
hard time believing that one. This one?
Yeah. No?
I don't know. Show me some ideas here.
Well, the idea could be just, I don't know, queen e4 back.
Just back? Okay, there
no,
we go.
he took, no, yeah.
Okay, that is the move that we thought was the most likely.
It's actually very cool. Like, sometimes he's thinking when you don't even see the alternative, and then he plays the most obvious move.
But then he goes pretty deep into it.
And you're like, what was wrong with you, buddy? But then at some point you don't see the alternative, let's say, to some g takes e5, and he plays rook h3, which we missed completely. And I mean, you switch back to, you know, to saying he's brilliant. And both are probably true, right?
All right, let's see. So how quickly is Jan going to capture back? He took with the what? The king?
Queen.
Okay.
Just as we wanted on d7.
And that's also what we looked at.
Yeah. And then, well, not playing rook d8 would be strange.
Yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot of options given that this is a threat.
Wait, maybe this is not a threat, right? You wanted this perpetual, actually.
Oh, queen e4.
Yeah.
I have this funny idea. Wow, you can let me sack my queen, make a new queen, and then you have like queen e4. But it's not a perpetual, because I have queen d1.
Yeah, that is true.
That's lucky, because the queen happens to be in the right square. So this does seem to be a threat, guys, just to show you what we're talking about. If black makes like some random move, we got queen, and this unfortunately doesn't work out as a perpetual because we block with the rook, and then we have the queen on board to defend.
Yeah, and then we actually force a trade even, which is even better.
Yeah, this queen is actually trapped.
Yeah.
Pretty funny. Okay, so he is most likely just going to play rook d8 quite fast here.
Yeah,
and he does it.
Queen takes e5.
Yeah, so ding.
At tempo.
Yeah, playing quickly. Queen takes e5. And okay, here is some choice for Jan about where to put his king.
Yeah.
We were thinking, so we basically wound up thinking that king h7 was the right one.
Yeah. And then queen h2, king g7, queen c7. And you try, so what we were looking at is actually this exact line, right? And then you tried some queen h4, which worked, at least once.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So we tried
Let's have a look at
king
that.
h7.
Yeah.
Okay. Queen h2.
Actually, like at the same time, queen h2 looks smart. But at the same time, if queen c7, queen takes c3 does not work, then I'm...
then you want to just go here.
Then I'm hurting myself, yeah, with this check.
So we have to try this.
Yeah. The annoying thing here is that you have so many moves. Like, even if you like don't play some check, you have some knight d4.
Yeah.
But then again, if you're Ding, you're capable of calculating them all move by move.
Well, at least, luckily for him, at least it's going to be Nepo's move for a little bit right now, and he can get in a bit of extra calculation.
Yeah.
So.
I also think he will be wise enough to. So after king h7, at least you can repeat once, right?
You mean throw in like queen h2? Okay, where did he go?
Yeah, h7.
He went to h7.
Which is natural.
Yes.
Queen h2.
Yeah.
King g7. Then can we please see queen e5 once?
Just to make
sure
he doesn't lose on time today.
No, I mean, yeah. basically getting closer to move 40.
Okay, king g7, queen e5. Okay,
Yeah.
there you go. He's doing the wise thing that you're suggesting.
Okay.
But we know this is not like a repetition offer. It's just...
Yeah. Not yet.
That's good.
Queen h2 again. So he's pretty sure it's queen c7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he's planning.
Not that obvious.
You don't. Yeah, I mean, you don't think there's any chance that this is going to end with queen e5 check now?
Yeah. Yeah, queen c7.
There you go.
Yeah, in terms of geometry, I like this a lot.
Yeah, so he's got in a
So
couple
this
of
was,
extra.
yeah, this was our first intention too, right?
A couple of extra moves, and
Yeah.
he shows that, yeah, he's not interested in the draw. And so, did we want this position? Yeah, this is where we were looking at queen h1, I think.
Or queen h4, yeah, which has to be the same in terms of
yeah,
in terms of repetition at least. But then we somehow gave up because of some like miracle.
Okay. Yeah, let's go queen h4. Yeah, the queen
Yeah.
h4 I think is what we looked at, because also queen here is a threat.
Yeah. No, but actually...
we looked at queen e5, rook d3.
Yeah, and you had queen b7, which makes me think it was queen h1. So here, let's have a look at this term actually. So queen e5 check.
So basically, again, like queen d8, the idea is that, and white is getting perpetual.
Yeah.
Checked. Queen e5, king g8.
Yeah. Maybe here you could also try king f8. I don't know. So, so if you go to g8, what was it? Rook g3? Well, we did not.
We didn't look at this position.
Yeah, we did not have this exact position.
We never had any options for black to take this pawn.
Yeah, correct. Maybe black is okay at the end of the day, but this would be like very upsetting for white. Well, rook g3 is still tempting, but the problem is that
queen is going to be kind of good over here.
But maybe we'll just run there, right? Let's give it a shot. Rook d3. Queen takes g5. Rook h3. What I'm worried about is that even king f8 is a move. And then, you know, if we
Do you
don't...
think that we could maybe just go king... I don't know. I was looking at this, but, you know, I guess you have, like...
Yeah, I mean, we didn't want to give up this pawn, right? We liked it so much.
You have even queen g1, maybe.
Yeah.
So queen h4 seems like a better try here than queen h1, just because of the extra options about this pawn.
But I don't see him blundering like this, to be honest.
Ding?
Yeah. I
mean,
mean,
where did he really have choices?
Well, queen c7 immediately was there too.
Like, you're talking about right away with the king here.
Yeah. Well, it could be that he calculated this too, and that queen takes c3 works there too.
So you're basically saying, like, yeah, he opened up this file for the queen.
Yeah, like it's either you leave the diagonal or the file. And I must say, in terms of like geometry and like intuition and all the things you can imagine, you want black king to be on g7, not h7 for some reason.
Okay,
so
Jan
queen
is doing
h4
queen
plays.
h4.
Yeah. Okay. Ding looks surprised.
Does he?
I think. He's clearly surprised, and it is not a good sign.
Yeah, that's an important idea, this perpetual. Okay, let's see what other options we have. But also, like, you're already just threatening maybe that as well.
Okay.
I have some interesting ideas.
Well, I think the game is actually over.
Why? Why do you think so?
Well, he clearly blundered. And
let's run. How about that?
yeah, but queen takes g5. Like, I'm not even sure you're better.
But we looked at all those positions, Daniil, and you were kind of happy as long as you got those pawns. So maybe we can still do that.
Yeah, but we will have two. Like, it's black is two, like 2 or 3 tempest up compared to what we
Compared
had.
to what we had? Okay. I'm still actually, you know what? I'm still willing to look at this as long as I have the strong pawn.
Sure.
And my king is actually escaping.
Yeah.
How about we take a look?
Yeah, this makes sense. It's way less obvious.
But I mean, king safety is a big theme in chess. So when I see my king on e1 being a constant problem, and now he's actually fairly cozy on c2, and you can't really like threaten anything in my position, you're still tied down, you know, maybe we can still make the case that like we can pick up these pawns and still be better, make a fight out of it.
Yeah, I tend to agree. You're probably right.
I don't know, king d1 is interesting. It kind of got me a little bit excited about the idea of escaping this perpetual.
Yeah.
What do you think Jan's assessment of the position is? I think his assessment is that it's not so bad for him right now.
Well, my guess would be that he doesn't care. And this is actually very often the assessment that, you know, that you have over the board.
You just like play the only move. And
yeah, I mean, sure. Basically, like if you don't use this perpetual, you clearly lose. If you go for it and you know, white takes on d8, you're happy, kind of.
Yeah.
If you're lost or you're actually okay, like after all the moves in the board, like king d1, I mean, this much you just don't know. And you actually don't need to know as long as...
You know, what's cool is that when you go queen e4, there you go, Ding.
Wow.
That's my boy. All right. I'm so excited. I'm so excited because king d1, I mean, it's just like a cool idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this also means queen h1 was... I mean, at least it had
an
upsides.
Yes. That's right. We didn't even talk about it before because we only looked at this position with queen h1. So obviously, running.
So queen h4 king.
It's actually possible. It's possible to run, right? But then it's like a whole different thing that we would have to look at. Yeah. Right. So queen h4 does give him this idea. All right. So we're not going to see a draw by perpetual check.
No. Yeah. He probably thinks that he's free running.
Yeah, he doesn't have much risk because of this d pawn.
Well, I'm not so sure. Like at some point, so let's say I take on g5.
Yeah, you take on g5.
I must say, with all the excitement, I'm not so sure. So you play, I mean, you play...
I went king c2, I guess. Well, the reason I didn't want to take was then I have to calculate like queen g1. Right? So I think king c2 makes sense.
Yeah. And let's say, well, I want my pawn to get to e5 somehow, so let's say I play queen f6. I go queen f6, I prepare, queen takes g5 played.
Yeah, king c2.
King c2 a tempo, okay.
And, okay, now if queen f6, okay, now I have to start taking stuff.
But it's actually strange that the guy spent like so much time on rook takes h8, which I thought is the only move, and I didn't really get what the alternative was. And then this king d1, king c2 is so obvious to him.
Yeah.
But then again, I'll keep saying that you know, you should not use the general standards when you are talking about Ding.
All right, so we're going to take an a7 and let you play e5,
or we play something that we think prevents e5 a little, which could be bishop g2, for instance, and you want the bishop on this diagonal, or bishop, I don't know.
Like right here.
Yeah, but then maybe
okay, let's just see what happens. Like, I mean,
let's say e5. Yeah, I like bishop g2 anyway, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, finally the bishop comes to life a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, one thing that is it fair to say that like white's not risking much in this position, right, with this kind of pawn? That is basically, is it like a 2-result game for the moment, or what?
Well, I have a feeling that if white is not risking, then black is not lost, you know. So basically, like, I cannot sit and wait as black. I'll certainly lose. So it's either I have some counterplay or I'm dead.
Well, okay, first of all, what is white's idea here, though? Like, how am I supposed to?
But you don't care, like, there are no fortresses.
But apparently, Ding was, oh, look at this. This is kind of an important comment from our producer that Ding apparently could have taken on d8 and was winning in this line, okay. King d2, queen b2, king d3, queen b1. Oh wow, we kind of just stopped here and we couldn't really believe it. Ooh.
Yeah, but this line I saw, but what I didn't see is queen d1 check.
Like right here.
Yeah,
right?
and then it has to be king e4, and I thought give me a break.
And you're just putting.
And then you're running to f3 and g2.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
This is actually a very big miss for the World Championship match.
Yeah, queen f6 is like you can't stop it, you promote the pawn.
So it's bishop d3 maybe. Because this one I was not so sure about, and maybe I was right. But it's yeah.
Wow, so he actually just could have taken the rook.
Yeah, but it was bishop d3 there, so let's actually go back. It's quite important. So queen e4, rook e2, queen b1, king g2, king b2, queen b2, king d3, queen b1, rook c2, queen d1, king e4, queen takes c2, and bishop d3. And what I didn't see, I stopped here after queen takes f2, and I thought we are getting mated. But actually, it's white who is checkmating after queen takes f6 check.
Because queen f7 is a check.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh no, I got excited about king d1 when I should have gotten more excited about taking the rook.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well. Well, we're gonna see what's gonna happen. I mean, he still has some chances left, and let's see what we have on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's big. That's definitely a big miss.
Well, it's basically just a point.
Yeah.
But what I think kind of makes it more understandable is that he probably thinks he is much better in the game. As otherwise, I mean, of course, you check it 3 times, you check it 4 times. Like if you think you are worse otherwise, you check it and recheck it and recheck it, and then if it's draw, you take it.
Do you think Nepo saw it? I have a feeling like neither of them saw it. Like I don't think Nepo thought he was losing after this move. What do you think?
To be honest, the way I see him, I don't think he was completely sure what's going on, and he thought he's certainly dead lost otherwise.
Right.
So he didn't care if some genius king run king walk works, then okay, tough luck. Like I had to do it. Is his point. Same with bishop d4 check from the previous game, right? He actually mentioned it at the press conference after the game, but he failed to calculate it well. But he didn't need to.
So this bishop is coming here.
Yeah.
If white needs, like for example, if black tries to move this pawn and then you can't take here right away because you don't want to lose d7, I mean, you can always throw in bishop c6 and then start taking stuff.
Yeah.
So we think that's where this bishop is heading.
Yeah. No, I think it's very much about black sort of creating counterplay or not. Should we bring our knight somewhere? Like it used to be great on f5, but not anymore is my impression. Where do you want to have the knight? Like potentially even. Is it f6?
There's no like idea like knight d4, pawn takes, rook d7, queen e5, f6. Is there like, well, can we just take a look?
Could be.
What that is?
Yeah, so takes.
Okay, I don't think that's what he did. I think he did e5. But
yeah.
Yes, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
It was an interesting option.
And rook takes d7.
Maybe f6. How many pawns do you have? You have 2 pawns.
Okay.
But there's a lot of, ooh, it actually was an idea.
Yeah.
You know. Okay, but he didn't do it. What'd he do instead? He went e5. He still has these ideas. But maybe it's not quite as good now because you would lose the e5 pawn.
Yeah.
All right, Ding plays bishop e4 pretty quickly.
No, but what just happened? We were just told that actually knight d4 check was
equal.
Was equal.
Yep.
But if you, like I won't name you, but if you keep telling us stuff, then I mean, give us a hint on
what?
On what's going on in the game, then.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's different now.
So was it necessary, or black is just?
No, I think it was probably. Anyway. I think my guess would be that this was quite an important resource. Yeah, if you had it. This might not be coming back because the thing is, after e5, bishop e4, if you try something similar, it doesn't work the same way.
No, for sure not.
Because, you know, now this pawn is actually hanging.
Right.
And then this endgame would be just winning for white. So
yeah, but he has completely different plans. No, he just wants to play something like knight h6, I guess. I mean, I get what he's doing. This would be, in terms of ideas, this would be my intention too. Yeah.
Or from g4.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, let's take a look. Let's
the
say
question
knight
is
h6.
queen takes h7. Yeah, white is saying, all right, you have like
getting a pawn finally.
Yeah, all the ideas in the world, but what do you play exactly?
I just want this guy.
Yeah. Then you have to give up d7 though.
No, you can do either of these.
Yeah.
Queen b6.
Yeah, but then rook takes d7.
No, rook d7.
Well, I'm not saying this is necessarily, you know, great.
Yeah, we still have to like.
I don't know. Yeah.
Really look at that, and I guess I would say, I mean, white has, I think, pretty decent chances to win this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is going to be really good one day, and then you just run.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know how bad this is objectively. Maybe really bad. But it's definitely, definitely a real chance in a practical game. Yeah, knight h6 was just played. Okay.
Okay, it's on the board. Okay, the players are getting close to time control, just 5 moves away. So it looks like they're going to not have the same scenarios from the last game.
Yeah.
And now Ding probably has a pretty easy move. Is there anything else he can do other than take that pawn?
I don't know, bring the king to e6? Well, I'm joking, but semi-joking, right? Like
one day.
Black is really tight.
Yeah, I really do want to get like at least one pawn off the board.
Okay, let's do it then.
Yeah, he's doing it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to wait for him to do it before.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Nepo is going to probably go knight g4. Or does he have some way that he wants to protect this pawn?
Oh, queen e6 is kind of reasonable too, as you're attacking c4, you're protecting b6. And basically, the only problem is that queen c7 is probably just winning.
Yes.
Which Ding would have to calculate. Queen takes c4.
And finally, we allow.
Yeah, queen a2, king d1 looks good.
Okay,
right?
he went for something else.
Knight g4 played. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we actually could see this endgame. I mean, Ding has to make a big decision now. Does he want to just take on b6?
Yeah. Also,
bishop c6 is interesting.
Exactly, yeah. That probably allows e4, e3. So you basically need to, choose between few.
So let's take
really,
a look.
Really good positions here as black, as white, sorry.
So you take.
Yeah, I go e3.
E3. And how big of a problem is this going to be?
Yeah, exactly.
Because, okay, I see I don't want to, one move I don't want to make is that.
Okay.
So
you go to c4, to b3 to protect c4? Yeah.
I think it's a fascinating position.
Yeah.
You know what's really kind of cool? Like at some point, I don't know if I need to, I can kind of entrench my bishop here. I don't know if that's...
Well, what's really cool is that, basically, if white plays queen takes d8 even next move, it's still unclear. Like, you go a4, a5, a6. I mean, it's quite hard to stop this. But you probably don't do this.
Yeah.
Somehow, given what you have as white, I mean, again, we don't know what
let's see what's going on, like g5.
Yeah, but you always lose the race.
Yeah, because the bishop is stronger than the knight in these positions.
Yeah, so just a4 and, yeah.
Yeah, the bishop is extremely powerful. Now, when I said he's going to go there, no, he's not. He's going to stay here, and he's going to continue protecting everything, and that as well. And yeah, I mean, you're not able to get g2 in very easily.
No, I would be more worried about blundering something.
So this is a very serious option for white, yeah.
I don't know. You were a bit too hasty, I guess, but yeah, maybe.
I mean, you just want to take that pawn without giving up d7.
Yeah, but I don't think it's this much about pawns. It's basically about protecting your king and making sure you keep this you know, kind of domination.
But there's something I really like about this move.
Yeah, but So e4, once again, e4, queen takes b6. Yeah, it does look pretty forcing, I must admit. Is there a knight e5 here?
Yes, but now you don't get in your e3, right?
Yeah, but I'm attacking c4, and I'll probably
You
have
wanna
knight
go
d3.
d3.
Yeah. And actually, one more thing I realized is, well, we do have this position, but if we go queen takes b6 instead, which we kind of like to, then after rook takes d7, takes, queen takes c5. Well, it's probably a bit too early to say black is lost, as there is queen a4 check. And you need a plan there.
Because your queen is what, getting to d1?
Well, it depends on your move, but yeah, after king b2, I will play queen d1, and it is a little bit annoying. And it could be it could be just.
Let's look
good.
at that. Let's look at that. And I want to go bishop d5.
And you want to run then?
Yeah, I want to run. I want to go up to safety. I also want to target.
Yeah, but I will probably promote first at some point. Like I'll go. Okay, some check. I don't know, queen. Let's say I don't know, e2 maybe, and then I take on f2 with a knight. You have some queen.
Hold on.
Queen is sevens.
This one you got no one to cover that with, or do you?
Yeah, but it won't be made.
Because you have queen d1, queen b1, queen f5, or something.
No, my point was that basically even after queen e7, knight d3, it's not made. Like even in terms of general ideas, I don't think it's necessarily bad. I mean, it could be bad, it could be okay too. My guess would be that it's okay actually.
You're somehow surviving. Okay, so let's go back. This is a pretty critical moment for Ding.
He's down to 14 minutes actually, and he has to play 4 moves.
Yeah, so I feel like he's getting ready to do something. Okay, we definitely don't want him to freeze with bad memories of the previous game.
Yeah, but now it kind of makes sense what he's doing. So, so let's say like if you end up thinking I will take on b6, then you take on d7 automatically, then you play something like queen takes c5 automatically, and then after queen a4 check, you play moves that you've been planning for like 30 minutes, right?
Oh yeah, he can definitely take his time here. Okay, let's try to work on this bishop c6 again.
Okay.
So e4. I mean, the whole point was to take the pawn, so I guess that's what I'll do. There's nothing else I can do, right? Okay.
No, I feel exactly the opposite way. You have like a billion of alternatives every single move.
You feel like queen c7.
Yeah, and he played one of them, right? He played bishop f3 in the very beginning.
Oh, bishop f3, okay. Not even something that we got a chance to talk about.
Yeah.
So how do we understand this move? He wants to get the knight here and then go bishop c6?
Probably. Or he thinks that after knight f6, the knight will no longer have an access to this nice nice geometry.
But he probably wants this move.
Not necessarily.
Like this way there's none of that stuff.
Yeah, but there is queen e6, right? And then what?
So you're preparing for some little tactics.
Yeah. Which he could blunder, but I find it hard to believe.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Okay, but queen e6.
No, it's probably bishop b5.
No, 1 second. Did you try to scare me with this? Because I have queen c7.
Okay, queen takes c4.
And what? You're so confident you...
King b2 maybe, yeah?
No, I'm trying to understand. Hold on. What do you got planned on?
But why wouldn't you play like one normal solid move in a row that makes me resign immediately? Why do you...
I really want to take your rook because I didn't do it earlier in the game, Daniil.
Okay, queen a2 check.
Yeah.
King d3.
No.
King d1, okay.
Yeah, I just want to understand like what's going on here. I'm threatening queen f6 and...
Maybe not much, yeah. Yeah, probably.
Because this bishop is a beast.
Jan actually played knight takes f2.
Okay, wow, I did...
Which was clearly missed.
Ah.
Okay.
Well, okay. We don't want to lose that pawn, but actually,
yeah, this is actually a great move. Yeah.
Knight f2 is, you like it?
Yeah. Well, at least my first impression is that it's like, again, you just get there by comparing things, right? I mean, knight f6 was so bad for black, and this is like, you think about it for 3 seconds, you realize it is actually a gamble. This could be the move that wins Jan the match, actually. Although, I mean, again, let's not rush like this.
Okay, rook f2.
Rook takes d7, I guess.
Definitely rook d7, not queen d7, right?
No, it's either e4 or rook takes d7. I don't think you want to trade.
Okay. Queen b6.
Yeah, and e4. And it's not even clear that, like, white is on the better side, kind of.
Oh man, I feel a little bit bad about what we're saying. Because I feel, yeah, I would have liked to see, like, Ding try to push this a bit, you know? And
yeah,
like,
this is true.
Blundering knight f2, it was just kind of like, that's just a letdown, right, for the position.
Yeah.
Right, because like white's position kind of allowed him a lot more. And
well, but let's not give up. Like, first of all, if we are terribly scared, we can play bishop c6, and we play this even, you know, pawn down.
Yeah.
It is clearly like a completely different story. Yeah, but it's such a different story. Yeah.
What do you do now with your knight? You just
knight g4 and you go e4. Yeah, I mean, you basically.
Yeah, it is a different story with this pawn gone.
Yeah.
Because now when we take and you go here, I still can't take your pawn because that would be a check.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, it's just not the same at all, getting that pawn there.
Yeah, it's probably just lost for white, actually.
And then you're going to go like queen f6, knight e5.
Knight e5, yeah, exactly.
A million ideas of how you're...
No, let's actually take the knight then. Let's take the knight, and then after rook takes d7,
Gosh, yeah,
or something, let's just try to calm down and think a little. Which I think is exactly what Ding is trying to do. Well, first of all, we have queen a8. Yeah, he takes. Rook takes d7. He'll probably...
Oh, maybe he can try to get the bishop to d5.
Yeah.
That would be a dream.
Yes, this was my point, kind of, yeah. I mean, I wanted to stop e4 to keep this option, yeah. But
and that's why you also think that black needs to consider this here.
Yeah.
And he actually just did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he played it quickly.
Yeah, he doesn't want that bishop coming in.
Then bishop g4 exists, right?
But then e3.
Yeah, but then you're gambling it. You have queen e4 check, yeah? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, e4 seems like a powerful move.
Yeah.
Basically.
So is it... Yeah, I mean, they're doing things so quickly. So is it just bad for white now, or what?
It doesn't feel amazing. Doesn't feel amazing compared to what he had.
No, I mean, okay, if you don't take the rook in the World Championship match, then, you know, like, even someone who cannot calculate at all will beat you, it seems, right? So, I don't know, but can it be really this bad? What about rook e2? Rook e2, you have rook takes d7. Let's say I take on b6. And what do you play then, actually? I mean, I understand it looks fantastic for black compared to what you had, but still.
Yeah, you want to get this pawn back at least, yeah?
Yeah.
And f5, I mean, I guess you're going to make me play that, right?
Yeah, but then I was hoping for some rook g2, bishop h5, followed by rook g2 or something. But rook d6 works. And there is no queen takes c5 even, as rook d2 check is there.
What do you think about like this type of position?
Well, I think first of all you will not get it as white. Secondly, yeah, I don't know, it's probably sharp. But why not to play rook d6? You're just straight winning, right?
Yeah, attacking the queen and the bishop.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so we're waiting to see a move here from Ding, who is probably experiencing some psychological trauma after these last couple of moves.
Yeah.
I only say that because that's the way I feel. Daniil.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't feel normal at all. Like after the way where this game is going, and knowing what the situation is in the match, knowing how this game has went, how he really did his best to put the pressure on Jan, and I feel like yeah, of course it's very sad for him that he basically didn't win the game with this, and I mean, I don't know. I feel like maybe both players were just like assuming it's a perpetual.
Could be.
Right.
But he played king d1 quickly. Let's face it. So he didn't even really give it a shot. Right? I mean, normally
just they kind of believed each other, but it looks like it was the perpetual. Could have been there, but I guess it's just crazy how this king was escaping.
Yeah.
So what was it? It was the point was this.
Yeah.
And you're basically giving away your rook with a check.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and then just kind of going backwards, right?
Yeah.
And that was it. So the king sort of hides somewhere.
Yeah, and the key idea is that also queen f6 check is a very big threat in all the lines.
So here
you go king g2, I guess. Knight h4, king g1, knight f3, king h1.
And eventually, you escape.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of calculation, but yeah, I agree. You could have spent a bit longer on that.
Yeah, but he probably thought he's much better in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, I like this position that he went for. It was all fine in terms of trying to still play for a win. And
yeah, I mean, also after Black didn't play this knight d4 check, he was probably better for quite some time.
And so it's just very sad to go bishop f3 and blunder knight f2.
Yeah, but actually, whenever he blunders with these weird moves, I always get this feeling that it's well deserved. Like, how do you even, like bishop f3, we did not even consider it.
Yeah, it didn't cross our minds.
I must say, when he played it, I kind of got the logic behind it.
Yes.
And I didn't see knight takes f2. But somehow, like, it's just not a move you consider normally.
All right, so he went rook e2. Is that what we were looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were.
I mean, okay, let's actually not resign as white, right? So rook takes d7 will, I guess, happen.
Queen b6.
Yeah. And then f5.
Yeah.
And then after f5, okay, like you don't even have a strat, right? I still don't like it, but yeah, maybe.
I hate what's going on with this bishop.
Okay, I understand,
Getting
but
totally dominated.
Yeah, but sometimes, I mean, you just have to play moves. Yeah, clearly it didn't go Ding's way, but let's just play something like.
Yeah, I guess the positive side is that he still got the a pawn on the board.
I mean, even bishop takes c4, let's say fe queen c6. Do we really need to lose this as white? Not necessarily.
Yeah.
So he actually played f5 without rook takes d7.
Okay.
Which is probably wise.
Because it gives him options of queen d7?
Yeah.
And now on queen b6, maybe queen d7 is the idea.
On the other hand, there is rook g2 there, right? And is it all that smart?
All right, so we're gonna be taking this guy.
Yeah, probably.
Ding has to just make one move in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. He'll probably manage.
So if you're saying here.
Yeah, there is bishop h5, right? There is rook g2. Bishop h5 actually
is interesting.
Kind of, yeah, but then there is queen d1, king b2, rook d2 check, I guess.
Yeah. So you're saying this one is a little too much because of that.
Yeah.
And then we can probably take the bishop in the end.
Yeah, but then g takes, I don't even think it's a perpetual. And it also feels like we are losing the race as white, right?
Because this pawn is really strong.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, bishop h5 probably not, and rook g2.
Rook g2 is normal though. I mean, let's not,
Yeah.
Maybe queen d6 is just what's gonna happen. And then we will actually get this kind of an ending that you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm actually looking at queen d3 and rook d6.
But then I'll have checks, right? So king b2, rook d6, let's say queen c7. Yeah, but then you're asking for something like bishop h5 maybe.
Yeah. I guess keeping the queens on the board is also risky for black.
Yeah.
Things could go a little bit haywire with that plan.
At the same time, at the same time, I don't know how bad the ending is for white.
You mean if we trade the queens?
Yeah.
Like this?
Yeah.
I wondered, should we throw in the check and get the king to come here and then go here?
Maybe.
Where's the king better, on b2 or c2? I would say.
Yeah, at least you look smarter this way. Also, you prevent bishop d1, which could be a decent square. So I basically
and I have rook d2 sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I basically have to take. Rook takes. And then I must say I don't like this at all.
I mean, because we are actually in some big issues here.
But we probably go bishop h5, and again we pray.
Wow. But what exactly are you praying for?
I guess I just take, no?
Ah.
You're not in the corner.
Ah, okay. You have some
and
trick.
then again some. Like it feels like you'll promote too. Like f4. Yeah, I guess I'll let you promote and we'll play this queen ending forever.
Like that?
Yeah, let's say you go king f5. You're actually threatening to enter the corner. So I do this f3. King d2, I shouldn't be in time, right? Or I could be in time actually. So king f4, a6.
Did I go the right way? Maybe I should go king d1 just to avoid the check.
Yeah. Yeah, but then there is
then you're in time, right? Like.
No, I go king g3.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
And then kind of black.
Yeah, but it's pretty much the same. I think it was better for me to just like promote quickly as white, not to run into the check, but just
go a4 and go straight into this.
Yeah. And this I would guess is a draw, by the way.
Queen.
Like if you don't win immediately, I think it is a draw.
Okay. Queen. Yeah. I mean, it's unpleasant. It's unpleasant for white to be dealing with all of these possibilities. But okay, let's see what he's going to come up with. He's got less than a minute for his final move. And so what are we expecting from him after f5? We just spent a long time looking at queen b6, so I guess that's what we're expecting. Is there anything else that Ding could come up with here?
I don't know. I don't see much.
Hard to see.
Well, bishop takes c4, like if you're panicking completely.
But you can always do it later, so why? Kind of like.
Well, you might think bishop queen takes d7 is killing you, and then there will be no time.
All right, he's at 15 seconds.
10. Okay.
All right. Ding, you got to make a move. All right.
Yeah, he takes.
All right, there we go. Thankfully, it was just one left, so he took the pawn.
Yeah.
He made move 40. And now Jan has plenty of time to decide what he wants to do. We were looking at queen d7, but also rook d7 is quite, rook d7 is also quite normal. It's just he has this extra option of queen d7.
Yeah, but then after rook d7, I think our point was that there is at least bishop takes c4, fe, queen c6. And something like white does not have to resign. I'm not actually sure white is worse at all, to be honest.
Because you're just winning this pawn, aren't you?
Yeah. I'll technically be even pawn up.
So basically after this...
Yeah, just take on e3.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Totally fine. Okay. So, yeah, that's a big resource. And I think after rook d7, I think very likely he'll be taking. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't think he needs this game to continue.
On the other hand, why? Like, what is it that makes you panic this way?
3 pawns make me panic.
No, I mean, what's wrong with, let's say, playing a4? So it's basically rook d6, right? I mean, the rest has to be manageable.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe rook d6 is good enough to make us call it a day.
So where's your queen gonna go? Has to go back somewhere?
Yeah, I don't like this angry.
I mean, it could. The thing is, like, it could go wrong, and he actually took with the rook.
Yeah.
And so we might be just getting a big decision here from Ding. Well, I mean, fortunately for him, he has this pretty safe move, bishop e4, right? In the worst case.
Well, if it's safe.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels pretty good. I mean, what can go wrong after queen c6?
Well, some rook ending could go wrong. Like
what, like rook d6 or?
Let's say queen d6.
Queen d6.
If it's.
Okay.
But let's just imagine it's forcing queen takes d6, right?
But it's not, right? But you want me to pretend like it is?
Yeah. Yeah, let's say you take on d6, takes, rook takes c4. I go, I don't know, g5.
Yeah, I would say, this shouldn't be a draw somehow, right?
I don't know.
Okay, so first of all, you've given me a chance to win a pawn. Should I?
Yeah.
Is it too risky for me to take it, I think? I think I can take it. I think I can take it.
Okay, g4. g4, you're actually,
I can actually...
You're in time with rook g5.
Rook g5,
yeah. So let's say, and rook g6 I don't play, of course. So I go king f6 then. Takes g4.
Yeah.
And then you'll have some rook c8. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook c8. Yeah, maybe even if you do it like the most stupid possible way, you go rook h5 or b5, then
exactly. I was thinking we wouldn't really like lose this one either.
Yeah, most probably not.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go for a quick break, Daniil. We just made the time control, and Ding has something to think about here. Usually after he's made time control, it takes him a little while to settle in and decide on his next move. So he might not be in such a hurry, although I think it's quite possible that he's just going to want to bail out into some sort of endgame after bishop takes e4, and he's not going to want to face these pawns forever, but he can think about that while we go on our break, and we'll see you in a few minutes, guys.
You asked me also about the boring moments. Okay. Second match, Karpov-Kasparov, Moscow 85. The format was much longer than now. They were playing theoretically 3 games per week, but any player could ask for a timeout any day. Then suddenly, when we were already there for maybe 1.5 months or something like that, about quarter to noon, we were waiting if just in case some player is going to ask for a timeout, and today we don't have any game. And then that happened sometimes, of course, And then the problem was what to write about. There is no game, and I have written practically about everything I know about Karpov and Kasparov for 1.5 months. So the strategy we made was 3 of us, 3 journalists who were not incompetent to each other, David Goodman from Associated Press, Frank Giral from Prensa Latina from Cuba, and myself. We were meeting at the hotel lobby and walking around the lobby for maybe a half an hour, thinking about what to do. And then one of the 3 had finally an idea. Let's write about this one. Oh yes, good idea. And then the 3 of us solved the problem that way. It was a bit boring sometimes, but anyway, interesting.
Which world champion is the most impressive for you and why?
Bobby Fischer, of course, because he was a very, very, very special character. He was a genius. His IQ was even higher than Einstein's, but he was also mentally ill. So I had the pleasure of meeting him in secret 3 times, in 1991 twice, and in 1992 one, before he came back in Svetya Stefan against Spassky. And well, those were one of the strongest experiences in my life in both senses. But of course, well, I have known and interviewed all the world champions since Botvinnik, except Petrosyan. So it is very difficult to choose. If you change a little bit the question and you ask me which world champion has made more for chess in the world, then my answer will be Garry Kasparov.
And why is that?
Because he was very sensitive from the very beginning that the obligations of a world champion include to do their best, or his best, for chess popularity. And he was making a lot of effort on that field.
Hello everyone, welcome in Astana at the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. I'm Kati Tsatsalashvili, and in this video I'm going to show you the trophy of the champion. The trophy is 4.5 kilos, silver with beautiful blue stones. It has a unique design inspired by Baytarek Tower, which was built in 1997 when Astana became a capital city of Kazakhstan. The tower is 105 meters tall and resembles the shape of the chess queen, which is a suitable symbol for the trophy of the FIDE World Chess Championship. Besides this beautiful trophy, there is a stake of 2 million euros for the players, from which the winner will get 60% out of it, and the runner-up will get 40%. Hello everyone, welcome in Astana.
As the world holds its breath, 2 unstoppable minds prepare for immortality. One from the land of the dragon, the other from the land of the bear. Together, they will write history. The patient and precise Ding, carefully calculating every move to gain a strategic advantage, facing the aggressive Nepomniachtchi, who is always looking to take risks and never afraid to make bold moves to pressure his opponents. Their eyes might be fixed on the board, but their minds will be focused on victory. These 2 titans of the chessboard have fought their way through the ranks, demonstrating skill, strategy, and a fierce competitive spirit. Now they will go head-to-head and fight for the ultimate title, the FIDE World Championship crown. Where champions come and go, chess endures.
Hey guys, we're back and the players have passed the time control with Ding having completely blown his advantage, or we can even say winning position, with his 37th move. I can't pretend I'm not devastated by that move, bishop f3. It was just such a shame given how this game had been going and the position that he'd been able to build up, to blow it all that hard work with one bishop retreat, Daniil.
Right. Also, it's a study-like decision. Let's say it's hard for me to blame him for not taking the rook, which would require like a lot of calculation. But here it's more like of the opposite thing. It actually takes a lot to spoil this as white. I mean, he managed, but it's not that only bishop c6 is good. Like bishop c6 is winning, queen takes b6 is winning, some king b3 is probably winning even. So yeah, Jan has been quite lucky today, I must say, for the moment. And the game is actually still in progress, which I would say is like bad news for Ding's fans. Is my impression, as the last move Ding played, which is queen b8, is probably not a great sign. Like he's still completely fine, but it feels like he's in general looking for chances to play on and to avoid a draw, which I think he should not be doing objectively. And if anyone is better in this position, it's I think black. Anyway, let's probably go back. We'll have a lot of time now, I guess, so we can go back and sort of review the game a little. So it started with Ding playing this rare yet famous Nimso that no one has ever played and everybody has looked at, sort of, with knight e2, c5, knight g3, knight c6, and this interesting idea, rook a2. Jan reacted well. And it feels like that this whole bishop g5, h6, h4, takes, g6, that it was all good. And both played well. And yeah, we liked Ding's position a lot. But at least for now, it feels like black was okay. That's what the engine has been saying.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
Yeah, we know up to this point that Nepo has played well.
Well, no is a bit too strong, but we know that some weak engine on Liches says so, which is like, you know, normally gives you 90% certainty, I would say. And then bishop b7, yeah, rook h3 was a very nice move by Ding, I guess. And here Jan had a choice. Like I think 3 or 4 moves were good here. But the way he played with knight h4, g5, and bishop takes e4 was probably wrong. I think knight h4 was okay, as far as I remember, but bishop takes e4 was a mistake.
This rook d2 move was praised by Anand on Twitter, and it did indeed seem to be like a really key move for white.
Yeah, indeed.
And after that, we just loved where this game was going for white. d7 was another nice touch.
Yeah.
And okay.
Then, yeah, then his like first 100% shot was queen takes d8.
Yeah, so this was just the straightforward taking the rook.
Yeah.
It looked like you were blundering into a perpetual, but in fact you weren't. Okay, but this line is far from obvious.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, right now it looks like your king can't really escape, so then you got to offer up your bishop would check.
Yep.
And if you, I guess you offer up your bishop would check, then you're then going back to d2, and then yeah, okay, this one you can sort of see that you're running away, but
queen d1, king e4 is like even harder to spot, I guess.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, it's very hard in chess to be like running with your king and dropping all your pieces with check along the way, and then to like be confident that you're winning this and not losing. I mean, yeah. But objectively,
yeah, bishop d3 is just game over as far as we know. But this one I can kind of understand.
And which was the other one that we were doing? Where was the one where this king was like going somewhere there?
I think it was.
Oh, it was this one. No, was it? Oh, maybe we were looking at like king f3 here. As well.
Yeah, which is probably also
But there's okay. There's this. Oh yeah. One second. There's even. So there's this check too, but I guess you're just going to like e5 or,
Oh, e3 is humble, but also good, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this was Ding's first mischance.
Yeah.
He played king d1 instead, which is actually reasonable. And yeah, this first mistake is, I guess, very understandable, as he really liked his position with his pawn on d7, and he didn't want to bet at all, let's say, on this one line. Then, yeah, knight d4 was missed by Jan.
Yeah, also not the most obvious thing in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, you still have to really evaluate this position and understand why this is equal. You've got like 2 pawns for the piece. And yeah, I mean, maybe it's because you're getting the 3rd pawn or something.
Yeah, could be. Like, anyway, to play it, you need to understand very well that
your position is like kind of desperate.
Yeah, sort of, that you just lose normally with the things going normal way. Jan didn't understand it, but yeah, I mean, he could only win instead, yeah? I mean, I don't think he'll be regretting not playing knight d4 after this game. So yeah, bishop e4. So black was like objectively lost.
This was a nice move, yeah.
Yeah, preventing e4.
Then he took the pawn, which we liked.
Yeah, knight g4.
And then we were like discussing all these moves, you know, should you go there, let them take on d7, should you try to hold the pawn?
Yeah, overprotect d7 or, yeah, I think even king b3 is good. I think I checked it, like even king b3 is something like +2 or +3. Yeah, but Ding played a move that that basically allows this knight takes f2. He played bishop f3.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a sad move because, you know, you just put the bishop there, and he was pretty good there, right, stopping these e4 moves.
Well, I think he was trying to be wise, let's say. He missed knight takes f2 completely, and he wanted
to push the knight away from
f6,
e5.
bishop c6, yeah, and he thought it's even better.
Yeah, but actually, so the key line here was like bishop c6. We were thinking that maybe black could try to survive with some of this.
Yeah, and then there is bishop b5.
Bishop b5, and even getting the knight here doesn't seem to be a big deal because this pawn is so well guarded, and you're not really threatening anything as black.
Yeah, but why is it such a key line? It's just that lost. I don't know.
Yeah.
a4 or something.
Yeah,
A4.
I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just kind of push.
Yeah. The good news for Ding, though, is that actually, I mean, it could just be lost after knight takes f2, rook takes f2.
Right. So it's such a big blunder that it's kind of a good thing that he's not losing.
Like, yes.
Yeah.
I think given the standards of Jan's like luck in general, Ding should probably be happy like about not losing a completely winning position, which is funny. But yeah, I mean, indeed, like if you look at this position exactly, if you don't know the whole story behind it, I mean, it could just be bad for white too. So I'm like.
He made this move with like 5 seconds left.
Yeah. I mean, semi-joking only, right? I mean, he's just lucky that, like, queen takes d7 is not checkmate here, for instance, that he has this rook g2. So I mean, it could be even worse for Ding, and it could be even better for Jan. And now, after rook takes d7, bishop takes e4, f takes queen c6 was, in our opinion, the easiest way to bail out. Ding played queen b8 instead, which is not yet bad. But to me, it feels like
a strange move, right?
Like a sign of some sort of the wrong, estimation of the position, which could, cost him half more point. But yeah, not necessarily. Like I would say, queen d6 basically leads to a draw, as we've been mentioning. The rook endings like this one will normally be a draw, and I think during the break we have checked that even with the king on f6, black is not winning this, so it's like not even dangerous for white. On the contrary, though, if Ding's plan is to keep the bishop, then after king f6 he's actually worse, as long as
if he doesn't sacrifice the bishop at some point.
Exactly. Well, and this exact point as king e5 is coming. So yeah, we'll see what happens next, and the game is actually not over at all. So
yeah, I mean, I have to say, like, the only thing I'm surprised about with queen b8 is, like, I would feel, okay, if I don't think I'm objectively better as white, and I've had this like tragic set of events lead me here, I would just want to end this game and make sure like nothing worse even happens. Right?
Yeah.
That's kind of like why I was in favor of this move.
Yeah.
You know, queen b8, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Maybe he's so strong psychologically that despite this huge blunder, he feels like he can just keep playing like nothing has happened.
Yeah.
Maybe that's his point.
But first of all, I mean, we respect him a lot, but I mean, to say that he's so
strong psychologically.
Yeah, it's probably a bit of an overstatement. Secondly, I don't even get basically why to play queen b8 in general. Like, sure, let's say you want to play, but why is it better than a pass even? What's the point? Like, is he preventing black from playing queen e5?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he likes maybe some potential ideas on this diagonal. So what can black do? So black has
first of all,
many moves,
there is
right?
queen d6, yeah, which is
queen
kind
d6,
of
rook b7.
safe.
How can black? I mean, if black wants to play for anything, he's got to like get his queen in. How can he do that? Yeah, and basically, I don't want to allow you to like have this check.
Yeah.
Because after the
but
check,
what is white's next move?
But of course, I mean, I could even allow you the check, right? Like even, I don't know. There's no real point to this move, but
yeah,
that's the problem. It doesn't have much of an idea.
I mean, also you're inviting some rook h2 so nicely.
So that's his dream, huh?
Yeah.
So in this
but
position,
at the same
of course,
time,
there's rook d8.
Yeah, I don't get. Let's say I go g5. Well, g5 is a little bit weird. I'm weakening my king, but even g5. So let's say I do that. So basically, so what was the point? I can kind of understand that bishop takes e4 probably still holds. But then you could do it immediately. And you don't look super smart if you take here. I mean, at least to me.
You mean like you want to go queen g3 or queen a8? There's rook b7.
No, I think you go like rook h2,
yeah.
rook d8, and then you go like queen b6, threatening queen h6, and then after rook d6 you go back, and we repeat like that. Something like that. But yeah, again, just why to do it? Not that it's necessarily bad, but just why?
Yeah. You know, this is the first time in our days of commentating that we've had like kind of a quiet moment.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, I've received some feedback that we're very heavy on the chess analysis. You know, we don't get to talk about other things that much.
Okay.
So maybe this is our first moment to talk about something else. Daniil, here, I'll read you something.
Okay.
This was Caruana's comment on Ding saying that he has better chess understanding. It was from that interview that he did with El País. And so actually, well, first of all, Caruana disagreed that Ding has a better chess understanding than Jan. But he also disagreed with the notion of chess understanding at all. He said, you either play well or not, you either play good moves or you don't, and that's it. Like if you play good moves, there's no such thing as chess understanding. And from that point of view, they're both good players.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. No, I think in general chess understanding exists. And I think it is true that, you know, someone with a bad chess understanding can very often be like a better chess player than someone with a good chess understanding. Like I would still say those things exist. And I mean, speaking of Ding or Jan, yeah, I honestly don't know. Like Ding sees chess in a very strange way, I guess. And sometimes he does indeed play, you know, some like unbelievable games with some like unbelievable moves. And it's even insane that he can, you know, believe in this kind of moves, like rook h3 in this game, for instance, was very impressive to me. I mean, at the same time, sometimes he plays these weird moves and they're bad. So, I mean, I don't know what we're supposed to say about Ding's chess understanding. Once again, I will come up with it that, you know, I mean, I just don't see a way of, you know, using some common standards with Ding normally. And yeah, speaking of Jan, I think it's easier. I think he has a very good chess understanding, and I think there are players, more than one actually, that have a better understanding. Still, it's not that bad. I mean, it's like, I don't know. When you look at this game, for instance, well, he was...
the Caro-Kann, you mean, structure, the Carlsbad? Or?
Yeah, no, I'm talking, the game we are watching.
Yeah.
Like, technically, he was like outplayed twice.
But it's not even clear.
But at the same,
where did he even make a mistake? I mean,
but
tactical. This game is like very, very concrete. It probably doesn't have much to do with his positional understanding.
Yeah. No, it's like, I mean, again, he was outplayed twice, and he still has chances to win the game even.
Yeah. By the way,
you know,
he
it's very
Queen
difficult.
D6.
Yeah, it's very difficult to judge these things.
Another thing that Caruana said is that he thinks that for most strong players, mistakes come from a lack of concentration, not a lack of understanding. Do you agree with that? I mean, is it just, that's it, the only kinds of mistakes strong players make are from a lapse in concentration?
Well, I think, depends. And also it depends on your chess understanding too, right? So maybe he doesn't have enough understanding to realize that his mistakes are coming from understanding. I'm joking, but like honestly, let's say this bishop f3. I mean, in general, those are tricky things and they are hard to define. So let's say, what is bishop f3 from today? It is technically a blunder.
It's a blunder, yeah.
But the fact that you even consider it.
Exactly. Right? Yeah. We didn't even come to our mind.
Yeah.
The point that he played it wasn't even on our radar.
Yeah, is quite a bad sign, I think, in terms of like having good chess understanding. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how to define those. FIDE's point is that basically he thinks that, I mean, in Ding's shoes, there you just sit and calculate basically all the moves. And this is how FIDE plays, I think, in general, and it works very well for him. But at the same time, there is like a big number of people, and some of them are like just as good or close to FIDE's level, who do it a completely different way, and they don't even consider bishop f3. And they think, okay, like it's either queen takes b6 or bishop c6, and they calculate for like two moves and play.
Yeah. No, it was surprising, right? Because he had like two very good options, and he went for the least kind of like a very strange one. Okay, so now I think we are going to see this bishop takes e4 happen.
Or not.
I think he knows that he's going to have to go for it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see him going bishop g2, but I'd be willing to bet on that. I don't think we're gonna be betting on that.
No.
Yeah.
Probably not. So, speaking of FIDE, it's actually funny that if you think about it deeply, then it basically means that like most of the mistakes of the players who have good chess understanding are actually coming from, you know, some mistakes in chess understanding, as this is basically what you rely on. And people who calculate, they basically bet on their like ability to concentrate and calculate well. And then most of their mistakes will come from some, you know, lack of concentration or like blundering or something else.
Let me give you another FIDE quote.
Okay.
And this one was good. He said, "Whenever I see Vichy talk about chess," so I mean, I assume from that he tuned into our commentary during the first few days. So, and that's what he was talking about. Whenever I see Vichy talk about chess, it's just clear why he's been a top player for the past 30 years and world champion 5 times. He basically grasped the position immediately that other players would take a little longer. And I don't know, isn't that kind of like chess understanding?
Well, you'd better ask Vichy. I don't know. No, I think it is actually talent. Like those things are hard to separate, sort of. But I think it's not exactly the same, and it's called talent.
Yeah, I mean, one thing with Vichy is it did feel like we were always like, you know, like a hound on the scent. You know, like a hound is the hunting dog. You know, that's what it was like. We were always on the scent of like the right path. You know, and generally we were on it. You know, so yeah, that's what I noticed about working with him. I mean, for sure, what FIDE here says makes sense, and I'm glad it was apparent not just to me, but like to other top players watching.
No, Vichy has been absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah.
I was following you guys all the time, and actually, like every single recap, I think I was praising him. Yeah, very impressive.
Yeah, well, so hello Vishy from Astana. We definitely miss you here, and thank you again for coming. He actually did an interview with an Indian newspaper talking about how he enjoys doing commentary, and he'll be doing more of that in the future.
Cool.
That is nice.
No, it's great for chess.
Yeah.
Also with Vishy, it's like so cool that he like cuts all the unnecessary lines so easily.
By the way, Ding did decide to finally put an end to all of this with the bishop sacrifice for the 2 pawns, and now
well, it's not necessarily an end, it's just like a drawish rook ending.
Yeah.
But you can play it. I think Ding lost once, way more drawish ending against me. Yeah.
I mean, I guess there's still some theoretical chance to lose, as this pawn is a little bit better than this pawn. It's easier to support this pawn, right?
Exactly.
But it would still take quite a lot, I think. So
yeah.
I don't know, king b3, do you think we should start with that? Do you think we should try to get my king here? I mean, I know you'll play rook a6, but...
But let's actually try. So you're saying this is quite a simple draw, so yeah. What do you play as white?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. You want to like put the rook here and not really let me in. That's your point. Also, perhaps I should just activate my rook and win that pawn. Yeah, let's just go for rook activity.
All right, so g5?
Yeah. All right, so I guess we'll try it.
Okay. g4?
That is getting a bit sharp.
Okay. g3?
I have only one move, right? Are you planning some trick on me, like rook d1?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
All right.
Okay, so I go rook d1.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just want to show the viewers that it is pretty neat. Right, how you've like intercepted my b1 square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I suspect strongly it could still be a draw.
Oh, first of all, it could... Okay, I don't even want to go into these positions where I let you make a queen.
Okay.
But you think like if I let you make a queen, it's still probably a draw?
Well, I'm pretty sure that, let's say my king is on b2 and my rook is on b4.
And you just give away that pawn?
Yeah, moreover, I think I can give away both.
Like, look, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to go king c2.
Yeah, so you go, let's say, g1.
Yes.
Rook b4.
Well, yeah, rook b4, put it on a protected square.
Well, now I'm allowing queen a1 maybe for no reason. But my point is that basically, let's say you go, I don't know, king e5, I go c5.
Yeah, this position would be a draw.
Queen takes c5, I even go king b1.
Yeah.
Queen takes c3, king a2. This is a thing lost with the king on a5. But yeah.
I hear you can't put me into some sort of a zugzwang, yeah?
I'm not sure,
actually. Can't even make it like...
But as far as I remember, this was a draw.
And probably I can even do this. Right, like just sort of like... Because you still can't really cross anywhere with your king. And
yeah.
Well, I don't know, like here, 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 I guess you're going somewhere.
Yeah, but I need to be on a1, of course. Like in general, I'm trying to... I mean, it's b file that is my barrier. And then I go rook b4, rook b1 forever, maybe. I think something like this was the key, kind of.
Yeah, I admit I don't really want to get into this endgame.
Okay.
So let's see. After
very wise of you.
Yeah, after rook d1, I definitely don't have a choice, huh? Yeah, after blundering this idea.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, you're just kind of going. Okay. Well, the direct approach didn't work, so let's see what else we got.
But actually, in my opinion, if you like 100% shows that it's a draw and you know how to hold it,
you should go for it.
It's completely fine to do it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree, but the game is going to go on for a while. Okay, he did that move. Yeah, he went rook e8. So g5 is definitely going to happen.
Yeah.
Is there anything he can do other than going?
Well, he can start with a check, which could be wise.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah. Throw in the check, because then the king will get checked on the 5th rank. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So king e5. Yeah, g4. You take. I probably go king f4. Rook somewhere.
somewhere.
Somewhere like d5 actually.
Oh, Daniil, did you know the game had just ended?
Okay, yeah.
So
this is
we
good.
don't have to go too deeply into these details.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
guess Ding had offered a draw after playing rook e8, and the players are talking to each other. It would be interesting to know what they're talking about. Maybe Jan is telling him about possibly taking the rook.
Yeah. Could be.
So what do you think? How do we estimate this game for Ding and its impact on the match? Not a tragedy, right?
Yeah,
it could have been worse.
I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, I have this feeling, I mean, they've been playing roulette for quite a while, and today was no exception. And given the fact it's a draw, Ding is still on -1, which is not the end of the world, but clearly a very comfortable lead for Jan. And then, you know, it's hard for me to judge as, like, there is not much, I mean, in general, it doesn't feel like the defense is unbreakable. It doesn't feel to me like this was Ding's last chance to win a game in the match.
Yeah.
He will have to survive as black, which is, for some reason,
much harder.
Much harder for them, to do than winning as white. But let's say if he will survive the game as black, then I mean I don't think it's close to being over. But indeed, it's a very good result for Jan. Basically, surviving as a game as black in this match is worth the point, it seems. Basically,
yeah, and he's got 3 more shots with the white pieces, right?
Right.
Games 10, 12, and 14, the final game of the match.
Yeah.
So there's still plenty of opportunities for Ding. I mean, given the way the match is going, like, first of all, this game wasn't the same style as all the other games. Like, it was heading towards a decisive result.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there was not even a hint from the beginning that this game could end in a draw.
Well, a draw is always a possibility,
It's possible,
but
it's not what the opening play was telling us. It was like the way the game was developing. It was like very sharp from the beginning, and again, Ding got his excellent chances, and he did some really nice stuff there. That Queen D3, Rook H3 was quite cool.
This is actually the longest over the board postmortem that I've seen.
Because it's probably one of the most fascinating games, you know.
No, but this is a World Championship match. I mean.
But they don't talk to each other usually.
I mean, not this much, no?
Well, they're both friendly guys. I think they, they've definitely shown that they have that cordiality towards each other.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean, it's still a little bit weird, in my opinion. Like, there is nothing wrong with being friendly and, you know. I mean, it's the World Championship, after all. Yeah, I don't know. No, I must say, to some extent, it feels like an exhibition show for...
the chess world?
Yeah, and then it all makes sense. Like a lot of decisive games, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't win as white, you lose.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, there is this feel that like the show is so amazing.
Yeah, both in a great mood after like any game, like even if Ding loses.
Well, they're not always in a great mood, because I think there was a game that Nepo lost, and when I saw his face, you know, the picture of him in the press conference, it was so stone-faced that actually I said, like, oh my God, under my breath when I saw that face, and it actually it got caught onto the audio transmission. I thought we were done, you know, but yeah, that was my feeling just seeing his expression after that loss.
Okay.
But I think, yeah, I mean, things are not going too badly for Ding. I mean, of course, it's like very disappointing overall, but in a way kind of nice that he didn't completely mess it up, which his big blunder could have allowed him to do.
Yeah.
And actually, this reminds me of the similar situation in the Kramnik-Liko match, because we've gone through 8 rounds, one player is leading by a point, and that was the same situation in that match. And Vladimir went 5 games until he finally won that decisive 14th game that allowed him to keep his title. I don't know if it's going to take Ding that long. I don't think so.
With white, right? And technically Ding also has white in the last game.
Exactly. So it's very, very similar. They had 14 games in that match, same score after 8 rounds.
Yeah, but this is like a very, very different match, I must say.
Yeah. And also, by the way, I think maybe the rules there were that if he ties, the match is over, he keeps his title. Here, if they tie, of course, you know, we would be seeing a playoff.
Yeah, I mean, first, and secondly, a game 14 might never happen too, right? So let's not exclude this option either.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe it was Levon who was saying he doesn't think it's going to go beyond 14 games. Like he didn't think there was going to be a day of tiebreak, but that's because he wasn't super optimistic about Ding's chances of getting there.
Okay.
But I'm still kind of excited about the way this match is going, despite that blow, the bishop f3. I just felt that. I think that dampens my enthusiasm by maybe 75%. I just lost my energy when I saw this happen.
Yeah, you felt in white shoes, yeah,
Yes.
for quite a while, and then they took it away from you. But also let's not forget Lichess, right? I mean, we got excited about the game, but actually, what about the prep leaked or not leaked? What was it all about? I think we're about to find out at the press conference, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be getting some questions about that, and I don't know, it might be a real shock for Ding to get a question like that. I mean, I certainly would be shocked. Like if I came to a press conference and be getting asked about my leaked preparation, I might think I have more problems than just the missed opportunities in this game.
Yeah, at the same time, Ding is probably the only person in the world who could say yes.
And then smile about it.
Yeah, this was Richie and me. And,
Yeah, and that would be pretty hilarious. I don't know. We're definitely anticipating those questions, guys. That's going to be interesting. All right, as we head towards the press conference, I guess I'm going to tell you guys there are some side events here going on during the World Championship match, and one of them just finished yesterday. It was Kazakhstan versus the rest of the world in a women's match in rapid and blitz chess. It was actually won by the rest of the world team. They played kind of an interesting, 4 top players and then I guess 4 younger players. So most of us would be familiar with the names of the top 4 players for each team, there are a lot of newer players on the other boards. But one positive sign for Kazakhstan, in fact, is on those top 4 boards, they actually won the rapid portion of the women's the top 4 boards of the rapid, by I think 17-15. So that
was crazy good. Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't come as a surprise for a professional.
Yeah, well, there were a few surprises if you look at the results there, but yeah, I mean, 17-15, and some of their players beat Ho Yifan in a couple of the games.
Yeah.
So basically, the rest of the world team really brought in the points on the next 4 boards. Although in the blitz part, though, the rest of the world team actually
did very well.
Did very well on all the boards. Yeah, they just extended their lead. So that was one of the side events that we had here, guys. And in fact, maybe I'll just read you a little bit about it. This is a statement from Grandmaster Emil Sutovsky. So he said, "This match is a logical continuation of what Kazakhstan is doing in chess. We see the country as an important hub for FIDE. We see this event," he's talking about the Kazakhstan versus the rest of the world, "as an opportunity to raise awareness about women's chess in general, but also to motivate younger women in Kazakhstan to look into chess." And he stressed FIDE's support for women's chess. "Many people talk, but few people do. FIDE really cares about women. FIDE will continue to do all it can to promote women's sports. Chess is for all, and a lot of people are looking towards us. As an example, and this event today testifies to that." So it's nice to see the World Chess Federation supporting women in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was an exciting match. And there's also going to be an open tournament in a couple of days as part of the side events here.
Right, and there is also round robin with, I think, Grishuk, Aronian.
Yeah, that's a different event, yes.
Gelfand and many other people that has started today, I guess. So.
Yeah, it's brought a lot of top players to Astana as well that we could run into. All right, what else can we talk about, Daniil? I don't know why the press conference is not starting. Maybe Ding has already been asked about his prep and he's just in shock, recovering.
Yeah, but then we would definitely be watching the press conference. No, it could be that they're still analyzing.
Yeah.
We can actually discuss this a little more, right?
The fact that they're talking to each other after the game?
Yeah, I honestly think, talking is fine, but analyzing for 5 to 7 minutes straight after the game in the World Championship match, to me, it's a little bit absurd.
Is that, but that seems to be coming from Nepo, right? He's usually the one who's starting to talk after the game.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can just, give him some short answer and basically go, right? It can only happen if both don't mind, I would say. Say with Magnus, he would normally also try to discuss a little, and he would normally get some short reply, and you know.
So Magnus and Nepo didn't really talk to each other?
Not too much, I think. I think it was exactly normal. Like you don't pretend the person does not exist, but at the same time you kind of don't pretend he's your best friend during the match. And actually, in their case, I think they were, or at least used to be, much closer people than Jan and Ding, right? So I mean, these two, I think Jan helped him for some World Championship match against Vichy, and then I mean, in general, they're known to be kind of friends, but still, yeah.
So have you talked to your chess friends about how this match is going and heard their opinions? I mean, you told us this very nice story about Grishuk's poll on that game from, what is it, game number 6?
Yeah.
Yes. Anything else? I mean, about their takes on how the match is going in general, and.
Well, you know, I have a person who is a brilliant player, and basically after each game, he texts me that they're so bad.
That must be Magnus.
And I don't reply too often, I must say.
Wow, you don't reply to your boss?
I didn't say it's Magnus, right?
I know. I'm just guessing.
I mean, I could also ignore Magnus probably, but yeah, he doesn't have a habit of texting me too often, so yeah, it's okay.
All right, we were waiting for Ding to arrive at the press conference, guys, so I'm sure it's going to happen shortly. Meanwhile, we're just going to do the chit-chat that we haven't gotten around to during the match. I mean, because it's very hard to do chit-chat when the games are this exciting.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, also someone has to look at chess at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, and the games are giving us a lot of content. Well, what did you do on the rest day yesterday, Daniil?
Well,
what can you reveal to us?
No, I mean, it's basically I was recovering.
Recovering, from a big birthday party.
Yeah, exactly. So it was actually very lucky for me. I mean, their schedule, it was just ideal. So basically, I did my recap, and then we went to celebrate, and then basically I had a day to sort of get myself back to life, and I think I managed.
Yeah, my day was pretty quiet. I have to say that the thing I enjoy most about being here is the commentary. You know, usually when you're working, you can't wait to get a day off. Here it's like the opposite. I'm just like, when can I get back to work? When can I just sit here and watch these games again? All right, guys. Ding has shown up, and
FIDE World Chess Championship. The game has ended in a draw, and the current score is 4.5 to 3.5 in favor of Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm starting with the questions, and then the floor will go to a press. My first question to Jan. If you can please take us through the most critical moments of the game today.
Yes, so the line that occurred in the game is, I guess, one of the very, very topical lines nowadays in Nimzo. So as artificial as this Rook A2 looks, it's somehow I think it's top and giant choice in certain positions. So I was more or less aware of all this piece sacrifice. At least I knew that after G6 black is fine. But E5 I would say was sort of the price for me. So I thought like, well, I was choosing between Queen F4 and capturing on E5, so I went for the principal line, as it seemed. And then it was like pretty much forced, I guess, yeah, like this Knight E4, Queen D8 and something. And then, I don't know why, but I felt like over-ambitious, and I think I made like some awful moves, which almost cost me the game, yeah, so at least half a point. So, like, it was a simple choice, I would say, I guess after Rook H3, just to capture on E4, capture on D6 with the Queen. Rook D2, Queen C7, takes on F5, takes on F5, and this should never be worse. Like, okay, these 3 pawns, and all right, like I just push my pawn on E4, and okay, I guess it's never worse. But also I could go principal, but I completely forgot, yeah, like play Rook H8. Also was smart, but I just completely forgot about the move Rook D2. And after rook d2, suddenly I think black is lost, but yeah, I was very lucky. And then I guess, yeah, I was very lucky to bluff with this queen h4 move. I think in fact white can capture, and then I saw this. Okay, I mean, maybe after queen f8 the position is bad, but at least it's not lost by force. But indeed, after king d1, queen g5, I mean, practically I have some very nice chances to escape. And well, I guess it was a lot of mess later in the game, yeah. But yeah, I guess yeah, this knight h4, knight f5 maneuver, like instead of some normal position, just nearly losing. Yeah, this shouldn't go to my credit.
Right, Jan, you mentioned about this queen h4 and you called it a bluff. So you surely knew that it was just lost position if Ding would capture the rook on d8.
Well, when I played, I thought it's like I'm very smart, but then I found out that the king escapes in some tricky way, yeah, like this, like rook, queen e4, rook e2, queen b1, king d2, queen b2, king d3, queen b1, rook c2. And here queen d1, I thought it's a draw, but no, it's king e4 here, queen c2, bishop d3, which was very hard to spot from distance. And here, yeah, maybe I can go still for something like knight g3 check, but yeah, I guess it's over. Yeah, so yeah, that was a very lucky moment.
Thank you very much. Ding, I would like to ask the question about this moment too, when Jan played queen to h4. Obviously, you were considered to take the rook on d8, but then in the end you decided not to. Can you please tell us what was the reason why you decided so?
Well, I briefly checked the line, but I just stopped. I think at maybe queen e1, queen b1, rook c2, I didn't calculate any further, so I just stopped there. Maybe because my time is not so much, considering yesterday's lost, so I want to play quickly in time trouble. But it's another story.
Right. So you mean that the time was a factor today in this game, that you did not capture, for instance, at this moment the rook?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right, and to talk about the time, have you got some advice from your team how to deal with the time situation? Because today there was a moment when you made the move last seconds, or perhaps do you think maybe this happens that you have less time on the clock because of the lack of practice in OTB tournaments?
Of course, the best way is to play as quickly and as good as possible, but you know, the position after the opening is very, very unclear, and there are so many options for me, so I have to figure out which was the best way to continue, and it cost me a lot of time. And I think the time spent during the first half of the game was needed, because I guess I played some good moves. Maybe not the best, but at least I was not worse. It's just because I didn't cover the advantage when I have the chance.
Thank you. Jan, have you considered to, before you captured the bishop on g5, have you considered also c takes d4 move?
Actually, I think both moves are in the files, but in my lines. But I mean, I just thought that any move should be good. But I thought it's pretty much forced. So when I come to my room, okay, I'll check if I missed something. I mean, mix it up. But I guess this is just another weird engine line. Yeah, so it's fun to analyze, yeah, but it turned out to be not so fun to play, yeah.
Okay, and I think one last question before I go to press about the opening and also about this rook to a2 idea. Were you happy during the game of your opening choice today? And if you can just take us through the moment you played rook to a2. What is the idea behind this move, rook a2?
This idea, I consider this as some kind of cannonball in my opening preparation because it's can be very powerful, and it's very long preparation. A very deep idea behind this. So yeah, today just very pity that it could be a very good game, but it doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you for answering the questions. Now it's time for the press. Please, Mike, go ahead.
Mike Klein with chess.com. My question is for Grandmaster Ding Liren. I suspect you might know this is coming. Some people online have found games played on Lichess that match very closely with some games played here. What is your reaction to this rumor?
I don't know which game you refer.
Were any training games played online that you can remember that resemble games played here at the World Championship?
I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
I'll go to Leoncho, but I might come back later.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Leoncho, please.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. I have a question for each one. For Ian, why did you choose to accept such a sharp variation when you had, let's say, solid alternatives in the opening? And for Liren, how do you feel about missing winning moves?
Yeah, I guess I'll start. So thank you for the question. I think it's very principled line, this e3 a3 Nimzo, and once again it's pretty much on the radar for a lot of players. So it's not really. I mean, it might look sharp, but as long as you have an idea what to do, you can navigate. And I think until I felt over-ambitious for some reason, I did it quite nice. But yeah, there is a price, obviously. Yes, so one inaccurate move and you can lose. But I guess such is chess. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ding. Would you like to repeat the question, maybe?
I remember. Yeah, of course, missed so much wins, at least 2 wins, or maybe even more. It feels very bad. Also, very tired after a long game. But still, there are 6 games. I have 3 white pieces, so anything can happen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Вопрос к Яну Непомнящему. Ян, вот когда ладья 2, когда фигура вышла на g5, да, то есть белые достаточно агрессивно играют, у вас было ощущение, что вот эта домашняя заготовка, и вы вот, что называется, попались, или вы сохраняли хладнокровие, и просто вам было интересно, что называется, заодно исследовать позицию, посмотреть анализ оппонента, может быть?
We would like to hear the translation.
So, when you played with the rook, the whites, did you feel the whites were playing aggressively and taking into account, the moves you made? Just were you curious just to try out your opponent's stance, your opponent's position?
Для меня самостоятельная игра началась позже, да, так что ладья 2 эту идею я знал. Думаю, что ее многие знают, я бы так сказал, что это выглядит интересно, да, но, как я уже говорил, у многих, что называется, это записано. Вот, я, по-моему, после Е5 я не был уверен, как реагировать уже, но там, с другой стороны, мне кажется, я довольно принципиально ответил. Очень сложная партия, опять, в принципе, логично было бы, если бы она завершилась чуть иначе, но так, конечно, да, очень повезло.
Okay. When I made this rook a2 move, I I knew what I was doing, and I'm sure it was many other people knew, were aware of this move. And I know this option looked and does look interesting. So after that move, e5, I just didn't know how it would be responded to. And of course, the game, it's been a very complex, a very challenging game, and I wouldn't have been surprised if it had changed, if it had ended otherwise. So it was lucky that it ended like this.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Mike Klein with chess.com. Grandmaster Ding Liren, I have to ask one follow-up. Today is the only day there was a delay in the press conference. I believe you met with your team after the game. Can you please let us know why you met with your team before coming to the press conference?
Well, I analyzed this game a little bit, and my second showed me there's a very simple way to win with rook d3 instead of d7. So I would regret it.
So the entire meeting was about actual chess moves, is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions from press? You have one more? Okay.
I would like to ask Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi a question. On the broadcast, Anish Giri said that you are dominating Ding psychologically. Do you agree with that?
I think Anish knows it better. Yeah. I have no idea what to say.
Thanks.
Thank you. Now it's time for the questions from Twitter. So Jesse will take over from here. Please, Jesse.
Hi, Jesse February here. My first question was for Ding. Did you take any inspiration from Fabiano Caruana this game?
Yeah, I know it was his opening style to play something very sharp and to attack with at any cost. Yeah, sometimes it was this kind of preparation that his kinds of preparation. Yeah, but today this idea was not his idea.
All right, thank you. My next question for Nepo from Agad Mator. Was Queen H4 a bluff? What was going through your mind at that point?
Actually, Queen H4, I thought it's just a brilliant way to save the game. But when I spent another minute calculating, okay, maybe it's good it was too late, but maybe... anyway, it has been played. I noticed that in some critical lines, king escapes from the perpetual check. But it worked like a charm, but yeah. But I guess practically it turned out to be a great chance, but yeah, because Queen e8 and Queen e7, perhaps I can try to hold this, but I think the position is quite ugly.
Before you ask the next question, Jesse, Ding, we heard you giggling when Jan made a comment about Queen H4. Do you want to add something at that point?
When returning to a board, I saw Queen H4, and I just briefly calculated the line after Queen D8. I became very disappointed because I missed his idea to check on E4 and B1. So I didn't calculate carefully and try to play for a win, but which was not so good back in D1.
Thank you. Please, next question, Jesse.
All right, this one's from Chess Society for Ding. How often do you disagree with Rapport when he suggests a line or opening?
Oh, many times.
All right, thank you. And the last one is from Chess Best. Why do you spend a lot of time in the opening when you're the one who chooses the variation or line often?
Because on each move, e5, here I have some alternative, for example, rook d2, or even queen g4. Also on d5, I have other option by knight e4. Also on d6, I also have knight e4. So there are always many options to choose between. So that's why I take a lot of time on each move to decide which was better.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions from press? This can be the last question. If there is no more questions, I will go with my last question. We are very much curious, as this particular game was indeed very tough. What do you usually do right after the time control? How you are staying focused, and also how do you release the stress a little bit? Let's go, Jan, with you first.
I'm trying to take a deep breath, and see, evaluate what happened in time scramble. So it was no real time scramble today, but the pressure was real, and I guess this knight f2 move was missed by my opponent. But at some point I was even very optimistic about my position. Yeah, after I found this knight f2. But then, yeah, by the way, it was I wouldn't call this luck, yeah, but it was very nice for white that after queen takes b6, queen takes d7 doesn't work because of rook g2, yeah, and there is this trick with bishop h5 going to the pawn endgame. Yeah, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. There was another moment too, when you played move e5, there was also a possibility to sacrifice the piece with knight to d4. Have you considered that one?
Yeah, I checked it, but I didn't feel it's too necessary. But I guess it was a problem that queen e5 comes with a check now, or it's not important.
It was a possibility.
Yeah, good to know.
Okay. All right, the last question to Ding, the same question. What do you usually do right after the time control? How you're still staying focused on the game and also trying to release your stress a little bit?
Today I eat a lot of food to maintain my body shape, and yeah, that's what I did after I reached the 40th move.
Right. There was a question in public. What players have in the players' lounge? What kind of snacks? What is your favorite in this tournament? What you're usually getting?
Usually it's banana and chocolate.
All right. Makes sense. All right, I don't have more questions. I see there's no more questions in the press as well, so we can conclude today. The round 9 will start tomorrow at 3 p.m., so thank you very much.
Having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, you know, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries. And also, yes, we are all one family against Unasumus. Thank you.
I believe that there should not be any difference between men's and women's chess, because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
Provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged, so that girls feel appreciated, and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.